evidence out there for examination. It was looking more and more like I had struck a major nerve with my motion. Well, Dwight, that's the beauty of the system, right? You don't get to make that decision. A judge does. That's why I didn't ask you. I put it in a motion and asked the judge. Posey cleared his throat. No, actually, we do this time, he said. We're going to drop the theft charge and just proceed with the drug charge. So you can withdraw your motion, or we can inform the judge that the point is moot. I smiled and nodded. I had him. I knew then that Patrick was going to walk. The only problem with that, Dwight, is that the drug charge came out of the theft investigation. You know that. When they popped my client, the warrant was for the theft. The drugs were found during the arrest. So you don't have one without the other. That won't fly in any court I've ever been in. I had the feeling that he knew everything I was saying and that the call was simply following a script. We were going where Posey wanted us to go, and that was fine with me. This time I wanted to go there too. Then maybe we can just talk about a disposition on the matter, he said, as if the idea had just occurred to him. And there we were. We had come to the place Posey had wanted to get to from the moment he'd answered the call. I'm open to it, Dwight. You should know that my client voluntarily entered a rehab program after his arrest. He has completed the program, has full-time employment, and has been clean for 4 months. He'll give his piss anytime, anywhere to prove it. That is really good to hear, Posey said with false enthusiasm. The DA's office, as well as the courts, always looks favorably upon voluntary rehabilitation. Tell me something I don't know, I almost said. The kid is doing good. I can vouch for that. What do you want to do for him? I knew how the script would read now. Posey would turn it into a goodwill gesture from the prosecution. He would make it seem as though the DA's office were giving out the favor here, when the truth was that the prosecution was acting to insulate an important figure from political and personal embarrassment. That was fine with me. I didn't care about the political ends of the deal as long as my client got what I wanted him to get. Tell you what, Mick, let's make it go away, and maybe Patrick can use this opportunity to move ahead with being a productive member of society. Sounds like a plan to me, Dwight. You're making my day. And his. Okay, then get me his rehab records and we'll put it into a package for the judge. Posey was talking about making it a pre-trial intervention case. Patrick would have to take bi-weekly drug tests, and in 6 months, the case would go away if he kept clean. He would still have an arrest on his record, but no conviction. Unless... You willing to expunge his record? I asked. That's asking a lot, Mickey. He did, after all, break in and steal the diamonds. He didn't break in, Dwight. He was invited in. And the alleged diamonds are what this is all about, right? Whether or not he actually did steal any diamonds. Posey must have realized he had misspoken by bringing up the diamonds. He folded his tent quickly. All right, fine. We'll put it into the package. You're a good man, Dwight. I try to be. You will withdraw your motion now? First thing tomorrow. When do we go to court? I have a trial starting the end of next week. Then we'll go for Monday. I'll let you know. I hung up the phone and called the reception desk on the intercom. Luckily, Lorna answered. I thought you were sent home, I said. We were about to go through the door. I'm going to leave my car here and go with Cisco. What, on his donor cycle? Excuse me, Dad, but I don't think you have anything to say about that. I groaned. But I do have a say over who works as my investigator. If I can keep you two apart, maybe I can keep you alive. Mickey, don't you dare. Can you just tell Cisco I need that address for the liquidator? I will, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hope so. Wear a helmet. I hung up and Cisco came in, carrying a Post-it note in one hand and a gun in a leather holster in the other. He walked around the desk, put the Post-it down in front of me, and then opened a drawer and put the weapon in it. What are you doing? I asked. You can't give me a gun. It's totally legal and registered to me. That's great, but you can't give it to me. That's I'm not giving it to you. I'm just storing it here because I'm done work for the day. I'll get it in the morning. Okay? Whatever. I think you two are overreacting. Better than underreacting. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Will you send Patrick in before you go? You got it. And by the way, I always make her wear a helmet. I looked at him and nodded. That's good, Cisco. He left the room, and Patrick soon came in. Patrick, Cisco's talked to Vincent's liquidator and he still has one of your longboards. You can go by and pick it up. Just tell him you're picking it up for me and to call me if there's any problem. Oh, man! Thank you! Yeah, well, I've got even better news than that on your case. What happened? I went over the phone call I just had with Dwight Posey. As I told Patrick that he would do no jail time if he stayed clean, I watched his eyes gain a little light. It was as if I could see the burden drop off his shoulders. He could look once again at the future. I have to call my mom, he said. She's going to be so happy. Yeah, well, I hope you are too. I am. Now, the way I figure it, you owe me a couple of $1,000 for my work on this. That's about 2.5 weeks of driving. If you want, you can stick with me until it's paid off. After that, we can talk about it and see where we're at. That sounds good. I like the job. Good, Patrick. Then it's a deal. Patrick smiled broadly and was turning to go. One other thing, Patrick. He turned back to me. I saw you sleeping in your car in the garage this morning. Sorry, I'll find another spot. He looked down at the floor. No, I'm sorry, I said. I forgot that you told me when we talked on the phone the first time that you were living in your car and sleeping on a lifeguard stand. I just don't know how safe it is to be sleeping in the same garage where a guy got shot the other night. I'll find someplace else. Well, if you want, I can give you an advance on your pay. Would that help you maybe get a motel room or something? I guess. I was glad to help him out, but I knew that living out of a weekly motel was almost as depressing as living out of a car. I'll tell you what, I said. If you want, you could stay with me for a couple of weeks, until you get some money in your pocket and maybe get a better plan going. At your place? Yeah, temporarily. With you? I realized my mistake. Nothing like that, Patrick. I've got a house, and you'd have your own room. In fact, on Wednesday nights, and every other weekend, it'd be better if you stayed with a friend or in a motel. That's when I have my daughter. He thought about it and nodded. Yeah, I could do that. I reached across the desk and signaled him to give me back the post-it with the liquidator's address on it. I wrote my own address on it while I spoke. Why don't you go pick up your board and then head over to my place at this second address? Fairholme is right off Laurel Canyon, one street before Mount Olympus. You go up the stairs to the front porch, and there's a table and chairs out there and an ashtray. The extra key's under the ashtray. The guest bedroom is right next to the kitchen. Just make yourself at home. Thanks. He took the post-it back and looked at the address I'd written. I probably won't get there till late, I told him. I've got a trial starting next week and a lot of work to do before then. Okay. Look, we're only talking about a few weeks, till you get on your feet again. Meantime, maybe we can help each other out. Like if one of us starts to feel the pull, maybe the other one will be there to talk about it. Okay? Okay. We were quiet for a moment, probably both of us thinking about the deal. I didn't tell Patrick that he might end up helping me more than I would help him. In the past 48 hours, the pressure of the new caseload had begun to weigh on me. I could feel myself being pulled back, feel the desire to go to the cotton-wrapped world the pills could give me. The pills opened between where I was and the brick wall of reality. I was beginning to crave that distance. Up front and deep down, I knew I didn't want that again, and maybe Patrick could help me avoid. After I was finally alone in the office, I started the process the way I always do, with clean pages and sharp points. From the supply closet, I retrieved 2 fresh legal pads and 4 black Warrior pencils. I sharpened their points and got down to work. Vincent had broken the Elliott case into 2 files. One file contained the state's case, and the second, thinner file, contained the defense case. The weight of the defense file was not of concern to me. The defense played by the same rules of discovery as the prosecution. Anything that went into the second file went to the prosecutor. A seasoned defense attorney knew to keep the file thin. Keep the rest in your head, or hidden on a microchip in your computer if it is safe. I had neither Vincent's head nor his laptop, but I was sure the secrets Jerry Vincent kept were hidden somewhere in the hard copy. The magic bullet was there. I just had to find it. I began with the thicker file, the prosecution's case. I read straight through, every page and every word. I took notes on one legal pad and drew a time and action flowchart on the other. I studied the crime scene photographs with a magnifying glass I took from the desk drawer. I drew up a list of every single name I encountered in the file. From there, I moved on to the defense file and again read every word on every page. The phone rang 2 different times, but I didn't even look up to see what name was on the screen. I didn't care. I was in relentless pursuit and cared about only one thing: finding the magic bullet. When I was finished with the Elliott files, I opened the Wims case and read every document and report it contained, a time-consuming process. Because Wims was arrested following a public incident that had drawn several uniform and SWAT deputies, this file was thick with reports from the various units involved and personnel at the scene. It was stuffed with transcriptions of the conversations with Wims, as well as weapons and ballistics reports, a lengthy evidence inventory, witness statements, dispatch records, and patrol deployment reports. There were a lot of names in the file, and I checked every one of them against the list of names from the Elliott files. I also cross-referenced every address. I had this client once. I don't even know her name because I was sure that the name she was under in the system was not her own. She was in on a first offense, but she knew the system too well to be a virgin. In fact, she knew everything too well. Whatever her name was, she had somehow rigged the system, and it had her down as someone she wasn't. The charge was burglary of an occupied dwelling, but there was so much more than that behind the one charge. This woman liked to target hotel rooms where men with large amounts of money slept. She knew how to pick them, follow them, then finesse the door locks and the room safes while they slept. In one candid moment, probably the only one in our relationship, she told me of the white-hot adrenaline high she got every time the last digit fell into place, and she heard the electronic gears of the hotel safe start to move and unlock. Opening the safe and finding what was inside was never as good as that magic moment when the gears began to grind, and she felt the velocity of her blood moving in her veins. Nothing before or after was as good as at that moment. The jobs weren't about the money. They were about the velocity of blood. I nodded when she told me all of this. I had never broken into a hotel room while some guy was snoring on the bed, but I knew about the moment when the gears began to grind. I knew about the velocity. I found what I was looking for an hour into my second run at the files. It had been there in front of me the whole time. First in Elliott's arrest report, and then on the time and action chart I had drawn myself. I called the chart the Christmas tree. It always started basic and unadorned, just the bare-bones facts of the case. Then, as I continued to study and make the case my own, I started hanging lights and ornaments on it, details and witness statements, evidence and lab results. Soon, the tree was lit up and bright. Everything about the case was there for me to see in the context of time and action. I had paid particular attention to Walter Elliott as I had drawn the Christmas tree. He was the tree trunk, and all the branches came from him. I had his movements, statements, and actions noted by time. 12:40 p.m. W.E. arrives at Beach House. 12:50 p.m. W.E. discovers bodies. 1:05 p.m. W.E. calls 911. 1:24 p.m. W.E. calls 911 again. 1:28 p.m. Deputies arrive on scene. 1:30 p.m. W.E. secured. 2:15 p.m. Homicide arrives. 2:40 p.m. W.E. taken to Malibu Station. 4:55 p.m. W.E. interviewed, advised. 5:40 p.m. W.E. transported to Whittier. 7 p.m. GSR testing. 8 p.m. Second interview attempt, declined, arrested. 8:40 p.m. W.E. transported to Men's Central. Some of the times I estimated, but most came directly from the arrest report and other documents in the file. Law enforcement in this country is as much about the paperwork as anything else. I could always count on the prosecution file for reconstructing a timeline. On the second go-round, I used both the pencil point and eraser and started adding decorations to the tree. 12:40 p.m. W.E. arrives at beach house, front door unlocked. 12:50 p.m. W.E. discovers bodies, balcony door open. 1:05 p.m. W.E. calls 911, waits outside. 1:24 p.m. W.E. calls 911 again. What's the holdup? 1:28 p.m. Deputies arrive on scene. Murray, 4 Alpha 1, and Harbor, 4 Alpha 2. 1:30 p.m. W.E. secured, placed in patrol car. Murray/Harbor, search house. 2:15 p.m. Homicide arrives. First team, Kinder, number 14492, and Erickson, number 21101. Second team, Joshua, number 22234, and Tolles, number 15154. 2:30 p.m. W.E. taken inside house, describes discovery. 2:40 p.m. W.E. taken to Malibu Station, Joshua and Tolles transport. 4:55 p.m. W.E. interviewed, advised. Kinder takes lead in interview. 5:40 p.m. W.E. transported to Whittier, Joshua/Tolles. 7 p.m. GSR testing. FT Anita Sherman lab transport, Sherman. 8 p.m. Second interview. Erickson in lead. W.E. declines, got smart. 8:40 p.m. W.E. transported to Men's Central, Joshua/Tolles. As I had constructed the Christmas tree, I kept a separate list on another page of every human being mentioned in the sheriff's reports. I knew this would become the witness list I would turn over to the prosecution the following week. As a rule, I blanket the case, subpoenaing anybody mentioned in the investigative record just to be safe. You can always cut down a witness list at trial. Sometimes adding to it can be a problem. From the witness list and the Christmas tree, I would be able to infer how the prosecution would roll out its case. I would also be able to determine which witnesses the prosecution team was avoiding and possibly why. It was while I was studying my work and thinking in these terms that I felt the gears begin to grind and the cold finger of revelation went down my spine. Everything became clear and bright, and I found Jerry Vincent's magic bullet. Walter Elliott had been taken from the crime scene to the Malibu station so that he would be out of the way and secured while the lead detectives continued their on-site investigation. One short interview was conducted at the station before Elliott ended it. He was then transported to sheriff's headquarters in Whittier, where a gunshot residue test was conducted and his hands tested positive for nitrates associated with gunpowder. Afterward, Kinder and Erickson took another stab at interviewing their suspect, but he wisely declined. He was then formally placed under arrest and booked into county jail. It was standard procedure, and the arrest report documented the chain of Elliott's custody. He was handled solely by the homicide detectives as he was moved from crime scene to substation to headquarters to jail. But it was how he was handled previous to their arrival that caught my eye. It was here that I saw something I had missed earlier. Something as simple as the designations of the uniformed deputies who first responded to the call. According to the records, Deputies Murray and Harbor had the designations 4 Alpha 1 and 4 Alpha 2 after their names, and I had seen at least one of those designations in the WIMS file. Jumping from case to case and from file to file, I found the WIMS arrest report and quickly scanned the narrative, not stopping until my eyes came to the first reference to the 4 Alpha 1 designation. Deputy Todd Stallworth had the designation written after his name. He was the deputy originally called to investigate the report of gunfire at Malibu Creek State Park. He was the deputy driving the car WIMS fired upon, and at the end of the standoff, he was the deputy who formally placed WIMS under arrest and took him to jail. I realized that 4 Alpha 1 did not refer to a specific deputy, but to a specific patrol zone or responsibility. The Malibu district covered the huge unincorporated areas of the West County, from the beaches of Malibu up over the mountains and into the communities of Thousand Oaks and Calabasas. I assumed that this was the 4th district, and Alpha was the specific designation for a patrol unit, a specific car. It seemed to be the only way to explain why deputies who worked different shifts would share the same designation on different arrest reports. Adrenaline crashed into my veins, and my blood took off running as everything came together. All in a moment, I realized what Vincent had been up to and what he had been planning. I didn't need his laptop or his legal pads anymore. I didn't need his investigator. I knew exactly what the defense strategy was. At least I thought I did. I pulled my cell phone and called Cisco. I skipped the pleasantries. Cisco, it's me. Do you know any sheriff's deputies? A few. Why? Any of them work out of the Malibu station? I know one guy who used to. He's in Linwood now. Malibu is too boring. Can you call him tonight? Tonight? Sure, I guess. What's up? I need to know what the patrol designation 4 Alpha 1 means. Can you get that? Shouldn't be a problem. I'll call you back, but hold on a sec for Lorna. She wants to talk to you. I waited while she was given the phone. I could hear TV noise in the background. I had interrupted a scene of domestic bliss. Mickey, are you still there at the office? I'm here. It's 8:30. I think you should go home. I think I should too. I'm going to wait to hear back from Cisco. He's checking something out for me. And then I think I'm going over to Dan Tana's to have steak and spaghetti. She knew I went to Dan Tana's when I had something to celebrate, usually a good verdict. You had steak for breakfast. Then I guess this will make it a perfect day. Things went well tonight. I think so, real well. You're going alone? She said it with sympathy in her voice. Like now that she had hooked up with Cisco, she was starting to feel sorry for me, alone out there in the big bad world. Craig or Christian will keep me company. Craig and Christian worked the door at Dan Tana's. They took care of me whether I came in alone or not. I'll see you tomorrow, Lorna. Okay, Mickey, have fun. I already am. I hung up and waited, pacing in the room and thinking it all through again. The dominoes went down one after the other. It felt good, and it all fit. Vincent had not taken on the Wims case out of any obligation to the law or the poor or the disenfranchised. He was using Wims as camouflage. Rather than move the case toward the obvious plea agreement, he had stashed Wims out at Camarillo for 3 months, thereby keeping the case alive and active. Meantime, he gathered information under the flag of the Wims defense that he would use in the Elliott case, thereby hiding his motives and strategy from the prosecution. Technically, he was probably acting within bounds, but ethically, it was underhanded. Eli Wims had spent 90 days in a state facility so Vincent could build a defense for Elliott. Elliott got the magic bullet, while Wims got the zombie cocktail. The good thing was, I didn't have to worry about the sins of my predecessor. Wims was out of Camarillo, and besides, they weren't my sins. I could just take the benefit of Vincent's discoveries and go to trial. It didn't take too long before Cisco called back. I talked to my guy in Linwood. 4 Alpha is Malibu's lead car. The 4 is for the Malibu station, and the Alpha is for... Alpha, like the Alpha dog. The leader of the pack. Hotshots, the priority calls, usually go to the Alpha car. 4 Alpha 1 would be the driver, and if he's riding with a partner, then the partner would be 4 Alpha 2. So the Alpha car covers the whole 4th district. That's what he told me. 4 Alpha is free to roam the district and scoop the cream off the top. What do you mean? The best calls, the hot shots. Got it. My theory was confirmed. A double murder and shots fired near a residential neighborhood would certainly be Alpha car calls. One designation, but different deputies responding. Different deputies responding, but one car. The dominoes clicked and fell. Does that help, Mick? It does, Cisco. But it also means more work for you. On the Elliott case? No, not Elliott. I want you to work on the Eli Wims case. Find out everything you can about the night he was arrested. Get me details. That's what I'm here for. The night's discovery pushed the case off the paper and into my imagination. I was starting to get courtroom images in my head, scenes of examinations and cross-examinations. I was laying out the suits I would wear to court and the postures I would take in front of the jury. The case was coming alive inside, And this was always a good thing. It was a momentum thing. You time it right, and you go into trial with the inescapable conviction that you will not lose. I didn't know what had happened to Jerry Vincent, how his actions might have brought about his demise, or whether his death was linked at all to the Elliott case, but I felt as though I had a beat on things. I had velocity, and I was getting battle ready. My plan was to sit in a corner booth at Dan Tana's and sketch out some of the key witness examinations, listing the baseline questions and probable answers for each. I was excited about getting to it, and Lorna need not have worried about me. I wouldn't be alone. I would have my case with me. Not Jerry Vincent's case, mine. After quickly repacking the files and adding fresh pencils and legal pads, I killed the lights and locked the office door. I headed down the hallway and then across the bridge to the parking garage. Just as I was entering the garage, I saw a man walking up the ramp from the first floor. He was 50 yards away, and it was only a few moments and a few strides before I recognized him as the man in the photograph Bosch had shown me that morning. My blood froze in my heart. The fight-or-flight instinct stabbed into my brain. The rest of the world didn't matter. There was just this moment, and I had to make a choice. My brain assessed the situation faster than any computer IBM ever made. And the result of the computation was that I knew the man coming toward me was the killer and that he had a gun. I swung around and started to run. "Hey!" a voice called from behind me. I kept running. I moved back across the bridge to the glass doors leading back into the building. One clear single thought fired through every synapse in my brain. I had to get inside and get to Cisco's gun. I had to kill or be killed. But it was after hours, and the doors had locked behind me as I had left the building. I shot my hand into my pocket in search of the key, then jerked it out, bills, coins, and wallet flying with it. As I jammed the key into the lock, I could hear running steps coming up quickly behind me. "The gun! Get the gun!" I finally yanked the door open and bolted down the hallway toward the office. I glanced behind me and saw the man catch the door just before it closed and locked. He was still coming. Key still in my hand, I reached the office door and fumbled the key while getting it into the lock. I could feel the killer closing in. Finally getting the door open, I entered, slammed it shut, and threw the lock. I hit the light switch, then crossed the reception area and charged into Vincent's office. The gun Cisco left for me was there in the drawer. I grabbed it, yanked it out of its holster, and went back out to the reception area. Across the room, I could see the killer's shape through the frosted glass. He was trying to open the door. I raised the gun and pointed at the blurred image. I hesitated, and then raised the gun higher and fired 2 shots into the ceiling. The sound was deafening in the closed room. "That's right!" I yelled. "Come on in!" The image on the other side of the glass door disappeared. I heard footsteps moving away in the hallway, and then the door to the bridge opening and closing. I stood stock still and listened for any other sound. There was nothing. Without taking my eyes off the door, I stepped over to the reception desk and picked up the phone. I called 911 and it was answered right away, but I got a recording that told me my call was important and that I needed to hold on for the next available emergency dispatcher. I realized I was shaking, not with fear, but with the overload of adrenaline. I put the gun on the desk, checked my pocket, and found that I hadn't lost my cell phone. With the office phone in one hand, I used the other to open the cell and call Harry Bosch. He answered on the first ring. "Bosch, that guy you showed me was just here." "Holler? What are you talking about? Who?" "The guy in the photo you showed me today, the one with the gun." "All right, calm down. Where is he? Where are you?" I realized that the stress of the moment had pulled my voice tight and sharp. Embarrassed, I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself before answering. "I'm at the office. Vincent's office. I was leaving and I saw him in the garage. I ran back inside and he ran in after me. He tried to get into the office. I think he's gone, but I'm not sure. I fired a couple of shots and then—" "You have a gun?" "Goddamn right I do." "I suggest you put it away before somebody gets hurt." "If that guy's still out there, he'll be the one getting hurt. Who the hell is he?" There was a pause before he answered. "I don't know yet. Look, I'm still downtown and was just heading home myself. I'm in the car. Sit tight and I'll be there in 5 minutes. Stay in the office and keep the door locked. Don't worry, I'm not moving. And don't shoot me when I get there. I won't. I reached over and hung up the office phone. I didn't need 911 if Bosch was coming. I picked the gun back up. Hey, Holler? What? What did he want? What? The guy. What did he come there for? That's a good goddamn question, but I don't have the answer. Look, stop fucking around and tell me. I'm telling you, I don't know what he's after. Now quit talking and get over here! I involuntarily squeezed my hands into fists as I yelled and put an accidental shot into the floor. I jumped as though I'd been shot at by someone else. Holler! Bosch yelled. What the hell was that? I pulled in a deep breath and took my time composing myself before answering. Holler! What's going on? Get over here and you'll find out. Did you hit him? Did you put him down? Without answering, I closed the phone. Bosch made it in 6 minutes, but it felt like an hour. A dark image appeared on the other side of the glass, and he knocked sharply. Holler, it's me, Bosch. Carrying the gun at my side, I unlocked the door and let him in. He, too, had his gun out and at his side. Anything since we were on the phone? He asked. Haven't seen or heard him. I guess I scared his ass away. Bosch holstered his gun and threw me a look, as if to say my tough guy pose was convincing no one except maybe myself. What was that last shot? An accident. I pointed toward the hole in the floor. Give me that gun, before you get yourself killed. I handed it over, and he put it into the waistband of his pants. You don't own a gun. Not legally. I checked. It's my investigator's. He leaves it here at night. Bosch scanned the ceiling until he saw the 2 holes I had put there. He then looked at me and shook his head. He went over to the blinds and checked the street. Broadway was dead out there this time of night. A couple nearby buildings had been converted into residential lofts, but Broadway still had a way to go before recapturing the nightlife it had had 80 years before. Okay, let's sit down, he said. He turned from the window to see me standing behind him. In your office. Why? Because we're going to talk about this. I moved into the office and took a seat behind the desk. Bosch sat down across from me. First of all, here's your stuff. I found it out there on the bridge. From the pocket of his jacket, he pulled my wallet and loose bills. He put it all on the desk and then reached back in for the coins. Okay, now what? I asked as I put my property back in my pocket. Now we talk, Bosch said. First off, do you want to file a report on this? Why bother? You know about it. It's your case. Why don't you know who this guy is? We're working on it. That's not good enough, Bosch. He came after me. Why can't you ID him? Bosch shook his head. Because we think he's a hitter brought in from out of town. Maybe out of the country. That's fucking fantastic. Why did he come back here? Obviously because of you. Because of what you know. Me? I don't know anything. You've been in here for 3 days. You must know something that makes you a danger to him. I'm telling you, I've got nothing. Then you have to ask yourself, why did that guy come back? What did he leave behind or forget the first time? I just stared at him. I actually wanted to help. I was tired of being under the gun in more ways than one, and if I could have given Bosch just one answer, I would have. I shook my head. I can't think of a single, "Come on, Holler," Bosch barked at me. Your life is threatened here. Don't you get it? What have you got? I told you. Who did Vincent bribe? I don't know, and I couldn't tell you if I did. What did the FBI want with him? I don't know that either. He started pointing at me. You fucking hypocrite. You're hiding behind the protections of the law while the killer is out there waiting. Your ethics and rules won't stop a bullet, Holler. Tell me what you've got. I told you, I don't have anything, and don't point your fucking finger at me. This isn't my job, it's your job. And maybe if you would get it done, people around here would feel, Excuse me!" The voice came from behind Bosch. In one fluid move, he turned and pivoted out of his chair, drawing his gun and aiming it at the door. A man holding a trash bag stood there, his eyes going wide in fright. Bosch immediately lowered his weapon, and the office cleaner looked like he might faint. "Sorry," Bosch said. "I come back later," the man said in a thick accent from Eastern Europe. He turned and disappeared quickly through the door. "God damn it!" Bosch cursed, clearly unhappy about pointing his gun at an innocent man. "I doubt we'll ever get our trash cans emptied again," I said. Bosch went over to the door and closed and bolted it. He came back to the desk and looked at me with angry eyes. He sat back down, took a deep breath, and proceeded in a much calmer voice. "I'm glad you can keep your sense of humor, counselor. But enough with the fucking jokes." "All right, no jokes." Bosch looked like he was struggling internally with what to say or do next. His eyes swept the room and then held on me. "All right, look, you're right. It's my job to catch this guy. But you had him right here. Right goddamn here. And so it stands to reason that he was here with a purpose. He came to either kill you, which seems unlikely since he apparently doesn't even know you, or he came to get something from you. The question is, what is it? What is in this office or in one of your files that could lead to the identity of the killer?" I tried to match him with an even-tempered voice of my own. "All I can tell you is that I've had my case manager in here since Tuesday. I've had my investigator in here, and Jerry Vincent's own receptionist was in here up until lunchtime today, when she quit. And none of us, Detective, none of us, has been able to find the smoking gun you're so sure is here. You tell me that Vincent paid somebody a bribe, but I can find no indication in any file or from any client that that is true. I spent the last 3 hours in here looking at the Elliott file, and I saw no indication, not one, that he paid anybody off or bribed somebody. In fact, I found out that he didn't need to bribe anybody. Vincent had a magic bullet, and he had a shot at winning the case fair and square. So when I tell you I have nothing, I mean it. I'm not playing you. I'm not holding back. I have nothing to give you. Nothing." "What about the FBI?" "Same answer. Nothing." Bosch didn't respond. I saw true disappointment cloud his face. I continued. "If this mustache man is the killer, then of course there is a reason that brought him back here, but I don't know it. Am I concerned about it? No, not concerned. I'm fucking scared shitless about it. I'm fucking scared shitless that this guy thinks I have something. Because if I have it, I don't even know I have it, and that is not a good place to be." Bosch abruptly stood up. He pulled Cisco's gun out of his waistband and put it down on the desk. "Keep it loaded. And if I were you, I would stop working at night." He turned and headed toward the door. "That's it?" I called after him. He spun in his tracks and came back to the desk. "What else do you want from me?" "All you want is information from me. Most of the time, information I can't give. But you, in turn, give nothing back. And that's half the reason I'm in danger." Bosch looked like he might be able to jump over the desk at me. But then I saw him calm himself once more. All except for the palpitation high over his cheek near his left temple. That didn't go away. That was his tell, and it was a tell that once again gave me a sense of familiarity. "Fuck it," he finally said. "What do you want to know, counselor? Go ahead. Ask me a question, any question, and I'll answer it. I want to know about the bribe. Where did the money go?" Bosch shook his head and laughed in a false way. "I give you a free shot, and I say to myself that I'll answer your question, no matter what it is, and you go and ask me the question I don't have an answer to. You think if I knew where the money went and who got the bribe that I'd be here right now with you? Holler. I'd be booking a killer. So you're sure one thing had to do with the other? That the bribe, if there was a bribe, is connected to the killing?" "I'm going with the percentages." "But the bribe, if there was a bribe, went down 5 months ago. Why was Jerry killed now? Why's the FBI calling him now?" "Good questions. Let me know if you come up with any answers. Meantime, anything else I can do for you, counselor? I was heading home when you called." Yeah, there is. He looked at me and waited. I was on my way out too. What, you want me to hold your hand on the way to the garage? Fine, let's go. I closed the office once again, and we proceeded down the hall to the bridge to the garage. Bosch had stopped talking, and the silence was nerve-wracking. I finally broke it. I was gonna go have a steak. You wanna come? Maybe we'll solve the world's problems over some red meat. Where? Musso's? I was thinking Dantana's. Bosch nodded. If you can get us in. Don't worry. I know a guy. Bosch followed me, but when I slowed on Santa Monica Boulevard to pull into the valet stop in front of the restaurant, he kept going. I saw him drive by and turn right on Doheny. I went in by myself, and Craig sat me in one of the cherished corner booths. It was a busy night, but things were tapering off. I saw the actor James Woods finishing dinner in a booth with a movie producer named Mace Neufeld. They were regulars, and Mace gave me a nod. He had once tried to option one of my cases for a film, but it didn't work out. I saw Corbin Burnson in another booth, the actor who had given the best approximation of an attorney I had ever seen on television. And then in another booth, the man himself, Dan Tana, was having a late dinner with his wife. I dropped my eyes to the checkered tablecloth. Enough who's who. I had to prepare for Bosch. During the drive, I had thought long and hard about what had just happened back at the office, and now I only wanted to think about how best to confront Bosch about it. It was like preparing for the cross-examination of a hostile witness. 10 minutes after I was seated, Bosch finally appeared in the doorway, and Craig led him to me. Get lost? I asked as he squeezed into the booth. I couldn't find a parking space. I guess they don't pay you enough for valet. No, valet's a beautiful thing, but I can't give my city car to a valet. Against the rules. I nodded, guessing that it was probably because he packed a shotgun in the trunk. I decided to wait until after we ordered to make a play with Bosch. I asked if he wanted to look at the menu, and he said he was ready to order. When the waiter came, we both ordered the steak Helen with spaghetti and red sauce on the side. Bosch ordered a beer, and I asked for a bottle of flat water. So, I said, where's your partner been lately? He's working on other aspects of the investigation. Well, I guess it's good to hear there are other aspects to it. Bosch studied me for a long moment before replying. Is that supposed to be a crack? Just an observation. Doesn't seem from my end to be much happening. Maybe that's because your source dried up and blew away. My source? I don't have any source. Not anymore. I figured out who was feeding your guy, and that ended today. I just hope you weren't paying him for the information, because IAD will take him down for that. I know you won't believe me, but I have no idea who or what you were talking about. I get information from my investigator. I don't ask him how he gets it. Bosch nodded. That's the best way to do it, right? Insulate yourself and then you don't get any blowback in your face. In the meantime, if a police captain loses his job and pension, those are the breaks. I hadn't realized Cisco's source was so highly placed. The waiter brought our drinks and a basket of bread. I drank some of the water as I contemplated what to say next. I put the glass down and looked at Bosch. He raised his eyebrows like he was expecting something. How'd you know when I was leaving the office tonight? Bosch looked puzzled. What do you mean? I figure it was the lights. You were out there on Broadway, and when I killed the lights, you sent your guy into the garage. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure you do. The photo of the guy with the gun coming out of the building. It was a phony. You set it up, choreographed it, and used it to smoke out your leak. Then you tried to scam me with it. Bosch shook his head and looked out of the booth as if he were looking for someone to help him interpret what I was saying. It was a bad act. You set up the phony picture, and then you showed it to me because you knew it would come back around through my investigator to your leak. You'd know that whoever asked you about the photo was the leak. I can't discuss any aspect of the investigation with you. And then you used it to try to play me, to see if I was hiding something and to scare it out of me. I told you, I can't. Well, you don't have to, Bosch. I know it's what you did. You know what your mistakes were? First of all, not coming back like you said you would to show the photo to Vincent's secretary. If the guy in the picture was legit, you would have shown it to her because she knows the clients better than me. Your second mistake was the gun in the waistband of your hitman. Vincent was shot with a .25, too small for a waistband. I missed that when you showed me the photo, but I've got it now. Bosch looked toward the bar in the middle of the restaurant. The overhead TV was showing sports highlights. I leaned across the table closer to him. So, who's the guy in the photo? Your partner with a stick-on mustache? Some clown from Vice? Don't you have better things to do than to be running a game on me? Bosch leaned back and continued to look around the place, his eyes moving everywhere but to me. He was contemplating something, and I gave him all the time he needed. Finally, he looked at me. Okay, you got me. It was a scam. I guess that makes you one smart lawyer, Holler. Just like the old man. I wonder why you're wasting it defending scumbags. Shouldn't you be out there suing doctors or defending big tobacco or something noble like that? I smiled. Is that how you like to play it? You get caught being underhanded, so you respond by accusing the other guy of being underhanded? Bosch laughed. His face colored red as he turned away from me. It was a gesture that struck me as familiar, and his mention of my father brought him to mind. I had a vague memory of my father laughing uneasily and looking away as he leaned back at the dinner table. My mother had accused him of something I was too young to understand. Bosch put both arms on the table and leaned toward me. You've heard of the first 48, right? What are you talking about? The first 48. The chances of clearing a homicide diminish by almost half each day if you don't solve it in the first 48 hours. He looked at his watch before continuing. I'm coming up on 72 hours, and I've got nothing, he said. Not a suspect, not a viable lead, nothing. And I was hoping that tonight I might be able to scare something out of you. Something that would point me in the right direction. I sat there, staring at him, digesting what he had said. Finally, I found my voice. You actually thought I knew who killed Jerry and wasn't telling? It was a possibility I had to consider. Fuck you, Bosch. Just then the waiter came with our steaks and spaghetti. As the plates were put down, Bosch looked at me with a knowing smile on his face. The waiter asked what else he could get for us, and I waved him away without breaking eye contact. You're an arrogant son of a bitch, I said. You can just sit there with a smile on your face after accusing me of hiding evidence or knowledge in a murder of a guy I knew. Bosch looked down at his steak, picked up his knife and fork and cut into it. I noticed he was left-handed. He put a chunk of meat into his mouth and stared at me while he ate it. He rested his fists on either side of his plate, fork and knife in his grips, as if guarding the food from poachers. A lot of my clients who had spent time in prison ate the same way. Why don't you take it easy there, counselor, he said. You have to understand something. I'm not used to being on the same side of the line as the defense lawyer, okay? It has been my experience that defense attorneys have tried to portray me as stupid, corrupt, bigoted, you name it. So with that in mind, yes, I tried to run a game on you in hopes that it would help me solve a murder. I apologize all to hell and back. If you want, I'll have them wrap up my steak and I'll take it to go. I shook my head. Bosch had a talent for trying to make me feel guilty for his transgressions. Maybe now you should be the one who takes it easy, I said. All I'm saying is that from the start, I've acted openly and honestly with you. I have stretched the ethical bounds of my profession, and I've told you what I could tell you, when I could tell you. I didn't deserve to have the shit scared out of me tonight, and you're damn lucky I didn't put a bullet in your man's chest when he was at the office door. He made a beautiful target. You weren't supposed to have a gun. I checked. Bosch started eating again, keeping his head down as he worked on the steak. He took several bites and then moved to the side plate of spaghetti. He wasn't a twirler. He chopped at the pasta with his fork before putting a bite into his mouth. He spoke after he swallowed his food. So, now that we have that out of the way, will you help me? I blew out my breath in a laugh. Are you kidding? Have you heard a single thing I've said here? Yeah, I heard it all. And no, I'm not kidding. When all is said and done, I still have a dead lawyer, your colleague, on my hands, and I could still use your help." I started cutting my first piece of steak. I decided he could wait for me to eat, like I had waited for him. Dan Tana's was considered by many to serve the best steak in the city. Count me as one of the many. I was not disappointed. I took my time, savoring the first bite, then put my fork down. "What kind of help?" "We draw out the killer." "Great. How dangerous will it be?" "Depends on a lot of things. But I'm not going to lie to you. It could get dangerous. I need you to shake some things up. Make whoever's out there think there's a loose end, that you might be dangerous to them. Then we see what happens. But you'll be there. I'll be covered. Every step of the way." "How do we shake things up?" "I was thinking a newspaper story. I assume you've been getting calls from the reporters. We pick one and give them the story, an exclusive, and we plant something in there that gets the killer thinking." I thought about this and remembered what Lorna had warned about playing fair with the media. "There's a guy at the Times," I said. "I kind of made a deal with him to get him off my back. I told him that when I was ready to talk, I would talk to him. That's a perfect setup. We'll use him." I didn't say anything. "So, are you in?" I picked up my fork and knife and remained silent while I cut into the steak again. Blood ran onto the plate. I thought about my daughter getting to the point of asking me the same questions her mother asked, and that I could never answer. It's like you're always working for the bad guys. It wasn't as simple as that, but knowing this didn't take away the sting or the look I remembered seeing in her eyes. I put the knife and fork down without taking a bite. I suddenly was no longer hungry. "Yeah," I said. "I'm in." Part 3. To speak the truth. Everybody lies. Cops lie. Lawyers lie. Clients lie. Even jurors lie. There's a school of belief in criminal law that says every trial is won or lost in the choosing of the jury. I've never been ready to go all the way to that level, but I do know that there is probably no phase in a murder trial more important than the selection of the 12 citizens who will decide your client's fate. It is also the most complex and fleeting part of the trial, reliant on the whims of fate and luck, and being able to ask the right question of the right person at the right time. And yet we begin each trial with it. Jury selection in the case of California versus Elliott began on schedule in Judge James P. Stanton's courtroom at 10 a.m. Thursday. The courtroom was packed, half filled with the venire, the 80 potential jurors called randomly from the jury pool on the third floor of the CCB, and half filled with media, courthouse professionals, well-wishers, and just plain gawkers who had been able to squeeze in. I sat at the defense table alone with my client, fulfilling his wish for a legal team of just one. Spread in front of me was an open but empty manila file, a post-it pad, and 3 different markers, red, blue, and black. Back at the office, I had prepared the file by using a ruler to draw a grid across it. There were 12 blocks, each the size of a post-it. Each block was for one of the 12 jurors who would be chosen to sit in judgment of Walter Elliott. Some lawyers use computers to track potential jurors. They even have software that can take information revealed during the selection process, filter it through a socio-political pattern, recognition program, and spit out instant recommendations on whether to keep or reject a juror. I had been using the old-school grid system since I'd been a baby lawyer in the public defender's office. It had always worked well for me, and I wasn't changing now. I didn't want to use a computer's instincts when it came to picking a jury. I wanted to use my own. A computer can't hear how someone gives an answer. It can't see someone's eyes when they lie. The way it works is that the judge has a computer-generated list from which he calls the first 12 citizens from the venire, and they take seats in the jury box. At that point, each is a member of the jury. But they get to keep their seats only if they survive voir dire, the questioning of their background and views and understanding of the law. There is a process. The judge asks them a series of basic questions, and then the lawyers get the chance to follow up with a more narrow focus. Jurors can be removed from the box in one of 2 ways. They can be rejected for cause if they show through their answers or demeanor or even their life circumstances that they cannot be fair judges of credibility or hear the case with an open mind. There is no limit to the number of challenges for cause at the disposal of the attorneys. Oftentimes, the judge will make a dismissal for cause before the prosecutor or defense attorney even raises an objection. I have always believed that the quickest way off a jury panel is to announce that you're convinced that all cops lie or all cops are always right. Either way, a closed mind is a challenge for cause. The second method of removal is the preemptory challenge, of which each attorney is given a limited supply, depending on the type of case and charges. Because this trial involved charges of murder, both the prosecution and defense would have up to 20 preemptory challenges each. It is in the judicious and tactful use of these preemptories that strategy and instinct come into play. A skilled attorney can use his challenges to help sculpt the jury into a tool of the prosecution or defense. A preemptory challenge lets the attorney strike a juror for no reason other than his instinctual dislike of the individual. An exception to this would be the obvious use of preemptories to create a bias on the jury. A prosecutor who continually removed black jurors, or a defense attorney who did the same with white jurors, would quickly run afoul of the opposition as well as the judge. The rules of voir dire are designed to remove bias and deception from the jury. The term itself comes from the French phrase to speak the truth, but this, of course, is contradictory to each side's cause. The bottom line in any trial is that I want a biased jury. I want them biased against the state and the police. I want them predisposed to be on my side. The truth is that a fair-minded person is the last person I want on my jury. I want somebody who's already on my side or can easily be pushed there. I want 12 lemmings in the box, jurors who will follow my lead and act as agents for the defense. And of course, the man sitting 4 feet from me in the courtroom wanted to achieve a diametrically opposite result out of jury selection. The prosecutor wanted his own lemmings and would use his challenges to sculpt the jury to his way and at my expense. By 10:15, the efficient Judge Stanton had looked at the printout from the computer that randomly selected the first 12 candidates and welcomed them to the jury box by calling out code numbers issued to them in the jury pool room on the 3rd floor. There were 6 men and 6 women. We had 3 postal workers, 2 engineers, a housewife from Pomona, an out-of-work screenwriter, 2 high school teachers, and 3 retirees. We knew where they were from and what they did, but we didn't know their names. It was an anonymous jury. During all pretrial conferences, the judge had been adamant about protecting the jurors from public attention and scrutiny. He had ordered that the court TV camera be mounted on the wall over the jury box so that the jurors would not be seen in its view of the courtroom. He had also ruled that the identities of all prospective jurors be withheld from even the lawyers and that each be referred to during voir dire by their seat number. The process began with the judge asking each prospective juror questions about what they did for a living and the area of Los Angeles County they lived in. He then moved on to basic questions about whether they had been victims of crime, had relatives in prison, or were related to any police officers or prosecutors. He asked what their knowledge of the law and court procedures was. He asked who had prior jury experience. The judge excused 3 for cause: a postal employee whose brother was a police officer, a retiree whose son had been the victim of a drugs-related murder, and the screenwriter because although she had never worked for Archway Studios, the judge felt she might harbor ill will toward Elliot because of the contentious relationship between screenwriters and studio management in general. A 4th prospective juror, one of the engineers, was dismissed when the judge agreed with his plea for a hardship dismissal. He was a self-employed consultant, and 2 weeks spent in a trial were 2 weeks with no income other than the $5 a day he made as a juror. The 4 were quickly replaced with 4 more random selections from the venire. And so it went. By noon, I'd used 2 of my preemptories on the remaining postal workers and would have used a 3rd to strike the 2nd engineer from the panel, but decided to take the lunch hour to think about it before making my next move. Meanwhile, Golantz was holding fast with a full arsenal of challenges. His strategy was obviously to let me use my strikes up, and then he would come in with the final shaping of the jury. Elliot had adopted the pose of CEO of the defense. I did the work in front of the jury, but he insisted that he be allowed to sign off on each of my preemptory challenges. It took extra time because I needed to explain to him why I wanted to dump a juror, and he would always offer his opinion. But each time, he ultimately nodded his approval like the man in charge, and the juror was struck. It was an annoying process, but one I could put up with, just as long as Elliot went along with what I wanted to do. Shortly after noon, the judge broke for lunch. Even though the day was devoted to jury selection, technically it was the first day of my first trial in over a year. Lorna Taylor had come to court to watch and show her support. The plan was to go to lunch together, and then she would go back to the office and start packing it up. As we entered the hallway outside the courtroom, I asked Elliot if he wanted to join us, but he said he had to make a quick run to the studio to check on things. I told him not to be late coming back. The judge had given us a very generous 90 minutes for the lunch break, and he would not look kindly on any late returns. Lorna and I hung back and let the prospective jurors crowd onto the elevators. I didn't want to ride down with them. Inevitably, when you do that, one of them opens their mouth and asks something that is improper, and you then have to go through the motions of reporting it to the judge. When one of the elevators opened, I saw the reporter Jack McAvoy push his way out past the jurors, scan the hallway, and zero in on me. "Great," I said. "Here comes trouble." McAvoy came directly toward me. "What do you want?" I said. "To explain." "What? You mean explain why you're a liar?" "No, look, when I told you it was going to run Sunday, I meant it. That's what I was told. And here it is Thursday and no story in the paper, and when I've tried to call you about it, you don't call me back. I've got other reporters interested, McAvoy. I don't need the Times. Look, I understand, but what happened was they decided to hold it so it would run closer to the trial. The trial started 2 hours ago." The reporter shook his head. "You know, the real trial. Testimony and evidence. They're running it out front this coming Sunday. The front page on Sunday. Is that a promise?" "Monday at the latest." "Oh, now it's Monday." "Look, it's the news business. Things change. It's supposed to run out front on Sunday, but if something big happens in the world, they might kick it over till Monday. It's either or." "Whatever, I'll believe it when I see it." I saw that the area around the elevators was clear. Lorna and I could go down now and not encounter any prospective jurors. I took Lorna by the arm and started leading her that way. I pushed past the reporter. "So we're okay?" McAvoy said. "You'll hold off?" "Hold off on what?" "Talking to anyone else, on giving away the exclusive." "Whatever." I left him hanging and headed toward the elevators. When we got out of the building, we walked a block over to City Hall, and I had Patrick pick us up there. I didn't want any prospective jurors who might be hanging around the courthouse to see me getting into the back of a chauffeured Lincoln. It might not sit well with them. Among my pretrial instructions to Elliot had been a directive for him to eschew the studio limo and drive himself to court every day. You never know who might see what outside the courtroom and what the effect might be. I told Patrick to take us over to the French Garden on 7th Street. I then called Harry Bosch's cell phone, and he answered right away. "I just talked to the reporter," I said. "And?" "And it's finally running Sunday, or Monday. On the front page, he says, so be ready." "Finally." "Yeah. You gonna be ready?" "Don't worry about it. I'm ready." "I have to worry. It's my... Hello?" He was gone already. I closed the phone. "What was that?" Lorna asked. "Nothing." I realized that I had to change the subject. "Listen, when you get back to the office today, I want you to call Julie Favreau and see if she can come to court tomorrow." "I thought Elliot didn't want a jury consultant." "He doesn't have to know we're using her." "Then how will you pay her?" "Take it out of general operating. I don't care. I'll pay her out of my own pocket if I have to. But I'm gonna need her, and I don't care what Elliot thinks. I already burned through 2 strikes, and have a feeling that by tomorrow I'm gonna have to make count whatever I have left. I want her help on the final chart. Just tell her the bailiff will have her name, and we'll make sure she gets a seat. Tell her to sit in the gallery and not to approach me when I'm with my client. Tell her she can text me on the cell when she has something important." "Okay, I'll call her. Are you doing all right, Mick?" I must have been talking too fast or sweating too much. Lorna had picked up on my agitation. I was feeling a little shaky, and I didn't know if it was because of the reporter's bullshit or Bosch's hang-up or the growing realization that what I had been working toward for a year would soon be upon me. Testimony and evidence. "I'm fine," I said sharply. "I'm just hungry. You know how I get when I'm hungry." "Sure," she said. "I understand." Truth was, I wasn't hungry. I didn't even feel like eating. I was feeling the weight on me, the burden of a man's future. And it wasn't my client's future I was thinking of. By 3 o'clock on the second day of jury selection, Golantz and I had traded preemptory and cause challenges for more than 10 hours of court time. It had been a battle. We had quietly savaged each other, identifying each other's must-have jurors and striking them without care or conscience. We had gone through almost the entire venire, and my jury seating chart was covered in some spots with as many as 5 layers of Post-its. I had 2 preemptory challenges left. Golantz, at first judicious with his challenges, had caught up and then passed me and was down to his final preemptory. It was 0 hour. The jury box was about to be complete. In its current composition, the panel now included an attorney, a computer programmer, 2 new Postal Service employees, and 3 new retirees, as well as a male nurse, a tree trimmer, and an artist. From the original 12 seated the morning before, there were still 2 prospective jurors remaining. The engineer in seat 7 and one of the retirees in seat 12 had somehow gone the distance. Both were white males and both, in my estimation, leaning toward the state. Neither was overtly on the prosecution's side, but on my chart I had written notes about each in blue ink, my code for a juror who I perceived as being cold to the defense. But their leanings were so slight that I had still not used a precious challenge on either. I knew I could take them both out in my final flourish and use of preemptory strikes, but that was the risk of voir dire. You strike one juror because of blue ink, and the replacement might end up being neon blue and a greater risk to your client than the original was. It was what made jury selection such an unpredictable proposition. The latest addition to the box was the artist, who took the opening in seat number 11 after Golantz had used his 19th preemptory to remove a city sanitation worker who I'd had down as a red juror. Under the general questioning of Judge Stanton, the artist revealed that she lived in Malibu and worked in a studio off the Pacific Coast Highway. Her medium was acrylic paint, and she had studied at the Art Institute of Philadelphia before coming to California for the light. She said she didn't own a television and didn't regularly read any newspapers. She said she knew nothing about the murders that had taken place 6 months earlier in the beach house not far from where she lived and worked. Almost from the start, I had taken notes about her in red and grew happier and happier with her on my jury as the questions progressed. I knew that Golantz had made a tactical error. He had eliminated the sanitation worker with 1 challenge and had ended up with a juror seemingly even more detrimental to his cause. He would now have to live with the mistake or use his final challenge to remove the artist and run the same risk all over again. When the judge finished his general inquiries, it was the lawyer's turn. Golantz went first and asked a series of questions he hoped would draw out a bias so that the artist could be removed for cause instead of through the use of his last preemptory. But the woman held her own, appearing very honest and open-minded. 4 questions into the prosecutor's effort, I felt a vibration in my pocket and reached in for my cell. I held it down below the defense table between my legs and at an angle where it could not be seen by the judge. Julie Favreau had been texting me all day. Favreau, she's a keeper. I sent her one back immediately. Holler, I know. What about 7, 8, and 10? Which one next? Favreau, my secret jury consultant, had been in the 4th row of the gallery during both the morning and afternoon sessions. I had also met her for lunch, while Walter Elliott had once again gone back to the studio to check on things, and I had allowed her to study my chart so that she could make up her own. She was a quick study and knew exactly where I was with my codes and challenges. I got a response to my text message almost immediately. That was one thing I liked about Favreau. She didn't overthink things. She made quick, instinctive decisions based solely on visual tells in relation to verbal answers. Favreau, Don't like 8. Haven't heard enough from 10. Kick 7 if you have to. Juror 8 was the tree trimmer. I had him in blue because of some of the answers he gave when questioned about the police. I also thought he was too eager to be on the jury. This was always a flag in a murder case. It signaled to me that the potential juror had strong feelings about law and order and wasn't hesitant about the idea of sitting in judgment of another person. The truth was, I was suspicious of anybody who liked to sit in judgment of another. Anybody who relished the idea of being a juror was blue ink all the way. Judge Stanton was allowing us a lot of leeway. When it came time to question a prospective juror, the attorneys were allowed to trade their time to question anyone else on the panel. He was also allowing the liberal use of backstrikes, meaning it was acceptable to use a preemptory challenge to strike out anybody on the panel, even if they had already been questioned and accepted. When it was my turn to question the artist, I walked to the lectern and told the judge I accepted her on the jury at this time without further questioning. I asked to be allowed instead to make further inquiries of juror number 8, and the judge allowed me to proceed. Juror number 8, I just want to clarify a couple of your views on things. First, let me ask you, at the end of this trial, after you've heard all the testimony, if you think my client might be guilty, would you vote to convict him? The tree trimmer thought for a moment before answering. No, because that wouldn't be beyond a reasonable doubt. I nodded, letting him know that he had given the right answer. So you don't equate might've with beyond a reasonable doubt? No, sir, not at all. Good. Do you believe that people get arrested in church for singing too loud? A puzzled look spread across the tree trimmer's face, and there was a murmur of laughter in the gallery behind me. I don't understand. There's a saying that people don't get arrested in church for singing too loud. In other words, where there's smoke, there's fire. People don't get arrested without good reason. The police usually have it right and arrest the right people. Do you believe that? I believe that everybody makes mistakes from time to time, including the police, and you have to look at each case individually. But do you believe that the police usually have it right? He was cornered. Any answer would raise a flag for one side or the other. I think they probably do. They're the professionals. But I would look at every case individually and not think that just because the police usually get things right, they automatically got the right man in this case. That was a good answer. From a tree trimmer, no less. Again, I gave him the nod. His answers were right, but there was something almost practiced about his delivery. It was smarmy, holier than thou. The tree trimmer wanted very badly to be on the jury, and that didn't sit well with me. What kind of car do you drive, sir? The unexpected question was always good for a reaction. Juror number 8 leaned back in his seat and gave me a look like he thought I was trying to trick him in some way. My car? Yes. What do you drive to work? I have a pickup. I keep my equipment and stuff in it. It's a Ford, 150. Do you have any bumper stickers on the back? Yeah, a few. What do they say? He had to think a long moment to remember his own bumper stickers. I got the NRA sticker on there, and then I got another one that says, if you can read this, then back off, something like that. Maybe it doesn't say it that nice. There was laughter from his fellow members of the Venire, and number 8 smiled proudly. How long have you been a member of the National Rifle Association? I asked. On the juror information sheet, you didn't list that. Well, I'm not really. Not a member, I just have the sticker on there. Deception. He was either lying about being a member and leaving it off his info sheet, or he wasn't a member and was using his bumper sticker to hold himself out as something he was not, or as part of an organization he believed in but didn't want to officially join. Either way, it was deceptive, and it confirmed everything I was feeling. Favreau was right. He had to go. I told the judge I was finished with my questioning and sat back down. When the judge asked if the prosecution and defense accepted the panel as composed, Golantz attempted to challenge the artist for cause. I opposed this, and the judge sided with me. Golantz had no choice but to use his last preemptory to remove her. I then used my second-to-last challenge to remove the tree trimmer. The man looked angry as he made the long walk out of the courtroom. 2 more names were called from the Venire, and a real estate agent and one more retiree took seats 8 and 11 in the box. Their answers to the questions from the judge put them right down the middle of the road. I coded them black and heard nothing that raised a flag. Halfway through the judge's voir dire, I got another text from Favreau. Both of them plus minus if you ask me. Both lemmings. In general, having lemmings on the panel was good. Jurors with no indication.
This is your moment. This audiobook costs nothing, just your time and attention. Let's take a peaceful pause with music before we continue. Thank you for being here.
Of forceful personality and with middle-of-the-road convictions could oftentimes be manipulated during deliberations. They look for someone to follow. The more lemmings you have, the more important it is to have a juror with a strong personality and one who you believe is predisposed to be for the defense. You want somebody in the deliberations room who will pull the lemmings with him. Golance, in my view, had made a basic tactical error. He had exhausted his preemptory challenges before the defense and, far worse, had left an attorney on the panel. Juror 3 had made it through, and my gut instinct was that Golance had been saving his last preemptory for him. But the artist got that, and now Golance was stuck with a lawyer on the panel. Juror number 3 didn't practice criminal law, but he'd had to study it to get his ticket, and from time to time must have flirted with the idea of practicing it. They didn't make movies and TV shows about real estate lawyers. Criminal law had the pull, and Juror 3 would not be immune to this. In my view, that made him an excellent juror for the defense. He was lit up all red on my chart and was my number one choice for the panel. He would go into the trial and the deliberations that come after it, knowing the law and the absolute underdog status of the defense. It not only made him sympathetic to my side, but it made him the obvious candidate as foreman, the juror elected by the panel to make communications with the judge and to speak for the entire panel. When the jury got back in there to begin deliberations, the person they would all turn to first would be the lawyer. If he was red, then he was going to pull and push many of his fellow juries toward a not guilty. And at minimum, his ego as an attorney would insist that his verdict was correct, and he would hold out for it. He alone could be the one who hung the jury and kept my client from a conviction. It was a lot to bank on, considering juror number 3 had answered questions from the judge and the lawyers for less than 30 minutes. But that was what jury selection came down to. Quick, instinctual decisions based on experience and observation. The bottom line was that I was going to let the 2 lemmings ride on the panel. I had 1 preemptory left and I was going to use it on juror 7 or juror 10, the engineer or the retiree. I asked the judge for a few moments to confer with my client. I then turned to Elliot and slid my chart over in front of him. "This is it, Walter. We're down to our last bullet. What do you think? I think we need to get rid of 7 and 10, but we can get rid of only 1. Elliot had been very involved. Since the first 12 were seated the morning before, he had expressed strong and intuitive opinions about each juror I wanted to strike. But he had never picked a jury before. I had. I put up with his comments, but ultimately made my own choices. This last choice, however, was a toss-up. Either of the jurors could be damaging to the defense. Either could turn out to be a lemming. It was a tough call, and I was tempted to let my client's instincts be the deciding factor. Elliot tapped a finger on the block for juror 10 on my grid. The retired technical writer, for a toy manufacturer. "Him," he said. "Get rid of him." "You sure?" "Absolutely." I looked at the grid. There was a lot of blue on Block 10, but there was an equal amount on Block 7, the engineer. I had a hunch that the technical writer was like the tree trimmer. He wanted badly to be on the jury, but probably for a wholly different set of reasons. I thought maybe his plan was to use his experience as research for a book, or maybe a movie script. He had spent his career writing instruction manuals for toys. In retirement, he had acknowledged during voir dire he was trying to write fiction. There would be nothing like a front row seat on a murder trial to help stimulate the imagination and creative process. That was fine for him, but not for Elliot. I didn't want anybody who relished the idea of sitting in judgment, for any reason, on my jury. Juror 7 was blue for another reason. He was listed as an aerospace engineer. The industry he worked in had a large presence in Southern California, and consequently I had questioned several engineers during voir dire over the years. In general, engineers were conservative politically and religiously, two very blue attributes, and they worked for companies that relied on huge government contracts and grants. A vote for the defense was a vote against the government, and that was a hard leap for them to make. Last, and perhaps most important, engineers exist in a world of logic and absolutes. These are things you often cannot apply to a crime or crime scene, or even to the criminal justice system as a whole. "I don't know," I said. "I think the engineer should go." "No, I like him. I've liked him since the beginning. He's given me good eye contact. I want him to stay." I turned from Elliot and looked over at the box. My eyes traveled from Juror 7 to Juror 10, and then back again. I was hoping for some sign, some tell, that would reveal the right choice. "Mr. Haller," Judge Stanton said, "do you wish to use your last challenge or accept the jury as it is now composed? I remind you it is getting late in the day, and we still have to choose our alternate jurors." My phone was buzzing while the judge addressed me. One more moment, Your Honor." I turned back toward Elliot and leaned into him as if to whisper something, but what I was really doing was pulling my phone. "Are you sure, Walter?" I whispered. "The guy's an engineer. That could be trouble for us." "Look, I make my living reading people and rolling the dice," Elliot whispered back. "I want that man on my jury." I nodded and looked down between my legs where I was holding the phone. It was a text from Favreau. "Favreau, kick 10. I see deception. 7 fits prosecution profile, but I see good eye contact and open face. He's interested in your story. He likes your client." Eye contact. That settled it. I slipped the phone back into my pocket and stood up. Elliot grabbed me by the sleeve of my jacket. I bent down to hear his urgent whisper. "What are you doing?" I shook off his grasp because I didn't like his public display of attempting control over me. I straightened back up and looked up at the judge. "Your Honor, the defense would like to thank and excuse Juror 10 at this time." While the judge dismissed the technical writer and called a new candidate to the 10th chair in the box, I sat down and turned to Elliot. "Walter, don't ever grab me like that in front of the jury. It makes you look like an asshole, and I'm already going to have a tough time convincing them you're not a killer." I turned so that my back was to him as I watched the latest and most likely the last juror take the open seat in the box. Part 4. Fillet of Soul. Walking in a dead man's shoes. Attorney takes over for murdered colleague first case. The Trial of the Decade by Jack McAvoy, Times staff writer. It wasn't the 31 cases dropped in his lap that were the difficulty. It was the big one with the big client and highest stakes attached to it. Defense attorney Michael Haller stepped into the shoes of the murdered Jerry Vincent 2 weeks ago, and now finds himself at the center of this year's so-called Trial of the Decade. Today, testimony is scheduled to begin in the trial of Walter Elliott, the 54-year-old chairman of Archway Studios, charged with murdering his wife and her alleged lover 6 months ago in Malibu. Haller stepped into the case after Vincent, 45, was found shot to death in his car in downtown Los Angeles. Vincent had made legal provisions that allowed Haller to step into his practice in the event of his death. Haller, who had been at the end of a year-long sabbatical from practicing law, went to sleep one night with 0 cases and woke up the next day with 31 new clients to handle. "I was excited about coming back to work, but I wasn't expecting anything like this," said Haller, the 42-year-old son of the late Michael Haller Sr., one of Los Angeles' storied defense attorneys in the 50s and 60s. "Jerry Vincent was a friend and colleague, and, of course, I would gladly go back to having no cases if he could be alive today." The investigation of Vincent's murder is ongoing. There have been no arrests, and detectives say there are no suspects. He was shot twice in the head while sitting in his car in the garage next to the building where he kept his office, in the 200 block of Broadway. Following Vincent's death, the fallen attorney's entire law practice was turned over to Haller. His job was to cooperate with investigators within the bounds of attorney-client protections, inventory the cases, and make contact with all active clients. There was an immediate surprise. One of Vincent's clients was due in court the day after the murder. "My staff and I were just beginning to put all the cases together when we saw that Jerry, and now, of course, I, had a sentencing with a client," Haller said. "I had to drop all of that, race over to the criminal courts building, and be there for the client." That was one down and 30 other active cases to go. Every client on that list had to be quickly contacted, informed of Vincent's death, and given the option of hiring a new lawyer or continuing with Haller handling the case. A handful of clients decided to seek other representation, but the wide majority of cases remain with Haller. By far the biggest of these is the murder in Malibu case. It has drawn wide public attention. Portions of the trial are scheduled to be broadcast live nationally on Court TV. Dominic Dunn, the premier chronicler of courts and crime for Vanity Fair, is among members of the media who have requested seats in the courtroom. The case came to Haller with one big condition. Elliott would agree to keep Haller as his attorney only if Haller agreed not to try to delay the trial. "Walter is innocent and has insisted on his innocence since day one," Haller told the Times in his first interview since taking on the case. "There were early delays in the case and he has waited 6 months for his day in court and the opportunity to clear his name. He wasn't interested in another delay in justice, and I agreed with him. If you're innocent, why wait? We've been working almost around the clock to be ready, and I think we are." It wasn't easy to be ready. Whoever killed Vincent also stole his briefcase from his car. It contained Vincent's laptop computer and his calendar. It was not too difficult to rebuild the calendar, but the laptop was a big loss, Haller said. "It was really the central storage point for case information and strategy. The hard files we found in the office were incomplete. We needed the laptop, and at first I thought we were dead in the water." But then Haller found something the killer had not taken. Vincent backed his computer up on a digital flash drive attached to his keychain. Wading through the megabytes of data, Haller began to find bits and pieces of strategy for the Elliott trial. Jury selection took place last week, and when the testimony begins today, he said he will be fully prepared. "I don't think Mr. Elliott is going to have any drop-off in his defense whatsoever," Haller said. "We're locked and loaded and ready to go." Elliott did not return calls for comment for this story and has avoided speaking to the media, except for one press conference after his arrest, in which he vehemently denied involvement in the murders and mourned the loss of his wife. Prosecutors and investigators with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department said Elliott killed his wife, Mitzi, 39, and Johann Rieltz, 35, in a fit of rage after finding them together at a weekend home owned by the Elliots on the beach in Malibu. Elliott called deputies to the scene and was arrested following the crime scene investigation. Though the murder weapon has never been found, forensic tests determined that Elliott had recently fired a weapon. Investigators said he also gave inconsistent statements while initially interviewed at the crime scene and afterwards. Other evidence against the movie mogul is expected to be revealed at trial. Elliott remains free on $20 million bail, the highest amount ever ordered for a suspect in a crime in Los Angeles County history. Legal experts and courthouse observers say it is expected that the defense will attack the handling of evidence in the investigation and the testing procedures that determined that Elliott had fired a gun. Deputy District Attorney Jeffrey Golantz, who is prosecuting the case, declined comment for this story. Golantz has never lost a case as a prosecutor, and this will be his 11th murder case. The jury came out in a single-file line, like the Lakers taking the basketball court. They weren't all wearing the same uniform, but the same feeling of anticipation was in the air. The game was about to begin. They split into 2 lines and moved down the 2 rows of the jury box. They carried steno pads and pens. They took the same seats they were in on Friday when the jury was completed and sworn in. It was almost 10 a.m. Monday and a later than expected start. But earlier, Judge Stanton had had the lawyers and the defendant back in chambers for almost 40 minutes while he went over last-minute ground rules and took the time to give me the squint and express his displeasure over the story published on the front page of the morning's Los Angeles Times. His chief concern was that the story was weighted heavily on the defense side and cast me as a sympathetic underdog. Though on Friday afternoon he had admonished the new jury not to read or watch any news reports on the case or trial, the judge was concerned that the story might have slipped through. In my own defense, I told the judge that I had given the interview 10 days earlier for a story I'd been told would run at least a week before the trial started. Golantz smirked and said my explanation suggested I was trying to affect jury selection by giving the interview earlier, but was now tainting the trial instead. I countered by pointing out that the story clearly stated that the prosecution had been contacted but refused to comment. If the story was one-sided, that was why. Stanton grumpily seemed to accept my story, but cautioned us about talking to the media. I knew then that I had to cancel my agreement to give commentary to Court TV at the end of each day's trial session. The publicity would have been nice, but I didn't want to be on the wrong side of the judge. We moved on to other things. Stanton was very interested in budgeting time for the trial. Like any judge, he had to keep things moving. He had a backlog of cases, and a long trial only backed things up further. He wanted to know how much time each side expected to take putting forth his case. Golantz said he would take a minimum of a week, and I said I needed the same, though realistically I knew I would probably take much less time. Most of the defense case would be made, or at least set up, during the prosecution phase. Stanton frowned at the time estimates and suggested that both the prosecution and defense think hard about streamlining. He said he wanted to get the case to the jury while their attention was still high. I studied the jurors as they took their seats and looked for indications of biases or anything else. I was still happy with the jury, especially with Juror 3, the lawyer. A few others were questionable, but I had decided over the weekend that I would make my case to the lawyer and hope that he would pull and push the others along with him when he voted for acquittal. The jurors all kept their eyes to themselves or looked up at the judge, the alpha dog of the courtroom. As far as I could tell, no juror even glanced at the prosecution or defense table. I turned and looked back at the gallery. The courtroom once again was packed with members of the media and the public, as well as those with a blood link to the case. Directly behind the prosecution's table sat Mitzi Elliott's mother, who had flown in from New York. Next to her sat Johann Riltz's father and 2 brothers, who had traveled all the way from Berlin. I noticed that Golantz had positioned the grieving mother on the end of the aisle, where she and her constant flow of tears would be fully visible to the jury. The defense had 5 seats on reserve in the first row behind me. Sitting there were Lorna, Cisco, Patrick, and Julie Favreau, the last on hand because I had hired her to ride through the trial and observe the jury for me. I couldn't watch the jurors at all times, and sometimes they revealed themselves when they thought none of the lawyers were watching. The empty 5th seat had been reserved for my daughter. My hope had been that over the weekend I would convince my ex-wife to allow me to take Haley out of school for the day so she could go with me to court. She had never seen me at work before, and I thought opening statements would be the perfect time. I felt very confident in my case. I felt bulletproof, and I wanted my daughter to see her father this way. The plan was for her to sit with Lorna, whom she knew and liked, and watch me operate in front of the jury. In my argument, I had even employed the Margaret Mead line about taking her out of school so that she could get an education. But it was a case I ultimately couldn't win. My ex-wife refused to allow it. My daughter went to school, and the reserved seat went unused. Walter Elliott had no one in the gallery. He had no children and no relatives he was close to. Nina Albrecht had asked me if she would be allowed to sit in the gallery to show her support, but because she was listed on both the prosecution and defense witness lists, she was excluded from watching the trial until her testimony was completed. Otherwise, my client had no one. And this was by design. He had plenty of associates, well-wishers, and hangers-on who wanted to be there for him. He even had A-list movie actors willing to sit behind him and show their support. But I told him that if he had a Hollywood entourage or his corporate lawyers in the seats behind him, he would be broadcasting the wrong message and image to the jury. It is all about the jury, I told him. Every move that is made, from the choice of tie you wear to the witnesses you put on the stand, is made in deference to the jury, our anonymous jury. After the jurors were seated and comfortable, Judge Stanton went on the record and began the proceedings by asking if any jurors had seen the story in the morning's Times. None raised their hands, and Stanton responded with another reminder about not reading or watching reports on the trial in the media. He then told jurors that the trial would begin with opening statements from the opposing attorneys. "Ladies and gentlemen, remember," he said, "these are statements. They are not evidence. It's up to each side to present the evidence that backs the statements up, and you will be the ones at the end of the trial who decide if they have done that." With that, he gestured to Golantz and said the prosecution would go first. As outlined in a pre-trial conference, each side would have an hour for its opening statement. I didn't know about Golantz, but I wouldn't take close to that. Handsome and impressive-looking in a black suit, white shirt, and maroon tie, Golantz stood up and addressed the jury from the prosecution table. For the trial, he had a second chair, an attractive young lawyer named Denise Dabney. She sat next to him and kept her eyes on the jury the whole time he spoke. It was a way of double-teaming, two pairs of eyes constantly sweeping across the faces of the jurors, doubly conveying the seriousness and gravity of the task at hand. After introducing himself and his second, Golantz got down to it. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are here today because of unchecked greed and anger. Plain and simple. The defendant, Walter Elliott, is a man of great power, money, and standing in our community. But that was not enough for him. He did not want to divide his money and power. He did not want to turn the cheek on betrayal. Instead, he lashed out in the most extreme way possible. He took not just one life, but two. In a moment of high anger and humiliation, he raised a gun and killed both his wife, Mitzi Elliott, and Johann Rilz. He believed his money and power would place him above the law and save him from punishment for these heinous crimes. But that will not be the case. The state will prove to you, beyond any reasonable doubt, that Walter Elliott pulled the trigger and is responsible for the deaths of two innocent human beings." I was turned in my seat, half to obscure the jury's view of my client, and half to keep a view of Golantz and the gallery rows behind him. Before his first paragraph was completed, the tears were flowing from Mitzi Elliott's mother, and that was something I would need to bring up with the judge out of earshot of the jury. The theatrics were prejudicial, and I would ask the judge to move the victim's mother to a seat that was less of a focal point for the jury. I looked past the crying woman and saw hard grimaces on the faces of the men from Germany. I was very interested in them and how they would appear to the jury. I wanted to see how they handled emotion and the surroundings of an American courtroom. I wanted to see how threatening they could be made to look. The grimmer and more menacing they looked, the better the defense strategy would work when I focused on Johann Rilz. Looking at them now, I knew I was off to a good start. They looked angry and mean. Golantz laid his case out to the jurors, telling them what he would be presenting in testimony and evidence and what he believed it meant. There were no surprises. At one point I got a one-line text from Favreau, which I read below the table. "Favreau, they are eating this up. You better be good." Right, I thought. Tell me something I don't know. There was an unfair advantage to the prosecution built into every trial. The state has the power and the might on its side. It comes with an assumption of honesty and integrity and fairness. An assumption in every juror's and onlooker's mind that we wouldn't be here if smoke didn't lead to a fire. It is that assumption that every defense has to overcome. The person on trial is supposed to be presumed innocent, but anybody who has ever stepped foot into a courtroom as a lawyer or defendant knows that presumed innocence is just one of the idealistic notions they teach in law school. There was no doubt in my mind, or anybody else's, that I started this trial with a defendant who is presumed guilty. I had to find a way to either prove him innocent or prove the state guilty of malfeasance, ineptitude, or corruption in its preparation of the case. Golance lasted his entire allotted hour, seemingly leaving no secrets about his case hidden. He showed typical prosecutorial arrogance, put it all out there and dare the defense to try and contradict it. The prosecution was always the 600-pound gorilla, so big and strong it didn't have to worry about finesse. When it painted its picture, it used a 6-inch brush and hung it on the wall with a sledgehammer and spike. The judge had told us in the pre-trial session that we would be required to remain at our tables or to use the lectern placed between them while addressing witnesses during testimony. But opening statements and closing arguments were an exception to this rule. During these bookend moments of the trial, we would be free to use the space in front of the jury box, a spot the veterans of the defense bar called the proving grounds, because it was the only time during a trial when the lawyer spoke directly to the jury and either made their case or didn't. Golance finally moved from the prosecution table to the proving grounds when it was time for his big finish. He stood directly in front of the midpoint of the box and held his hands wide, like a preacher in front of his flock. "I'm out of time here, folks," he said. "So in closing, I urge you to take great care as you listen to the evidence and the testimony. Common sense will lead you. I urge you not to get confused or sidetracked by the roadblocks to justice the defense will put before you. Keep your eyes on the prize. Remember, 2 people had their lives stolen from them. Their future was ripped away. That is why we are here today. For them. Thank you very much." The old keep your eyes on the prize opener. That one had been kicking around the courthouse since I was a public defender. Nevertheless, it was a solid beginning from Golance. He wouldn't win any Orator of the Year trophies, but he had made his points. He'd also addressed the jurors as folks at least 4 times by my count, and that was a word I would never use with a jury. Favreau had texted me twice more during the last half hour of his delivery, with reports of declining jury interest. They might have been eating it up at the start, but now they were apparently full. Sometimes you can go on too long. Golance had trudged through a full 15 rounds like a heavyweight boxer. I was going to be a welterweight. I was interested in quick jabs. I was going to get in and get out, make a few points, plant a few seeds, and raise a few questions. I was going to make them like me. That was the main thing. If they liked me, they would like my case. Once the judge gave me the nod, I stood up and immediately moved into the proving grounds. I wanted nothing between me and the jury. I was also aware that this put me right in front and in focus of the court TV camera mounted on the wall above the jury box. I faced the jury without physical gesture, except for a slight nod of my head. "Ladies and gentlemen, I know the judge already introduced me, but I would like to introduce myself and my client. I am Michael Haller, the attorney representing Walter Elliott, whom you see here, sitting at the table by himself." I pointed to Elliott, and by prior design he nodded somberly, not offering any form of a smile that appeared as falsely ingratiating as calling the jurors folks. Now, I'm not going to take a lot of time here, because I want to get to the testimony and the evidence, what little there is of it, and get this show on the road. Enough talk. It's time to put up or shut up. Mr. Golance wove a big and complicated picture for you. It took him a whole hour just to get it out. But I'm here to tell you that this case is not that complicated. What the prosecution's case amounts to is a labyrinth of smoke and mirrors. And when we blow away the smoke and get through the labyrinth, you will understand that. You will find that there is no fire, that there is no case against Walter Elliott, that there is more than reasonable doubt here, that there is outrage that this case was ever brought against Walter Elliott in the first place. Again, I turned and pointed to my client. He sat with his eyes cast downward on the pad of paper he was now writing notes on, again by prior design, depicting my client as busy, actively involved in his own defense, chin up and not worried about the terrible things the prosecutor had just said about him. He had right on his side, and right was might. I turned back to the jury and continued. I counted 6 times that Mr. Golantz mentioned the word gun in his speech. 6 times he said Walter took a gun and blew away the woman he loved and a second innocent bystander. 6 times. But what he didn't tell you 6 times is that there is no gun. He has no gun. The sheriff's department has no gun. They have no gun and have no link between Walter and a gun because he has never owned or had such a weapon. Mr. Golantz told you that he will introduce indisputable evidence that Walter fired a gun, but let me tell you to hold on to your hats. Keep that promise in your back pocket and let's see at the end of this trial whether that so-called evidence is indisputable. Let's just see if it is even left standing. As I spoke, my eyes washed back and forth across the jurors like the spotlight sweeping the sky over Hollywood at night. I remained in constant but calm motion. I felt a certain rhythm in my thoughts and cadence, and I instinctively knew I was holding the jury. Each one of them was riding with me. I know that in our society, we want our law enforcement officers to be professional and thorough and the best they can possibly be. We see crime on the news and in the streets, and we know that these men and women are the thin line between order and disorder. I mean, I want that as much as you do. I've been the victim of a violent crime myself. I know what that is like. And we want our cops to step in and save the day. After all, that's what they're there for. I stopped and swept the whole jury box, holding every set of eyes for a brief moment before continuing. But that's not what happened here. The evidence, and I'm talking about the state's own evidence and testimony, will show that from the start, the investigators focused on one suspect, Walter Elliott. The evidence will show that once Walter became that focus, then all other bets were off. All other avenues of investigation were halted or never even pursued. They had a suspect and what they believed was a motive, and they never looked back. They never looked anywhere else either. For the first time, I moved from my position. I stepped forward to the railing in front of juror number 1. I slowly walked along the front of the box, hands sliding along the railing. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about tunnel vision. The focus on one suspect and the complete lack of focus on anything else. And I will promise you that when you come out of the prosecution's tunnel, you're going to be looking at one another and...
This story is yours to enjoy, absolutely free. Let's pause for a minute with some calming music. We'll continue shortly. Thank you for spending time with us.
As long as we're
squinting your eyes against the bright light, and you're going to be wondering where the hell their case is. Thank you very much. My hand trailed off the railing, and I headed back to my seat. Before I sat down, the judge recessed court for lunch. Once more, my client eschewed lunch with me so he could get back to the studio and make his business-as-usual appearance in the executive offices. I was beginning to think he viewed the trial as an annoying inconvenience in his schedule. He was either more confident than I was in the defense's case, or the trial simply wasn't a priority. Whatever the reason, that left me with my entourage from the first row. We went over to Tracks in Union Station because I felt it was far enough away from the courthouse to avoid our ending up in the same place as one of the jurors. Patrick drove, and I had him valet the Lincoln and join us so that he would feel like part of the team. They gave us a table in a quiet enclosure next to a window that looked out on the train station's huge and wonderful waiting room. Lorna had made the seating arrangements, and I ended up next to Julie Favreau. Ever since Lorna had hooked up with Cisco, she decided that I needed to be with someone and had endeavored to be something of a matchmaker. This effort, coming from an ex-wife I still cared for on many levels, was decidedly uncomfortable, and it felt clumsy when Lorna overtly pointed me to the chair next to my jury consultant. I was in the middle of day one of a trial, and the possibility of romance was the last thing I was thinking about. Besides that, I was incapable of a relationship. My addiction had left me with an emotional distance from people and things that I was only now beginning to close. As such, I made it my priority to reconnect with my daughter. After that, I would worry about finding a woman to spend time with. Romance aside, Julie Favreau was wonderful to work with. She was an attractive, diminutive woman with delicate facial features and raven hair that fell around her face in curls. A spray of youthful freckles across her nose made her look younger than she was. I knew she was 33 years old. She had once told me her story. She'd come to Los Angeles by way of London to act in film and had studied with a teacher who believed that internal thoughts of character could be shown externally through facial tells, tics, and body movements. It was her job as an actor to bring these giveaways to the surface without making them obvious. Her student exercises became observation, identification, and interpretation of these tells in others. Her assignments took her anywhere from the poker rooms in the South County, where she learned to read the faces of people trying not to give anything away, to the courtrooms of the CCB, where there were always lots of faces and giveaways to read. After seeing her in the gallery for 3 days straight of a trial in which I was defending an accused serial rapist, I approached her and asked who she was. Expecting to find out she was a previously unknown victim of the man at the defense table, I was surprised to hear her story and learned she was simply there to practice reading faces. I took her to lunch, got her number, and the next time I picked a jury, I hired her to help me. She had been dead on in her observations, and I'd used her several times since. "So," I said as I spread a black napkin on my lap, "how is my jury doing?" I thought it was obvious that the question was directed at Julie, but Patrick spoke up first. "I think they want to throw the book at your guy," he said. "I think they think he's a stuck-up rich guy who thinks he can get away with murder." I nodded. His take probably wasn't too far off. "Well, thanks for the encouraging word," I said. "I'll make sure I tell Walter to not be so stuck-up and rich from now on." Patrick looked down at the table and seemed embarrassed. "I was just saying is all." "No, Patrick, I appreciate it. Any and all opinions are welcome and they all matter. But some things you can't change. My client is rich beyond anything any of us can imagine, and that gives him a certain style and image. An off-putting countenance that I'm not sure I can do anything about. Julie, what do you think of the jury so far?" Before she could answer, the waiter came and took our drink orders. I stuck with water and lime, while the others ordered iced tea and Lorna asked for a glass of Mad Housewife Chardonnay. I gave her a look, and she immediately protested. "What? I'm not working. I'm just watching. Plus, I'm celebrating. You're in trial again, and we're back in business." I grudgingly nodded. "Speaking of which, I need you to go to the bank." I pulled an envelope out of my jacket pocket and handed it across the table to her. She smiled because she knew what was in it. A check from Elliot for $150,000, the remainder of the agreed-upon fee for my services. Lorna put the envelope away, and I turned my attention back to Julie. "So, what are you seeing?" "I think it's a good jury," she said. "Overall, I see a lot of open faces. They are willing to listen to your case, at least right now. We all know they're predisposed to believe the prosecution, but they haven't shut the door on anything." "You see any change from what we talked about on Friday? I still present to number 3? "Who is number 3? Lorna asked before Julie could answer. "Golan's slip-up. 3's a lawyer, and the prosecution should have never left him in the box." "I still think he's a good one to present to," Julie said. "But there are others. I like 11 and 12 too, both retirees and sitting right next to each other. I have a feeling that they're going to bond and almost work as a team when it gets to deliberations. You win one over, and you win them both." I loved her English accent. It wasn't upper crust at all. It had a street smarts tone to it that gave what she said validity. She had not been very successful as an actress so far, and she had once told me that she got a lot of audition calls for period pieces requiring a dainty English accent that she hadn't quite mastered. Her income was primarily earned in the poker rooms, where she now played for keeps, and from jury reading for me and the small group of lawyers I had introduced her to. "What about Juror 7?" I asked. During selection, he was all eyes. Now he won't look at me. Julie nodded. "You noticed that? Eye contact has completely dropped off the chart. Like something changed between Friday and today. I would have to say that at this point, that's a sign he's in the prosecution's camp. While you're presenting to number 3, you can bet Mr. Undefeated's going to number 7. "So much for listening to my client," I said under my breath. We ordered lunch and told the waiter to hurry the order because we needed to get back to court. While we waited, I checked with Cisco on our witnesses, and he said we were good to go in that department. I then asked him to hang around after court and see if he could follow the Germans out of the courthouse and stay with them until they reached their hotel. I wanted to know where they were staying. It was just a precaution. Before the trial was over, they were not going to be very happy with me. It was good strategy to know where your enemies were. I was halfway through my grilled chicken salad when I glanced through the window into the waiting room. It was a grand mixture of architectural designs, but primarily it had an Art Deco vibe to it. There were rows and rows of big leather chairs for travelers to wait in, and huge chandeliers hanging above. I saw people sleeping in chairs and others sitting with their suitcases and belongings gathered close around them. And then I saw Bosch. He was sitting alone in the third row from my window. He had his earbuds in. Our eyes held for a moment, and then he looked away. I put my fork down and reached into my pocket for my cash. I had no idea how much Mad Housewife cost per glass, but Lorna was into her second round. I put 5 20s down on the table and told the others to finish eating while I stepped out to make a phone call. I left the restaurant and called Bosch's cell. He pulled his plugs and answered it as I was approaching the third row of seats. "What?" he said by way of a greeting. "Frank Morgan again?" "Actually, Ron Carter. Why are you calling me?" "What did you think of the story?" I sat in the open seat across from him, gave him a glance, but acted like I was talking to someone far away from me. "This is kind of stupid," Bosch said. "Well, I didn't know whether you wanted to stay undercover or just hang up." We closed our phones and looked at each other. "Well," I asked, "are we in play?" "We won't know until we know." "What's that mean?" "The story is out there. I think it did what we wanted it to do. Now we wait and see. If something happens, then yes, we're in play. We won't know we're in play until we're in play." I nodded, even though what he had said made no sense to me. "Who's the woman in black?" he asked. "He didn't tell me you had a girlfriend. We should probably put coverage on her, too." "She's my jury reader, that's all." "Oh, she helps you pick out the cop haters and anti-establishment types?" "Something like that. Is it just you here? Are you watching me by yourself?" "You know, I had a girlfriend once. She always asked questions in bunches, never one at a time." "Did you ever answer any of her questions, or did you just cleverly deflect them like you are doing now?" "I'm not alone, counselor. Don't worry. You have people around you that you'll never see. I've got people on your office, whether you are there or not. And cameras. They'd been installed 10 days earlier, when we had thought that the time story was imminent." "Yeah, good, but we won't be there for long." "I noticed. Where are you moving to?" "Nowhere. I work out of my car." "Sounds like fun." I studied him for a moment. He had been sarcastic in his tone as usual. He was an annoying guy, but somehow he had gotten me to entrust my safety to him. "Well, I've got to get to court. Is there something I should be doing? Any particular way you want me to act or place you want me to go?" "Just do what you always do. But there is one thing. Keeping an eye on you in motion takes a lot of people. So at the end of the day, when you're home for the night, call me and tell me so I can release some people." "Okay, but you'll still have somebody watching, right?" "Don't worry. You'll be covered 24/7. Oh, and one other thing." "What?" "Don't ever approach me again like this." I nodded. I was being dismissed. "Got it." I stood up and looked toward the restaurant. I could see Lorna counting the 20s I had left and putting them down on the check. It looked like she was using them all. Patrick had left the table and gone to get the car from the valet. "See ya, detective," I said without looking at him. He didn't respond. I walked away and caught up with my party as they were coming out of the restaurant. "Was that Detective Bosch you were with?" Lorna asked. "Yeah, I saw him out there." "What was he doing?" "He said he likes to come over here for lunch, sit in those big, comfortable chairs and just think." "That's a coincidence that we were here too." Julie Favreau shook her head. "There are no coincidences," she said. After lunch, Golantz began to present his case. He went with what I called the square one presentation. He started at the very beginning, the 911 call that brought the double murder to public light, and proceeded in linear fashion from there. The first witness was an emergency operator with the county's communications center. She was used to introduce the tape recordings of Walter Elliott's calls for help. I had sought in a pretrial motion to thwart the playing of the two tapes, arguing that printed transcripts would be clearer and more useful to the jurors, but the judge had ruled in the prosecution's favor. He ordered Golantz to provide transcripts so jurors could read along with the audio when the tapes were played in court. I had tried to halt the playing of the tapes because I knew they were prejudicial to my client. Elliott had spoken calmly to the dispatcher in the first call, reporting that his wife and another person had been murdered. In that calm demeanor was room for an interpretation of calculated coldness that I didn't want the jury to make. The second tape was worse from a defense standpoint. Elliott sounded annoyed and also indicated he knew and disliked the man who had been killed with his wife. Tape 1, 1305, 05, 02, 07. 911, you have an emergency? Well, they look dead. I don't think anybody can help them. Excuse me, sir, who am I talking to? This is Walter Elliott. This is my house. Yes, sir. And you say somebody is dead? I found my wife. She's shot. And there's a man here. He's shot too. Hold on a moment, sir. Let me type this in and get help going to you. Break. Okay, Mr. Elliott, I have paramedics and deputies on their way. It's too late for them. The paramedics, I mean. I have to send them, sir. You say they are shot? Are you in danger? I don't know. I just got here. I didn't do this thing. Are you recording this? Yes, sir. Everything is recorded. Are you in the house right now? I'm in the bedroom. I didn't do it. Is there anybody else in the house besides you and the two people who were shot? I don't think so. Okay, I want you to step outside so the deputies will see you when they pull up. Stand out where they can see you. Okay, I'm going out. End. The second tape involved a different dispatcher, but I allowed Golantz to play it. I had lost the big argument about whether the tapes could be played at all. I saw no sense in wasting the court's time by making the prosecutor bring in the second dispatcher to establish and introduce the second tape. This one was made from Elliott's cell phone. He was outside and the slight sound of the ocean's waves could be heard in the background. Tape 2, 1324, 05, 02, 07. 911, what is your emergency? Yeah, I called before. Where is everybody? You called 911? Yeah, my wife's shot. So's the German. Where is everybody? Is this the call in Malibu on Crescent Cove Road? Yeah, that's me. I called at least 15 minutes ago and nobody's here. Sir, my screen shows our Alpha unit has an ETA of less than 1 minute. Hang up the phone and stand out front so they will see you when they arrive. Will you do that, sir? I'm already standing out here. Then wait right there, sir. If you say so, goodbye. End. Elliott not only sounded annoyed in the second call by the delay, but said the word German with almost a sneer in his voice. Whether or not guilt could be extrapolated from his verbal tones didn't matter. The tapes helped set the prosecution's theme of Walter Elliott's being arrogant and believing he was above the law. It was a good start for Golantz. I passed on questioning the dispatcher because I knew there was nothing to be gained for the defense. Next up for the prosecution was Sheriff's Deputy Brendan Murray, who was driving the Alpha car that first responded to the 911 call. In a half hour of testimony, in minute detail, Golantz led the deputy through his arrival and discovery of the bodies. He paid special attention to Murray's recollections of Elliott's behavior, demeanor, and statements. According to Murray, the defendant showed no emotions when leading them up the stairs to the bedroom where his wife lay shot to death and naked on the bed. He calmly stepped over the legs of the dead man in the doorway and pointed to the body on the bed. He said, "That's my wife. I'm pretty sure she's dead," Murray testified. According to Murray, Elliot also said at least 3 times that he had not killed the 2 people in the bedroom. "Well, was that unusual?" Golantz asked. "Well, we're not trained to get involved in murder investigations," Murray said. "We're not supposed to, so I never asked Mr. Elliot if he did it. He just kept telling us he didn't." I had no questions for Murray either. He was on my witness list, but I would be able to recall him during the defense phase if I needed to. But I wanted to wait for the prosecution's next witness, Christopher Harbour, who was Murray's partner and a rookie in the sheriff's department. I thought that if either of the deputies was to make a mistake that might help the defense, it would be the rookie. Harbour's testimony was shorter than Murray's, and he was used primarily to confirm his partner's testimony. He heard the same things Murray heard. He saw the same things as well. "Just a few questions, Your Honor," I said when Stanton inquired about cross-examination. While Golantz had been conducting his direct examination from the lectern, I remained at the defense table for the cross. This was a ploy. I wanted the jury, the witness, and the prosecutor to think I was just going through the motions and asking a few questions on cross. The truth was, I was about to plant what would be a key point in the defense's case. "Now, Deputy Harbour, you are a rookie, correct?" "That is correct." "Have you ever testified in court before?" "Not in a murder case." "Well, don't be nervous. Despite what Mr. Golantz may have told you, I don't bite." There was a polite murmur of laughter in the courtroom. Harbour's face turned a little pink. He was a big man with sandy hair cut military short, the way they like it in the sheriff's department. "Now, when you and your partner arrived at the Elliott house, you said you saw my client standing out front in the turnaround. Is that correct?" "That is correct." "Okay, what was he doing?" "Just standing there. He had been told to wait there for us." "Okay, now, what did you know about the situation when the Alpha car pulled in there?" "We only knew what dispatch had told us, that a man named Walter Elliott had called from the house and said that 2 people were dead inside. They'd been shot." "Had you ever had a call like that before?" "No." "Were you scared, nervous, jacked up, what?" "I would say that the adrenaline was flowing, but we were pretty calm." "Did you draw your weapon when you got out of your car?" "Yes, I did." "Did you point it at Mr. Elliott?" "No, I carried it at my side." "Did your partner draw his weapon?" "I believe so." "Did he point it at Mr. Elliott?" Harbour hesitated. I always liked it when witnesses for the prosecution hesitated. "I don't recall. I wasn't really looking at him. I was looking at the defendant." I nodded, like that made sense to me. "You had to be safe, correct? You didn't know this guy. You just knew that there supposedly were 2 dead people inside." "That's right." "So, it would be correct to say you approached Mr. Elliott cautiously." "That's right." "When did you put your weapon away?" "That was after we had searched and secured the premises." "You mean after you went inside and confirmed the deaths and that there was no one else inside?" "Correct." "Okay, so when you were doing this, Mr. Elliott was with you the whole time?" "Yes, we needed to keep him with us so he could show us where the bodies were." "Now was he under arrest?" "No, he was not. He volunteered to show us." "But you handcuffed him, didn't you?" Harbour's second hesitation followed the question. He was in uncharted water and probably remembering the lines he'd rehearsed with Golantz or his young second chair. "He had voluntarily agreed to be handcuffed. We explained to him that we were not arresting him, but that we had a volatile situation inside the house and that it would be best for his safety and ours if we could handcuff him until we secured the premises." "And he agreed?" "Yes, he agreed." In my peripheral vision, I saw Elliott shake his head. I hoped the jury saw it too. "Were his hands cuffed behind his back or in the front?" "In the back. According to procedure, we're not allowed to handcuff a subject in the front." "A subject? What does that mean?" "A subject can be anybody involved in an investigation." "Someone who is arrested?" "Including that, yes, but Mr. Elliott was not under arrest." "I know you're new on the job, but how often have you handcuffed someone who is not under arrest?" "It's happened on occasion, but I don't recall the number of times." I nodded, but I hoped it was clear that I wasn't nodding because I believed him. Now, your partner testified, and you have testified, that Mr. Elliot on 3 occasions told you both that he was not responsible for the killings in that house, right? Right. You heard those statements. Yes, I did. Was that when you were outside or inside or where? That was inside, when we were up in the bedroom. So that means that he made these supposedly uninvited protestations of his innocence while he was handcuffed with his arms behind his back and you and your partner had your weapons drawn and ready. Is that correct? The third hesitation. Yes, I believe that would be so. And you are saying he was not under arrest at this time? He was not under arrest. Okay, so what happened after Mr. Elliot led you inside and up to the bodies and you and your partner determined that there was no one else in the house? We took Mr. Elliot back outside, we sealed the house, and we called detective services for a homicide call-out. Was that all according to sheriff's procedure, too? Yes, it was. Good. Now, Deputy Harbour, did you take the handcuffs off of Mr. Elliot then, since he was not under arrest? No, sir, we didn't. We placed Mr. Elliot in the back of the car, and it is against procedure to place a subject in a sheriff's car without handcuffs. Again, there's that word, subject. Are you sure Mr. Elliot wasn't under arrest? I am sure. We did not arrest him. Okay. How long was he in the back seat of that car? Approximately 1/2 hour while we waited for the homicide team. And what happened when the team arrived? When the investigators arrived, they looked in the house first. Then they came out and took custody of Mr. Elliot. Took him out of the car. There was the slip I dove into. He was in custody at that time. No, I made a mistake there. He voluntarily agreed to wait in the car, and then they arrived and took him out. You are saying he voluntarily agreed to be handcuffed in the back of a patrol car? Yes. If he had wanted to, could he have opened the door and gotten out? I don't think so. The back doors have security locks. You can't open them from inside. But he was in there voluntarily. Yes, he was. Even Harbour didn't look like he believed what he was saying. His face had turned a deeper shade of pink. Deputy Harbour, when did the handcuffs finally come off of Mr. Elliot? When the detectives removed him from the car, they took the cuffs off and gave them back to my partner. Okay. I nodded like I was finished and flipped up a few pages on my pad to check for questions I missed. I kept my eyes down on the pad when I spoke. Oh, Deputy, one last thing. The first call to 911 went out at 1:05 according to the dispatch log. Mr. Elliot had to call again 19 minutes later to make sure he hadn't been forgotten about, and then you and your partner finally arrived 4 minutes after that, a total of 23 minutes to respond. I now looked up at Harbour. Deputy, why did it take so long to respond to what must have been a priority call? The Malibu district is our largest, geographically. We had to come all the way over the mountain from another call. Wasn't there another patrol car that was closer and also available? My partner and I were in the Alpha car. It's a Rover. We handle the priority calls, and we accepted this one when it came in from dispatch. Okay, Deputy, I have nothing further. On redirect, Golantz followed the misdirection I'd set up. He asked Harbour several questions that revolved around whether Elliot had been under arrest or not. The prosecutor sought to defuse this idea, as it would play into the defense's tunnel vision theory. That was what I wanted him to think I was doing, and it had worked. Golantz spent another 15 minutes eliciting testimony from Harbour that underlined that the man he and his partner had handcuffed outside the scene of a double murder was not under arrest. It defied common sense, but the prosecution was sticking with it. When the prosecutor was finished, the judge adjourned for the afternoon break. As soon as the jury had cleared the courtroom, I heard a whispered voice call my name. I turned around and saw Lorna, who pointed her finger toward the back of the courtroom. I turned further to look back, and there were my daughter and her mother, squeezed into the back row of the gallery. My daughter surreptitiously waved to me, and I smiled back. I met them in the hallway outside the courtroom, away from the clot of reporters who surrounded the other principals of the trial as they exited. Haley hugged me, and I was overwhelmed that she had come. I saw an empty wooden bench and we sat down. "How long were you guys in there?" I asked. "I didn't see you." "Unfortunately, not that long," Maggie said. "Her last period today was PE, so I decided to take the afternoon off, pull her out early and come on down." We saw most of your cross with the deputy. I looked from Maggie to our daughter, who was sitting between us. She had her mother's looks, dark hair and eyes, skin that held a tan long into the winter. What did you think, eh? I thought it was really interesting. You asked him a lot of questions. He looked like he was getting mad. Don't worry, he'll get over it. I looked over her head and winked at my ex-wife. Mickey! I turned around and saw it was McAvoy from the Times. He had come over, his pad and pen ready. Not now, I said. I just had a quick, and I just said, not now. Leave me alone. McAvoy turned and walked back to one of the groups circling Golans. Who is that? Haley asked. A newspaper reporter. I'll talk to him later. Mom said there was a big story about you today? It wasn't really about me. It was about the case. That's why I was hoping you could come see some of it. I looked at my ex-wife again and nodded my thanks. She had put aside any anger she had toward me and placed our daughter first. No matter what else, I could always count on her for that. Do you go back in there? Haley asked. Yes, this is just a little break so people can get something to drink or use the bathroom. We have one more session, and then we'll go home and start it all over tomorrow. She nodded and looked down the hall toward the courtroom door. I followed her eyes and saw that people were starting to go back in. Daddy, did that man in there kill somebody? I looked at Maggie, and she shrugged as if to say, I didn't tell her to ask the question. Well, honey, we don't know. He is accused of that, yes, and a lot of people think he did. But nothing has been proven yet, and we're going to use this trial to decide that. That's what the trial is for. Remember how I explained that to you? I remember. Mick, is this your family? I looked over my shoulder and froze when I looked into the eyes of Walter Elliott. He was smiling warmly, expecting an introduction. Little did he know who Maggie McPherce was. Hi, Walter. This is my daughter, Haley, and this is her mom, Maggie McPherson. Hi, Haley said shyly. Maggie nodded and looked uncomfortable. Walter made the mistake of thrusting his hand out to Maggie. If she could have acted more stiffly, I couldn't imagine it. She shook his hand once and then quickly pulled away from his grasp. When his hand moved toward Haley, Maggie literally jumped up, put her arms on our daughter's shoulders, and pulled her from the bench. Haley, let's go into the restroom real quick before court starts again. She hustled Haley off toward the restroom. Walter watched them go and then looked at me. His hand still held out and empty. I stood up. Sorry, Walter. My ex-wife's a prosecutor. She works for the DA. His eyebrows climbed his forehead. Then, I guess, I understand why she's an ex-wife. I nodded just to make him feel better. I told him to go on back into the courtroom and that I would be along shortly. I walked toward the restrooms and met Maggie and Haley as they were coming out. I think we're going to head home, Maggie said. Really? She's got a lot of homework, and I think she's seen enough for today. I could have argued that last point, but I let it go. Okay, I said. Haley, thanks for coming. It means a lot to me. Okay. I bent down and kissed her on the top of her head, then pulled her in close for a hug. It was only at times like this with my daughter that the distance I had opened in my life came closed. I felt connected to something that mattered. I looked up at Maggie. Thanks for bringing her. She nodded. For what it's worth, you're doing good in there. It's worth a lot. Thank you. She shrugged and let a small smile slip out, and that was nice too. I watched them walk toward the elevator alcove, knowing they weren't going home to my house, and wondering how it was that I had messed up my life so badly. Haley, I called after them. My daughter looked back at me. See you Wednesday. Pancakes. She was smiling as they joined the crowd waiting for an elevator. I noticed that my former wife was smiling too. I pointed at her as I walked back toward the courtroom. And you can come too. She nodded. We'll see, she said. An elevator opened and they moved toward it. We'll see. Those two words seemed to cover it all for me. In any murder trial, the main witness for the prosecution is always the lead investigator. Because there are no living victims to tell the jury what happened to them, it falls upon the lead to tell the tale of the investigation as well as to speak for the dead. The lead investigator brings the hammer. He puts everything together for the jury, makes it clear, and makes it sympathetic. The lead's job is to sell the case to the jury and, like any exchange or transaction, it is often just as much about the salesman as it is about the goods being sold. The best homicide men are the best salesmen. I've seen men as hard as Harry Bosch on the stand shed a tear when they've described the last moments a murder victim spent on Earth. Golantz called the case's lead investigator to the stand after the afternoon break. It was a stroke of genius and master planning. John Kinder would hold center stage until court was adjourned for the day, and the jurors would go home with his words to consider over dinner and then into the night. And there was nothing I could do about it but watch. Kinder was a large, affable black man who spoke with a fatherly baritone. He wore reading glasses slipped down to the end of his nose when referring to the thick binder he'd carried with him to the stand. Between questions, he would look over the rims at Golantz or the jury. His eyes seemed comfortable, kind, alert, and wise. He was the one witness I didn't have a comeback for. With Golantz's precise questioning and a series of blow-ups, I'm unsuccessful in keeping out on the grounds they were prejudicial. Kinder led the jury on a tour of the murder scene and what the evidence told the investigative team. It was purely clinical and methodical, but it was supremely interesting. With his deep, authoritative voice, Kinder came off as something akin to a professor, teaching Homicide 101 to every person in the courtroom. I objected here and there when I could in an effort to break the Golantz-Kinder rhythm, but there was little I could do but nut it out and wait. At one point, I got a text on my phone from the gallery, and it didn't help ease my concerns. Favreau. They love this guy. Isn't there anything you can do? Without turning to glance back at Favreau, I simply shook my head while looking down at the phone screen under the defense table. I then glanced at my client, and it appeared that he was barely paying attention to Kinder's testimony. He was writing notes on a legal pad, but they weren't about the trial or the case. I saw a lot of numbers and the heading Foreign Distribution underlined on the page. I leaned over and whispered to him. "This guy's killing us up there," I said. "Just in case you're wondering." A humorless smile bent his lips, and Elliot whispered back, "I think we're doing fine. You've had a good day." I shook my head and turned back to watch the testimony. I had a client who wasn't concerned by the reality of his situation. He was well aware of my trial strategy and that I had the magic bullet in my gun. But nothing is a sure thing when you go to trial. That's why 90% of all cases are settled by disposition before trial. Nobody wants to roll the dice. The stakes are too high, and a murder trial is the biggest gamble of them all. But from day one, Walter Elliott didn't seem to get this. He just went about the business of making movies and working out foreign distribution, and seemingly believed that there was no question that he would walk at the end of the trial. I felt my case was bulletproof, but not even I had that kind of confidence. After the basics of the crime scene investigation were thoroughly covered with Kinder, Golantz moved the testimony toward Elliott and the investigator's interaction with him. "Now, you have testified that the defendant remained in Deputy Murray's patrol car while you initially surveyed the crime scene and sort of got the lay of the land, correct?" "Yes, that is correct." "When did you first speak with Walter Elliott?" Kinder referred to a document in the binder open on the shelf at the front of the witness stand. "At approximately 2:30, I came out of the house after completing my initial survey of the crime scene, and I asked the deputies to take Mr. Elliott out of the car." "And then what did you do?" "I told one of the deputies to take the handcuffs off him because I didn't think that was necessary any longer. There were several deputies and investigators on the scene by this point, and the premises were very secure." "Well, was Mr. Elliott under arrest at that point?" "No, he wasn't, and I explained that to him. I told him that the guys, the deputies, had been taking every precaution until they knew what they had. Mr. Elliott said he understood this. I asked if he wanted to continue to cooperate and show the members of my team around inside, and he said yes, he would do it." "So you took him back inside the house?" "Yes. We had him put on booties first so as not to contaminate anything, and then we went back inside. I had Mr. Elliott retrace the exact steps he said he had taken when he came in, and found the bodies. I made a note about the booties being a bit late, since Elliot had already shown the first deputies around inside. I'd potshot Kinder with that on cross. Was there anything unusual about the steps he said he had taken, or anything inconsistent in what he told you? I objected to the question, saying that it was too vague. The judge agreed. Score 1 inconsequential point for the defense. Golan simply rephrased and got more specific. Where did Mr. Elliot lead you in the house, Detective Kinder? He walked us in, and we went straight up the stairs to the bedroom. He told us this was what he had done when he entered. He said he then found the bodies and called 911 from the phone next to the bed. He said the dispatcher told him to leave the house and go out front to wait, and that's what he did. I asked him specifically if he had been anywhere else in the house, and he said no. Did that seem unusual or inconsistent to you? Well, first of all, I thought it was odd, if true, that he'd gone inside and directly up to the bedroom without initially looking around the first level of the house. It also didn't jibe with what he told us when we got back outside the house. He pointed at his wife's car, which was parked in the circle out front, and said that was how he knew she had somebody with her in the house. I asked him what he meant, and he said that she parked out front so that Johann Riltz, the other victim, could use the one space available in the garage. They had stored a bunch of furniture and stuff in there, and that left only one space. He said the German had hidden his Porsche in there, and his wife had to park outside. And what was the significance of that to you? Well, to me, it showed deception. He told us that he hadn't been anywhere in the house but the bedroom upstairs, but it was pretty clear to me he had looked in the garage and seen the second victim's Porsche. Golans nodded emphatically from the lectern, driving home the point about Elliot being deceptive. I knew I would be able to handle this point on cross, but I wouldn't get the chance until the next day, after it had percolated in the brains of the jury for almost 24 hours. What happened after that? Golans asked. Well, there was still a lot of work to do inside the house, so I had a couple members of my team take Mr. Elliot to the Malibu substation so he could wait there and be comfortable. Was he arrested at this time? No. Once again, I explained to him that we needed to talk to him, and if he was still willing to be cooperative, we were going to take him to an interview room at the station, and I said that I would get there as soon as possible. Once again, he agreed. Who transported him? Investigators Joshua and Tolles took him in their car. Why didn't they go ahead and interview him once they got to the Malibu station? Because I wanted to know more about him and the crime scene before we talked to him. Sometimes you get only one chance, even with a cooperating witness. You used the word witness. Wasn't Mr. Elliot a suspect at this time? It was a cat-and-mouse game with the truth. It didn't matter how Kinder answered. Everybody in the courtroom knew that they had drawn a bead on Elliot. Well, to some extent, anybody and everybody is a suspect, Kinder answered. You go into a situation like that, and you suspect everybody. But at that point, I didn't know a lot about the victims. I didn't know a lot about Mr. Elliot, and I didn't know exactly what we had. So, at that time, I was viewing him more as a very important witness. He found the bodies and he knew the victims. He could help us. Okay, so you stashed him at the Malibu station while you went to work at the crime scene. What were you doing? My job was to oversee the documentation of the crime scene and the gathering of any evidence in that house. We were also working the phones and the computers and confirming the identities and backgrounding the parties involved. What did you learn? We learned that neither of the Elliots had a criminal record or had any guns legally registered to them. We learned that the other victim, Johann Riltz, was a German national and appeared to have no criminal record or own any weapons. We learned that Mr. Elliot was the head of a studio and very successful in the movie business, things like that. At some point, did a member of your team draw up search warrants in the case? Yes, we did. Proceeding with an abundance of caution, we drew up and had a judge sign off on a series of search warrants, so we had the authority to continue the investigation and take it wherever it led. Is it unusual to take such steps? Perhaps. The courts have granted law enforcement wide leeway in the gathering of evidence, but we determined that because of the parties involved in this case, We would go the extra mile. We went for the search warrants even though we might not need them. What specifically were the search warrants for? We had warrants for the Elliott house and for the 3 cars, Mr. Elliott's, his wife's, and the Porsche in the garage. We also had a search warrant granting us permission to conduct tests on Mr. Elliott and his clothing to determine if he had discharged a gun in recent hours. The prosecutor continued to lead Kinder through the investigation up until he cleared the crime scene and interviewed Elliott at the Malibu station. This set up the introduction of a videotape of the first sit-down interview with Elliott. This was a tape I had viewed several times during preparation for trial. I knew it was unremarkable in terms of the content of what Elliott told Kinder and his partner, Roland Erickson. What was important to the prosecution about the tape was Elliott's demeanor. He didn't look like somebody who had just discovered the naked body of his dead wife with a bullet hole in the center of her face and 2 more in her chest. He appeared as calm as a summer sunset, and that made him look like an ice-cold killer. A video screen was set up in front of the jury box, and Golans played the tape, often stopping it to ask Kinder a question and then starting it again. The taped interview lasted 10 minutes and was non-confrontational. It was simply an exercise in which the investigators locked in Elliott's story. There were no hard questions. Elliott was asked broadly about what he did and when. It ended with Kinder presenting a search warrant to Elliott that the investigator explained granted the sheriff's department access to test his hands, arms, and clothing for gunshot residue. Elliott smiled slightly as he replied. "Have at it, gentlemen," he said. "Do what you have to do." Golans checked the clock on the back wall of the courtroom and then used a remote to freeze the image of Elliott's half-smile on the video screen. That was the image he wanted the jurors to take with them. He wanted them to think about that catch-me-if-you-can smile as they drove home in 5 o'clock traffic. "Your Honor," he said, "I think now would be a good time to break for the day. I will be moving with Deputy Kinder in a new direction after this, and maybe we should start that tomorrow morning." The judge agreed, adjourning court for the day after once more admonishing the jurors to avoid all media reports on the trial. I stood at the defense table and watched the jurors file into the deliberation room. I was pretty sure that the prosecution had won the first day, but that was to be expected. We still had our shots coming. I looked over at my client. "Walter, what do you have going tonight?" I asked. "A small dinner party with friends. They've invited Dominic Dunn. Then I'm going to watch the first cut of a film my studio is producing with Johnny Depp playing a detective." "Well, call your friends and call Johnny and cancel it all. You're having dinner with me. We're going to work." "I don't understand." "Yes, you do. You've been ducking me since the trial began. That was okay because I didn't want to know what I didn't need to know. Now it's different. We're in trial, we're past discovery, and I need to know. Everything, Walter. So we're going to talk tonight, or you're going to have to hire another lawyer in the morning." I saw his face grow tight with checked anger. In that moment, I knew he could be a killer, or at least someone who could order it done. "You wouldn't dare," he said. "Try me." We stared at each other for a moment, and I saw something about his face relax. "Make your calls," I finally said. "We'll take my car." Since I had insisted on the meeting, Elliott insisted on the place. With a 30-second phone call, he got us a private booth at the Water Grill over by the Biltmore and had a martini waiting on the table for him when we got there. As we sat down, I asked for a bottle of flat water and some sliced lemons. I sat across from my client and watched him study the fresh fish menu. For the longest time, I had wanted to be in the dark about Walter Elliott. Usually the less you know about your client, the better able you are to provide a defense, but we were past that time now. "You called it a dinner meeting," Elliott said without taking his eyes from the menu. "Aren't you going to look?" "I'm having what you're having, Walter." He put the menu to the side and looked at me. "Filet of sole." "Sounds good." He signaled a waiter who had been standing nearby but too intimidated to approach the table. Elliott ordered for us both, adding a bottle of Chardonnay to come with the fish, and told the waiter not to forget about my flat water and lemon. He then clasped his hands on the table and looked expectantly at me. "I could be dining with Dominic Dunn," he said. "This better be good." "Walter, this is going to be good. This is going to be where you stop hiding from me. This is where you tell me the whole story. The true story. You see, if I know what you know, then I'm not going to get sandbagged by the prosecution. I'm going to know what moves Golance is going to make before he makes them." Elliot nodded as though he agreed it was time to deliver the goods. "I did not kill my wife or her Nazi friend," he said. "I have told you that from day one." I shook my head. "That's not good enough. I said I want the story. I want to know what really happened, Walter. I want to know what's going on, or I'm going to be moving on." "Don't be ridiculous. No judge is going to let you walk away in the middle of a trial. You want to bet your freedom on that, Walter? If I want off this case, I will find a way off it." He hesitated and studied me before answering. "You should be careful what you ask for. Guilty knowledge could be a dangerous thing. I'll risk it, but I'm not sure I can." I leaned across the table to him. "What does that mean, Walter? What is going on? I'm your lawyer. You can tell me what you've done, and it stays with me." Before he could speak, the waiter brought a bottle of European water to the table and a side plate of sliced lemons. Enough for everybody in the restaurant. Elliot waited until he had filled my glass and moved away and out of earshot before responding. "What is going on is that you've been hired to present my defense to the jury. In my estimation, you've done an excellent job so far, and your preparations for the defense phase are on the highest level. All of this in 2 weeks. Astonishing. Drop the bullshit!" I said it too loud. Elliot looked outside the booth and stared down a woman at a nearby table who had heard the expletive. "You'll have to keep your voice down," he said. "The bond of attorney-client confidentiality ends at this table." I looked at him. He was smiling, but I also knew he was reminding me of what I had already assured him of, that what was said here stayed here. Was it a signal that he was willing to finally talk? I played the only ace I had. "Tell me about the bribe Jerry Vincent paid," I said. At first I detected a momentary shock in his eyes. Then came a knowing look as the wheels turned inside, and he put something together. Then I thought I saw a quick flash of regret. I wished Julie Favreau had been sitting next to me. She could have read him better than I could. "That is a very dangerous piece of information to be in possession of," he said. "How did you get it?" I obviously couldn't tell my client I got it from a police detective I was now cooperating with. "I guess you could say it came with the case, Walter. I have all of Vincent's records, including his financials. It wasn't hard to figure out that he funneled 100,000 of your advance to an unknown party. Is the bribe what got him killed?" Elliot raised his martini glass with 2 fingers clenching the delicate stem and drank what was left in it. He then nodded to someone unseen over my shoulder. He wanted another. Then he looked at me. "I think it is safe to say a confluence of events led to Jerry Vincent's death. Walter, I'm not fucking around with you. I need to know, not only to defend you, but to protect myself." He put his empty glass to the side of the table, and someone whisked it away within 2 seconds. He nodded, as if in agreement with me, and then he spoke. "I think you may have found the reason for his death," he said. "It was in the file. You even mentioned it to me." "I don't understand. What did I mention?" Elliot responded in an impatient tone. "He planned to delay the trial. You found the motion. He was killed before he could file it." I tried to put it together, but I didn't have enough of the parts. "I don't understand, Walter. He wanted to delay the trial and that got him killed? Why?" Elliot leaned across the table toward me. He spoke in a tone just above a whisper. "Okay, you asked for it, and I'll tell you. But don't blame me when you wish you didn't know what you know. Yes, there was a bribe. He paid it, and everything was fine. The trial was scheduled, and all we had to do was be ready to go. We had to stay on schedule. No delays, no continuances. But then he changed his mind and wanted to delay." "Why?" "I don't know. I think he actually thought he could win the case without the fix." It appeared that Elliot didn't know about the FBI's phone calls and apparent interest in Vincent. If he had, now would have been the time to mention it. The FBI's focus on Vincent would have been as good a reason as any to delay a trial involving a bribery scheme. So delaying the trial got him killed. That's my guess, yes. Did you kill him, Walter? I don't kill people. You had him killed. Elliot shook his head wearily. I don't have people killed either. A waiter moved up to the booth with a tray and a stand, and we both leaned back to let him work. He deboned our fish, plated them, and then put them down on the table along with 2 small serving pitchers with beurre blanc sauce in them. He then placed Elliot's fresh martini down along with 2 wine glasses. He uncorked the bottle Elliot had ordered and asked if he wanted to taste the wine yet. Elliot shook his head and told the waiter to go away. Okay, I said when we were left alone. Let's go back to the bribe. Who was bribed? Elliot took down half his new martini in one gulp. That should be obvious when you think about it. Then I'm stupid. Help me out. A trial that cannot be delayed. Why? My eyes stayed on him, but I was no longer looking at him. I went inside to work the riddle until it came to me. I ticked off the possibilities: judge, prosecutor, cops, witnesses, jury. I realized that there was only one place where a bribe and an unmovable trial intersected. There was only one aspect that would change if the trial were delayed and rescheduled. The judge, prosecutor, and all the witnesses would remain the same no matter when it was scheduled, but the jury pool changes week to week. There's a sleeper on the jury, I said. You got to somebody. Elliot didn't react. He let me run with it, and I did. My mind swept along the faces in the jury box. 2 rows of 6. I stopped on juror number 7. Number 7, you wanted him in the box. You knew. He's the sleeper. Who is he? Elliot nodded slightly and gave me that half smile. He took his first bite of fish before answering my question, as calmly as if we were talking about the Lakers' chances at the playoffs and not the rigging of a murder trial. I have no idea who he is and don't really care to know, but he's ours. We were told that number 7 would be ours, and he's no sleeper. He's a persuader. When it gets to deliberations, he will go in there and turn the tide for the defense. With the case Vincent built and you're delivering, it probably won't take more than a little push. I'm banking on us getting our verdict, but at minimum he will hold out for acquittal and we'll have a hung jury. If that happens, we just start all over and do it again. They will never convict me, Mickey. Never. I pushed my plate aside. I couldn't eat. Walter, no more riddles. Tell me how this went down. Tell me from the start. From the start? From the start. Elliot chuckled at the thought of it and poured himself a glass of wine without first tasting from the bottle. A waiter swooped in to take over the operation, but Elliot waved him away with the bottle. This is a long story, Mickey. Would you like a glass of wine to go with it? He held the mouth of the bottle poised over my empty glass. I was tempted, but I shook my head. No, Walter, I don't drink. I'm not sure I can trust someone who doesn't take a drink from time to time. I'm your lawyer. You can trust me. I trusted the last one too, and look what happened to him. Don't threaten me, Walter. Just tell me the story. He drank heavily from his wine glass and then put it down too hard on the table. He looked around to see if anyone in the restaurant had noticed, and I got the sense that it was all an act. He was really checking to see if we were being watched. I scanned the angles I had without being obvious. I didn't see Bosch or anyone else I pegged as a cop in the restaurant. Elliot began his story. When you come to Hollywood, it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from, as long as you've got one thing in your pocket: money. That's right. I came here 25 years ago and I had money. I put it in a couple of movies first and then into a half-assed studio nobody gave 2 shits about. And I built that place into a contender. Another 5 years and it will no longer be the Big 4 they talk about. It will be the Big 5. Archway will be right up there with Paramount and Warner's and the rest. I wasn't anticipating going back 25 years when I told him to start the story from the beginning. Okay, Walter, I get all of that about your success. What are you saying? I'm saying it wasn't my money. When I came here, it wasn't my money. I thought the story was that you came from a family that owned a phosphate mine or shipping operation in Florida. He nodded emphatically. All true, but it depends on your definition of family. It slowly came to me. Are you talking about the mob, Walter? I am talking about an organization in Florida with a tremendous cash flow that needed legitimate businesses to move it through and legitimate frontmen to operate those businesses. I was an accountant. I was one of those men. It was easy to put together. Florida, 25 years ago. The heyday of the uninhibited flow of cocaine and money. I was sent west, Elliot said. I had a story, and I had suitcases full of money. And I loved movies. I knew how to pick 'em and put 'em together. I took Archway and turned it into a billion-dollar enterprise. And then my wife... A sad look of regret crossed his face. What, Walter? He shook his head. On the morning after our 12th anniversary, after the prenuptial agreement was vested, she told me she was leaving. She was going to get a divorce. I nodded. I understood. With the prenup vested, Mitzi Elliott would be entitled to half of Walter Elliott's holdings in Archway Studios. Only he was just a front. His holdings actually belonged to the organization, and it wasn't the type of organization that would allow half of its investment to walk out the door in a skirt. I tried to change her mind, Elliott said. She wouldn't listen. She was in love with that Nazi bastard and thought he could protect her. The organization had her killed. It sounded so strange to say those words out loud. It made me look around and sweep my eyes across the restaurant. I wasn't supposed to be there that day, Elliott said. I was told to stay away, to make sure I had a rock-solid alibi. Why'd you go then? His eyes held on mine before he answered. I still loved her, in some way. Somehow I still did, and I wanted her. I wanted to fight for her. I went out there to try to stop it, maybe be the hero, save the day and win her back. I don't know. I didn't have a plan. I just didn't want it to happen. So I went out there. But I was too late. They were both dead when I got there. Terrible. Elliot was staring at the memory, perhaps the scene in the bedroom in Malibu. I dropped my eyes down to the white tablecloth in front of me. A defense attorney never expects his client to tell him the whole truth. Parts of the truth, yes, but never the cold, hard, and complete truth. I had to think that there were things Elliot had left out, but what he had told me was enough for now. It was time to talk about the bribe. And then came Jerry Vincent, I prompted. His eyes came back into focus, and he looked at me. Yes. Tell me about the bribe. I don't have a lot to tell. My corporate attorney hooked me up with Jerry, and he was fine. We worked out the fee arrangement, and then he came to me. This was early on, at least 5 months ago. And he said he had been approached by someone who could salt the jury. You know, put someone on the jury who would be for us. No matter what happened, he would be a holdout for acquittal, but he would also work for the defense on the inside, during deliberations. He would be a talker, a skilled persuader, a con man. The catch was that once it was in play, the trial would have to stay on schedule so that this person would end up on my jury. And you and Jerry took the offer. We took it. This was 5 months ago. At the time, I didn't have much of a defense. I didn't kill my wife, but it seemed the odds were stacked against me. We had no magic bullet, and I was scared. I was innocent, but could see that I was going to be convicted, so we took the offer. How much? $100,000 up front. Like you found out, Jerry paid it through his fees. He inflated his fee, and I paid him, and then he paid for the juror. Then it was going to be another $100 for a hung jury, and $250 for an acquittal. Jerry told me that these people had done it before. You mean fixed a jury? Yes, that's what he said. I thought maybe the FBI had gotten wind of the earlier fixes, and that was why they had come to Vincent. Were they Jerry's trials that were fixed before? I asked. He didn't say, and I didn't ask. Did he ever say anything about the FBI sniffing around your case? Elliot leaned back, as if I had just said something repulsive. No. Is that what's going on?" He looked very concerned. "I don't know, Walter. I'm just asking questions here. But Jerry told you he was going to delay the trial, right?" Elliot nodded. "Yes, that Monday. He said we didn't need the fix. He had the magic bullet, and he was going to win the trial without the sleeper on the jury. And that got him killed. It had to be. I don't think these kinds of people just let you change your mind and pull out of something like this." "What kind of people? The organization?" "I don't know. Just these kinds of people. Whoever does this sort of thing." "Did you tell anyone that Jerry was going to delay the case?" "No." "You sure?" "Of course I'm sure." "Then who did Jerry tell?" "I wouldn't know." "Well, who did Jerry make the deal with? Who did he bribe?" "I don't know that either. He wouldn't tell me. Said it would be better if I didn't know names. Same thing I'm telling you." It was a little late for that. I had to end this and get away by myself to think. I glanced at my untouched plate of fish and wondered if I should take it to go for Patrick, or if someone back in the kitchen would eat it. "You know," Elliot said, "not to put any more pressure on you, but if I get convicted, I'm dead." I looked at him. "The organization?" He nodded. "A guy gets busted and he becomes a liability. Normally, they wipe him out before he even gets to court. They don't take the chance that he'll try to cut a deal. But I still have control of their money, you see. They wipe me out and they lose it all. Archway, the real estate, everything. So, they're hanging back and watching. If I get off, then we go back to normal and everything's good. If I get convicted, I'm too much of a liability, and I won't last 2 nights in prison. They'll get to me in there. It's always good to know exactly what the stakes are, but I probably could have gone without the reminder. We're dealing with a higher authority here," Elliot continued. "It goes way beyond things like attorney-client confidentiality. That's small change, Mick. The things I've told you tonight can go no further than this table. Not into court or anywhere else. What I've told you here could get you killed in a heartbeat, just like Jerry. Remember that." Elliot had spoken matter-of-factly and concluded the statement by calmly draining the wine from his glass. But the threat was implicit in every word he had said. I would have no trouble remembering it. Elliot waved down a waiter and asked for the check. I was thankful that my client liked his martinis before dinner and his Chardonnay with it. I wasn't sure I would have gotten what I got from Elliot without the alcohol smoothing the way and loosening his tongue. But afterward, I didn't want him running the risk of getting pulled over on a DUI in the middle of a murder trial. I insisted that he not drive home. But Elliot insisted he wasn't going to leave his $400,000 Maybach overnight in a downtown garage. So I had Patrick take us to the car, and then I drove Elliot home while Patrick followed. "This car cost $400,000? I asked him. "I'm scared to drive it." "A little less, actually." "Yeah, well, do you have anything else to drive?" "When I told you not to take the limo, I didn't expect you'd be tooling up to your murder trial in one of these. Think about the impressions you were putting out there, Walter. This doesn't look good. Remember what you told me the first day we met? About having to win outside the courtroom, too? A car like this doesn't help you with that." "My other car is a Carrera GT." "Great. What's that worth?" "More than this one." "Tell you what, why don't you borrow one of my Lincolns? I even have one that has a plate that says not guilty. You can drive that." "That's okay. I have access to a nice, modest Mercedes. Is that all right?" "Perfect. Walter, despite everything you told me tonight, I'm going to do my best for you. I think we have a good shot at this." "Then you believe I'm innocent?" I hesitated. "I believe you didn't shoot your wife in Riltz. I'm not sure that makes you innocent, but put it this way, I don't think you're guilty of the charges you're facing, and that's all I need." He nodded. "Maybe that's the best I can ask for." "Thank you, Mickey." After that, we didn't talk much, as I concentrated on not wrecking a car, which was worth more than most people's houses. Elliot lived in Beverly Hills, in a gated estate in the flats south of Sunset. He pushed a button on the car's ceiling that opened the steel entry gate, and we slipped through, Patrick coming in right behind me in the Lincoln. We got out, and I gave Elliot his keys. He asked if I wanted to come in for another drink, and I reminded him that I didn't drink. He stuck out his hand, and I shook it, and it felt awkward, as if we were sealing some sort of deal on what had been revealed earlier. I said goodnight and got into the back of my Lincoln. The internal gears were working all the way back to my house. Patrick had been a quick study of my nuances and seemed to know that it was not the time to interrupt with small talk. He let me work. I sat leaning against the door, my eyes gazing out the window but not seeing the neon world go by. I was thinking about Jerry Vincent and the deal he had made with a party unknown. It wasn't hard to figure out how it was done. The question of who did it was another matter. I knew that the jury system relied on random selection on multiple levels. This helped ensure the integrity and cross-social composition of juries. The initial pool of hundreds of citizens summoned to jury duty each week was drawn randomly from voter registrations, as well as property and public utility records. Jurors culled from this larger group for the jury selection process in a specific trial were again chosen randomly, this time by a courthouse computer. The list of those prospective jurors was given to the judge presiding over the trial, and the first 12 names or code numbers on the list were called to take the seats in the box for the initial round of voir dire. Again, the order of names or numbers on the list was determined by computer-generated random selection. Elliot told me that after a trial date had been set in his case, Jerry Vincent was approached by an unknown party and told that a sleeper could be placed on the jury. The catch was that there could be no delays. If the trial moved, the sleeper couldn't move with it. All of this told me that this unknown party had full access to all levels of the random processes of the jury system. The initial summons to show for jury duty at a specific courthouse on a specific week, the random selection of the venire for the trial, and the random selection of the first 12 jurors to go into the box. Once the sleeper was in the box, it was up to him to stay there. The defense would know not to oust him with a preemptory strike, and by appearing to be pro-prosecution, he would avoid being challenged by the prosecution. It was simple enough, as long as the trial's date didn't change. Stepping it out this way gave me a better understanding of the manipulation involved and who might have engineered it. It also gave me a better understanding of the ethical predicament I was in. Elliot had admitted several crimes to me over dinner, but I was his lawyer, and these admissions would remain confidential under the bonds of the attorney-client relationship. The exception to this rule was if I were endangered by my knowledge, or had knowledge of a crime that was planned but had not yet occurred. I knew that someone had been bribed by Vincent. That crime had already occurred, but the crime of jury tampering had not yet occurred. That crime wouldn't take place until deliberations began, so I was duty-bound to report it. Elliot apparently didn't know of this exception to the rules of client confidentiality, or was convinced that the threat of my meeting the same end as Jerry Vincent would keep me in check. I'd thought about all of this and realized there was one more exception to consider. I would not have to report the intended jury tampering if I were to stop the crime from happening. I straightened up and looked around. We were on Sunset, coming into West Hollywood. I looked ahead and saw a familiar sign. "Patrick, pull over here in front of Book Soup. I want to run in for a minute." Patrick pulled the Lincoln to the curb in front of the bookstore. I told him to wait in front and I jumped out. I went in the store's front door and back into the stacks. Although I loved the store, I wasn't there to shop. I needed to make a phone call, and I didn't want Patrick to hear it. The mystery aisle was too crowded with customers. I went further back and found an empty alcove where big coffee table books were stacked heavily on the shelves and tables. I pulled my phone and called my investigator. "Cisco, it's me. Where are you?" "At home. What's up?" "Lorna there?" "No, she went to a movie with her sister. She should be back in—" "That's all right. I wanted to talk to you. I want you to do something, and you may not want to do it. If you don't, I understand. Either way, I don't want you to talk about it with anybody, including Lorna." There was hesitation before he answered. "Who do I kill?" We both started to laugh, and it relieved some of the tension that had been building through the night. "We can talk about that later, but this might be just as dicey. I want you to shadow somebody for me and find out everything you can about him. The catch is, if you get caught, we'll both probably get our tickets pulled." "Who is it?" "Juror number 7. As soon as I got back in the Lincoln, I started to regret what I was doing. I was walking a fine gray line that could lead me into big trouble. On the one hand, It is perfectly reasonable for an attorney to investigate a report of jury misconduct and tampering. But on the other hand, that investigation could be viewed as tampering in itself. Judge Stanton had taken steps to ensure the anonymity of the jury. I had just asked my investigator to subvert that. If it blew up in our faces, Stanton would be more than upset and would do more than give me the squint. This wasn't a make-a-wish infraction. Stanton would complain to the bar, the presiding judge, and all the way up the line to the Supreme Court if he could get them to listen. He would see to it that the Elliott trial was my last. Patrick drove up Fairholme and pulled the car into the garage below my house. We walked out and then up the stairs to the front deck. It was almost 10 o'clock, and I was beat after a 14-hour day. But my adrenaline kicked in when I saw a man sitting in one of the deck chairs, his face in silhouette, with the lights of the city behind him. I put my arm out to stop Patrick from advancing, the way a parent would stop a child from stepping blindly into the street. "Hello, counselor." Bosh. I recognized the voice and the greeting. I relaxed and let Patrick continue. We stepped up onto the porch and I unlocked the door to let Patrick go in. I then closed the door and turned to Bosh. "Nice view," he said. "Defending scumbags got you this place?" I was too tired to do the dance with him. "What are you doing here, detective?" "I figured you might be heading home after the bookstore," he said. "So I just went on ahead and waited for you up here." "Well, I'm done for the night. You can give your team the word, if there really is a team." "What makes you think there's not?" "I don't know. I just haven't seen anybody." "I hope you weren't bullshitting me, Bosh. I've got my ass way out in the wind on this." "After court, you had dinner with your client at Water Grill. You both had the filet of sole and both of you raised your voices at times. Your client drank liberally, which resulted in you driving him home in his car. On your way back from there, you stopped into Book Soup and made a phone call you obviously didn't want your driver to hear." I was impressed. "Okay, then. Never mind that. I get it. They're out there. What do you want, Bosh? What's going on?" Bosh stood up and approached me. "I was going to ask you the same thing," he said. "What was Walter Elliott so hot and bothered about tonight at dinner? And who'd you call in the back of the bookstore?" "First of all, Elliott's my client, and I'm not telling you what we talked about. I'm not crossing that line with you. And as far as the call in the bookstore goes, I was ordering pizza because, as you and your colleagues might have noticed, I didn't eat my dinner tonight. Stick around if you want a slice." Bosh looked at me with that half-smile of his, the knowing look with his flat, dead eyes. "So that's how you want to play it, counselor?" "For now." We didn't speak for a long moment. We just sort of stood there, waiting for the next clever line. It didn't come, and I decided I really was tired and hungry. "Good night, Detective Bosh." I went in and closed the door, leaving Bosh out there on the deck. My turn at Detective Kinder did not come until late on Tuesday, after the prosecutor had spent several more hours drawing the details of the investigation out on direct examination. This worked in my favor. I thought the jury, and Julie Favreau confirmed this by text message, was getting bored by the minutiae of the testimony and would welcome a new line of questions. The direct testimony primarily regarded the investigative efforts that took place after Walter Elliott's arrest. Kinder described at length his delving into the defendant's marriage, the discovery of a recently vested prenuptial agreement, and the efforts Elliott made in the weeks before the murders to determine how much money and control of Archway Studios he would lose in a divorce. With a time chart, he was also able to establish, through Elliott's statements and documented movements, that the defendant had no credible alibi for the estimated time of the murders. Golantz also took the time to question Kinder about all the dead ends and offshoots of the investigation that proved to be ancillary. Kinder described the many unfounded leads that were called in and dutifully checked out, the investigation of Johann Rieltz in an effort to determine if he had been the main target of the killer, and the comparison of the double murder to other cases that were similar and unsolved. In all, Golantz and Kinder appeared to have done a thorough job of nailing my client to the murders in Malibu, and by mid-afternoon, the young prosecutor was satisfied enough to say, "No more questions, Your Honor." It was now finally my turn, and I had decided to go after Kinder in a cross-examination that would stay tightly focused on just 3 areas of his direct testimony, and then surprise him with an unexpected punch to the gut. I moved to the lectern to conduct the questioning. Detective Kinder, I know we will be hearing from the medical examiner later in the trial, but you testified that you were informed after the autopsy that the time of death of Mrs. Elliott and Mr. Riltz was estimated to be between 11 a.m. and noon on the day of the murders. That is correct. Was it closer to 11 or closer to noon? It's impossible to tell for sure. That is just the time frame in which it happened. Okay, and once you had that frame, you then proceeded to make sure that the man you had already arrested had no alibi, correct? I would not put it that way, no. Then, how would you put it? I would say that it was my obligation to continue to investigate the case and prepare it for trial. Part of that due diligence would be to keep an open mind to the possibility that the suspect had an alibi for the murders. In carrying out that obligation, I determined, according to multiple interviews as well as records kept at the gate at Archway Studios, that Mr. Elliott left the studio, driving by himself, at 10:40 that morning. That gave him plenty of time to— Thank you, Detective. You've answered the question. I haven't finished my answer. Golan stood and asked the judge if the witness could finish his answer, and Stanton allowed it. Kinder continued in his Homicide 101 tone. As I was saying, this gave Mr. Elliott plenty of time to get to the Malibu house, within the parameters of the estimated time of death. Did you say plenty of time to get there? Enough time. Earlier, you described making the drive yourself several times. When was that? The first time was exactly 1 week after the murders. I left the gatehouse at Archway at 10:40 in the morning and drove to the Malibu house. I arrived at 11:42, well within the murder window. How did you know that you were taking the same route that Mr. Elliott would have taken? I didn't, so I just took what I considered the most obvious and quickest route that somebody would take. Most people don't take the long cut. They take the shortcut, the shortest amount of time to their destination. From Archway, I took Melrose to La Brea and then La Brea down to the 10. At that point, I headed west to the Pacific Coast Highway. How did you know that the traffic you encountered would be the same that Mr. Elliott encountered? I didn't. Traffic in Los Angeles can be a very unpredictable thing, can it not? Yes. Is that why you drove the route several times? One reason, yes. Okay, Detective Kinder, you testified that you drove the route a total of 5 times and got to the Malibu house each time before your so-called murder window closed, right? Correct. In regard to these 5 driving tests, what was the earliest time you got to the house in Malibu? Kinder looked at his notes. That would have been the first time, when I got there by 11:42. And what was the worst time? The worst? What was the longest drive time you recorded during your 5 trips? Kinder checked his notes again. The latest I got there was 11:51. Okay, so your best time was still in the last third of the window the medical examiner set for the time of these murders. And your worst time would have left Mr. Elliott less than 10 minutes to sneak into his house and murder 2 people, correct? Yes, but it could have been done. Could have? You don't sound very confident, Detective. I am very confident that the defendant had the time to commit these murders. But only if the murders took place at least 42 minutes after the killing window opened, correct? If you want to look at it that way. It's not how I am looking at it, Detective. I'm working with what the medical examiner has given us. So, in summary for the jury, you were saying that Mr. Elliott left his studio at 10:40 and got all the way out to Malibu, snuck into his house, surprised his wife and her lover in the upstairs bedroom and killed them both, all before that window slammed shut at noon. Do I have all of that right? Essentially, yes. I shook my head as if it was a lot to swallow. Okay, Detective, let's move on. Please tell the jury how many times you began the driving route to Malibu, but broke it off when you knew that you weren't going to make it before that window closed at noon. That never happened. But there had been a slight hesitation in Kinder's response. I was sure the jury picked up on it. Yes or no, Detective? If I were to produce records, and even video, that showed you started at the Archway gate at 10:40 in the morning 7 times, and not 5, then those records would be false? Kinder's eyes flicked to Golan's, and then back to me. What you're suggesting happened didn't happen, he said. And you're not answering the question, Detective. Once again, yes or no. If I introduced records that showed you conducted your driving study at least 7 times, but have only testified to 5 times, would those records be false? No, but I didn't thank you, Detective. I only asked for a yes or no response. Golance stood and asked the judge to allow the witness to fully answer the question, but Stanton told him he could take it up on redirect. But now I hesitated. Knowing that Golance would go after Kinder's explanation on redirect, I had the opportunity to get it now, and possibly still control it, and turn the admission to my advantage. It was a gamble, because at the moment, I felt I had dinged him pretty good, and if I went with him until court adjourned for the day, then the jurors would go home with police suspicion percolating in their brains. That was never a bad thing. I decided to risk it and try to control it. Detective, tell us how many of these test drives you broke off before reaching the house in Malibu. There were 2. Which ones? The second time and the last time, the 7th. I nodded. And you stopped these because you knew you would never make it to the house in Malibu within the murder window, correct? No, that's very incorrect. Then, what was the reason you stopped the test drives? One time, I was called back to the office to conduct an interview of somebody waiting there, and the other time, I was listening to the radio and I heard a deputy call for backup. I diverted to back him up. Why didn't you document these in your report on your driving time investigation? I didn't think they were germane, because they were incomplete tests. So these incompletes were not documented anywhere in that thick file of yours? No, they were not. And so we have only your word about what caused you to stop them before reaching the Elliott house in Malibu, correct? That would be correct. I nodded and decided I had flogged him enough on this front. I knew Golance could rehabilitate Kinder on redirect, maybe even come up with documentation of the calls that pulled Kinder off the Malibu route. But I hoped that I had raised at least a question of trust in the minds of the jurors. I took my small victory and moved on. I next hammered Kinder on the fact that there was no murder weapon recovered and that his 6-month investigation of Walter Elliott had never linked him to a gun of any sort. I hit this from several angles so that Kinder had to repeatedly acknowledge that a key part of the investigation and prosecution was never located, even though if Elliott was the killer, he'd had little time to hide the weapon. Finally, in frustration, Kinder said, "Well, it's a big ocean out there, Mr. Haller." It was an opening I was waiting for. A big ocean, Detective? Are you suggesting that Mr. Elliott had a boat and dumped the gun out in the middle of the Pacific? No, nothing like that. Then, like what? I'm just saying, the gun could have ended up in the water and the currents took it away before our divers got out there. It could have ended up out there? You want to take Mr. Elliott's life and livelihood away from him on a could-have, Detective Kinder? No, that's not what I'm saying. What you are saying is that you don't have a gun. You can't connect a gun to Mr. Elliott. But you have never wavered on believing he is your man, correct? We had a gunshot residue examination that came back positive. In my mind, that connected Mr. Elliott to a gun. What gun was that? We don't have it. Uh-huh. And you can sit there and say to a scientific certainty that Mr. Elliott fired a gun on the day his wife and Johann Riltz were murdered. Well, not to a scientific certainty, but the test— Thank you, Detective Kinder. I think that answers the question. Let's move on. I flipped the page on my notepad and studied the next set of questions I had written the night before. Detective Kinder, in the course of your investigation, did you determine when Johann Riltz and Mitzi Elliott became acquainted? I determined that she hired him for his interior decorating services in the fall of 2005. If she was acquainted with him before that, I do not know. And when did they become lovers? That was impossible for us to determine. I do know that Mr. Riltz's appointment book showed regular appointments with Mrs. Elliott at one home or the other. The frequency increased about 6 months before her death. Was he paid for each one of those appointments? Mr. Riltz kept very incomplete books. It was hard to determine if he was paid for specific appointments. But in general, the payments to Mr. Riltz from Mrs. Elliott increased when the frequency of the appointments increased. I nodded like this answer fit with a larger picture I was seeing. Okay, and you have also testified that you learned that the murders occurred just 32 days after the prenuptial agreement between Walter and Mitzi Elliott vested, thereby giving Mrs. Elliott a full shot at the couple's financial holdings in the event of a divorce. That's right. And that is your motive for these killings. In part, yes. I call it an aggravating factor. Do you see any inconsistency in your theory of the crime, Detective Kinder? No, I do not. Was it not obvious to you from the financial records and the appointment frequency that there was some sort of romantic or at least a sexual relationship going on between Mr. Riltz and Mrs. Elliott? I wouldn't say it was obvious. You wouldn't? I said it with surprise. I had him in a little corner. If he said the affair was obvious, he would be giving me the answer he knew I wanted. If he said it was not obvious, then he came off as a fool because everyone else in the courtroom thought it was obvious. In retrospect, it might look obvious, but at the time, I think it was hidden. Then how did Walter Elliott find out about it? I don't know. Doesn't the fact that you were unable to find a murder weapon indicate that Walter Elliott planned these murders? Not necessarily. Then it's easy to hide a weapon from the entire sheriff's department? No, but like I told you, it could have simply been thrown into the ocean off the back deck, and the currents took over from there. That wouldn't take a lot of planning. Kinder knew what I wanted and where I was trying to go. I couldn't get him there, so I decided to use a shove. Detective, didn't it ever occur to you that if Walter Elliott knew about his wife's affair, it would have made better sense just to divorce her before the prenuptial agreement vested? There was no indication of when he learned of the affair, and your question does not take into account things like emotions and rage. It was possible that the money had nothing to do with it as a motivating factor. It could have just been betrayal and rage, pure and simple. I hadn't gotten what I wanted. I was annoyed with myself and chalked it up to rust. I was prepared for the cross, but it was the first time I had gone head-to-head with a seasoned and cagey witness in a year. I decided to back off here and to hit Kinder with the punch he wouldn't see coming. I asked the judge for a moment and then went to the defense table. I bent down to my client's ear. "Just nod like I'm telling you something really important," I whispered. Elliott did as instructed, and then I picked up a file and went back to the lectern. I opened the file and then looked at the witness stand. "Detective Kinder, at what point in your investigation did you determine that Johann Riltz was the primary target of this double murder?" Kinder opened his mouth to respond immediately, then closed it and sat back and thought for a moment. It was just the kind of body language I was hoping the jury would pick up on. "At no point did I ever determine that," Kinder finally responded. "At no point was Johann Riltz front and center in your investigation?" "Well, he was the victim of a homicide. That made him front and center the whole time in my book." Kinder seemed pretty proud of that answer, but I didn't give him much time to savor it. "Then his being front and center explains why you went to Germany to investigate his background, correct?" "I did not go to Germany." "What about France? His passport indicates he lived there before coming to the United States." "I didn't go there." "Then who on your team did?" "No one. We didn't believe it was necessary." "Why wasn't it necessary?" "We had asked Interpol for a background check on Johann Riltz and it came back clean." "What is Interpol?" "It stands for International Criminal Police Organization. It's an organization that links the police in more than 100 countries and facilitates cross-border cooperation. It has several offices throughout Europe and enjoys total access and cooperation from its host countries." "That's nice, but it means you didn't go directly to the police in Berlin, where Riltz was from." "No, we did not." "Did you directly check with the police in Paris, where Riltz lived 5 years ago?" "No. We relied on our Interpol contacts for background on Mr. Riltz." "The Interpol background pretty much was a check of a criminal arrest record, correct?" "That was included, yes." "What else was included?" "I'm not sure what else. I don't work for Interpol." "If Mr. Riltz had worked for the police in Paris as a confidential informant on a drug case, would Interpol have given you this information?" Kinder's eyes widened for a split second before he answered. It was clear he wasn't expecting the question, but I couldn't get a read on whether he knew where I was heading or if it was all new to him. I don't know whether they would have given us that information or not. Law enforcement agencies usually don't give out the names of their confidential informants willy-nilly, do they? No, they don't. Why is that? Because it might put the informants in danger. So, being an informant in a criminal case can be dangerous. On occasion, yes. Detective, have you ever investigated the murder of a confidential informant? Gollant stood up before Kinder could answer and asked the judge for a sidebar conference. The judge signaled us up. I grabbed the file off the lectern and followed Gollant's up. The court reporter moved next to the bench with her steno machine. The judge rolled his chair over, and we huddled. "Mr. Gollants," the judge prompted. "Judge, I would like to know where this is going, because I'm feeling like I'm being sandbagged here. There has been nothing in any of the defense's discovery that even hints at what Mr. Haller is asking the witness about." The judge swiveled in his chair and looked at me. "Mr. Haller?" "Judge, if anybody is being sandbagged, it's my client. This was a sloppy investigation that—" "Save it for the jury, Mr. Haller. What do you got?" I opened the file and put a computer printout down in front of the judge, which positioned it upside down to Gollant's. "What I've got is a story that ran in Le Parisien 4.5 years ago. It names Johann Riltz as a witness for the prosecution in a major drug case. He was used by the Direction de la Police Judiciaire to make buys and get inside knowledge of the drug ring. He was a CI, Your Honor, and these guys over here never even looked at him. It was tunnel vision from the—" "Mr. Haller, again, save your argument for the jury. This printout is in French. Do you have the translation?" "Sorry, Your Honor." I took the second of 3 sheets out of the file and put it down on top of the first, again in the direction of the judge. Gollants was twisting his head awkwardly as he tried to read it. "How do we know this is the same Johann Riltz?" Gollants said. "It's a common name over there." "Maybe in Germany, but not in France." "So how do we know it's him?" the judge asked this time. "This is a translated newspaper article. This isn't any kind of official document." I pulled the last sheet from the file and put it down. "This is a photocopy of a page from Riltz's passport. I got it from the state's own discovery. It shows that Riltz left France for the United States in March 2003, 1 month after this story was published. Plus, you've got the age. The article has his age right, and it says he was making drug buys for the cops out of his business as an interior decorator. It obviously is him, Your Honor. He betrayed a lot of people over there and put them in jail. Then he comes here and starts over." Gollant started shaking his head in a desperate sort of way. "It's still no good," he said. "This is a violation of the rules of discovery and is inadmissible. You can't sit on this and then sucker punch the state with it." The judge swiveled his view to me and this time gave me the squint as well. "Your Honor, if anybody sat on anything, it was the state. This is the stuff the prosecution should have come up with and given to me. In fact, I think the witness did know about this and he sat on it." "That is a serious accusation, Mr. Haller," the judge intoned. "Do you have evidence of that?" "Judge, the reason I know about this at all is by accident. On Sunday, I was reviewing my investigator's prep work and noticed that he had run all the names associated with this case through the LexisNexis search engine. He had used the computer and account I inherited with Jerry Vincent's law practice. I checked the account and noticed that the default setting was for English language search only. Having looked at the photocopy of Riltz's passport in the discovery file and knowing of his background in Europe, I did the search again, this time including French and German languages. I came up with this French newspaper article in about 2 minutes, and I find it hard to believe that I found something that easily that the entire sheriff's department, the prosecution, and Interpol didn't know about. So, Judge, I don't know if that is evidence of anything, but the defense is certainly feeling like the party that's been damaged here." I couldn't believe it. The judge swiveled to Gollants and gave him the squint. The first time ever. I shifted to my right so that a good part of the jury had an angle on it. "What about that, Mr. Gollants?" the judge asked. "It's absurd, Your Honor. We have sat on nothing, and anything that we have found has gone into the discovery file. And I would like to ask why Mr. Haller didn't alert us to this yesterday, when he just admitted that he made this discovery Sunday, and the printout is dated then as well." I stared deadpan at Gollance when I answered. If I had known you were fluent in French, I would have given it to you, Jeff, and maybe you could have helped out. But I'm not fluent, and I didn't know what it said, and I had to get it translated. I was handed that translation about 10 minutes before I started my cross. All right, the judge said, breaking up the stare down. This is still a printout of a newspaper article. What are you going to do about verifying the information it contains, Mr. Haller? Well, as soon as we break, I'm going to put my investigator on it and see if we can contact somebody in the police judiciaire. We're going to be doing the job the sheriff's department should have done 6 months ago. We're obviously going to verify it as well, Gollance added. Riltz's father and 2 brothers are sitting in the gallery. Maybe you can start with them. The judge held up a hand in a calming gesture, like he was a parent quelling an argument between 2 brothers. Okay, he said. I'm going to stop this line of cross-examination. Mr. Haller, I will allow you to lay the foundation for it during the presentation of the defense. You can call the witness back then, and if you can verify the report and the identity, then I will give you wide latitude in pursuing it. Your Honor, that puts the defense at a disadvantage, I protested. How so? Because now that the state's been made aware of this information, it can take steps to hinder my verification of it. That's absurd, Gollance said. But the judge nodded. I understand your concern, and I am putting Mr. Gollance on notice that if I find any indication of that, then I will become, shall we say, very agitated. I think we are done here, gentlemen. The judge rolled back into position, and the lawyers returned to theirs. On my way back, I checked the clock on the back wall of the courtroom. It was 10 minutes until 5. I figured if I could stall for a few more minutes, the judge would recess for the day, and the jurors would have the French Connection to mull over for the night. I stood at the lectern and asked the judge for a few moments. I then acted like I was studying my notepad, trying to decide if there was anything else I wanted to ask Kinder about. Mr. Haller, how are we doing? The judge finally prompted. We're doing fine. I look forward to exploring Mr. Riltz's activities in France more thoroughly during the defense phase of the trial. Until then, I have no further questions for Detective Kinder. I returned to the defense table and sat. The judge then announced that court was recessed for the day. I watched the jury file out of the courtroom and picked up no read from any. I then glanced behind Gollance to the gallery. All 3 of the Riltz men were staring at me with hardened, dead eyes. Cisco called me at home at 10 o'clock. He said he was nearby in Hollywood and had come right over. He said he already had some news about juror number 7. After hanging up, I told Patrick that I was going out on the deck to meet privately with Cisco. I put on a sweater because there was a chill in the air outside, grabbed the file I'd used in court earlier, and went out to wait for my investigator. The Sunset Strip glowed like a blast furnace fire over the shoulder of the hills. I'd bought the house in a flush year because of the deck and the view it offered of the city. It never ceased to entrance me, day or night. It never ceased to charge me and tell me the truth. The truth being that anything was possible, that anything could happen, good or bad. Hey, boss. I jumped and turned. Cisco had climbed the stairs and come up behind me without my even hearing him. He must have come up the hill on Fairfax and then killed the engine and freewheeled down to my house. He knew I'd be upset if his pipes woke up everybody in the neighborhood. Don't scare me like that, man. What are you so jumpy about? I just don't like people sneaking up on me. Sit down out here. I pointed him to the small table and chairs positioned under the roof's eave and in front of the living room window. It was uncomfortable outdoor furniture I almost never used. I liked to contemplate the city from the deck and draw the charge. The only way to do that was standing. The file I'd brought out was on the table. Cisco pulled out a chair and was about to sit down when he stopped and used a hand to sweep the smog dust and crud off the seat. Man, don't you ever spray this stuff off? You're wearing jeans and a t-shirt, Cisco. Just sit down. He did, and I saw him look through the translucent window shade into the living room. The television was on, and Patrick was in there watching the Extreme Sports Channel on cable. People were doing flips in snowmobiles. Is that a sport? Cisco asked. To Patrick, I guess. How's it working out with him? It's working. He's only staying a couple weeks. Tell me about number 7. Down to business, okay. He reached behind him and pulled a small journal out of his back pocket. You got any light out here? I got up, went to the front door, and reached in to turn on the deck light. I glanced at the TV and saw the medical staff attending to a snowmobile driver who apparently had failed to complete his flip and had 300 pounds of sled land on him. I closed the door and sat back down across from Cisco. He was studying something in his journal. Okay, he said. Juror number 7. I haven't had much time on this, but I've got a few things I wanted to get right to you. His name is David McSweeney, and I think almost everything he put on his J-sheet is false. The J-sheet was the single-page form each juror fills out as part of the voir dire process. The sheets carry the prospective juror's name, profession, and area of residence by zip code, as well as a checklist of basic questions designed to help attorneys form opinions about whether they want the individual on their jury. In this case, the name would have been excised, but all the other information was on the sheet I had given Cisco to start with. Give me some examples. Well, according to the zip on the sheet, he lives down in Palos Verde. Not true. I followed him from the courthouse directly to an apartment off Beverly over there behind CBS. Cisco pointed south, in the general direction of Beverly Boulevard and Fairfax Avenue, where the CBS television studio was located. I had a friend run the plate on the pickup he drove home from court, and it came back to David McSweeney on Beverly, same address I saw him go into. I then had my guy run his DL and shoot me over the photo. I looked at it on my phone, and McSweeney is our guy. The information was intriguing, but I was more concerned with how Cisco was conducting his investigation of juror number 7. We had already blown up one source on the Vincent investigation. Cisco, man, your prints are going to be all over this. I told you I can't have any blowback on this. Chill, man. There's no fingerprints. My guy isn't going to go volunteering that he did a search for me. It's illegal for a cop to do an outside search. He'd lose his job. And if somebody comes looking, we still don't need to worry, because he doesn't use his terminal or user ID when he does these for me. He cadged an old lieutenant's password, so there are no prints, okay? No trails. We're safe on this. I reluctantly nodded. Cops stealing from cops. Why didn't that surprise me? All right, I said. What else? Well, for one thing, he's got an arrest record, and he checked the box on the sheet that said he'd never been popped before. What was the arrest for? 2 arrests. ADW in 97 and conspiracy to commit fraud in 99. No convictions, but that is all I know for right now. When the court opens, I can get more if you want. I wanted to know more, especially about how arrests for fraud and assault with a deadly weapon could result in no convictions. But if Cisco pulled records on the case, then he'd have to show ID, and that would leave a trail. Not if you have to sign out the files. Let it go for now. You got anything else? Yeah, I'm telling you, I think it's all phony. On the sheet, he says he's an engineer with Lockheed. As far as I can tell, that's not true. I called Lockheed, and they don't have a David McSweeney in the phone directory. So unless the guy's got a job with no phone, then... He raised his hands palm up, as if to say there was no explanation but deception. I've only had tonight on this, but everything's coming up phony, and that probably includes the guy's name. What do you mean? Well, we don't officially know his name, do we? It was blacked out on the J-sheet. Right. So I followed juror number 7 and ID'd him as David McSweeney, but who's to say that's the same name that was blacked out on the sheet? Know what I mean? I thought for a moment and then nodded. You're saying that McSweeney could have hijacked a legitimate juror's name and maybe even his jury summons and is masquerading as that person in the courthouse? Exactly. When you get a summons and show up at the juror check-in window, all they do is check your DL against the list. These are minimum wage court clerks, Mick. It would not be difficult to get a dummy DL by one of them, and we both know how easy it is to get a dummy. I nodded. Most people want to get out of jury duty. This was a scheme to get into it. Civic duty taken to extreme. Cisco said, "If you can somehow get me the name the court has for number 7, I would check it, and I'm betting I find out there is a guy at Lockheed with that name." I shook my head. There's no way I can get it without leaving a trail. Cisco shrugged. "So what's going on with this, Mick? Don't tell me that fucking prosecutor put a sleeper on the jury." I thought a moment about telling him, but decided against it. At the moment, it's better if I don't tell you. "Down, Periscope." It meant that we were taking the submarine, compartmentalizing so if one of us sprung a leak, it wouldn't sink the whole sub. It's best this way. Did you see the guy with anybody? Any KAs of interest? "I followed him over to the Grove tonight and he met somebody for coffee and marmalade, one of the restaurants they've got over there. It was a woman. It looked like a casual thing, like they sort of ran into each other unplanned and sat down together to catch up. Other than that, I've got no known associates so far. I've really only been with the guy since 5, when the judge cut the jury loose." I nodded. He had gotten me a lot in a short amount of time, more than I'd anticipated. "How close did you get to him and the woman?" "Not close. You told me to take all precautions." "So you can't describe her?" "I just said I didn't get close, Mick. I can describe her. I even got a picture of her on my camera." He had to stand up to get his big hand into one of the front pockets of his jeans. He pulled out a small, black, non-attention-getting camera and sat back down. He turned it on and looked at the screen on the back. He clicked some buttons on the top and then handed it across the table to me. "They start there, and you can scroll through till you get to the woman." I manipulated the camera and scrolled through a series of digital photos showing juror number 7 at various times during the evening. The last 3 shots were of him sitting with a woman in marmalade. She had jet black hair that hung loose and shadowed her face. The photos also weren't very crisp because they had been taken from long distance and without a flash. So I didn't recognize the woman. I handed the camera back to Cisco. "Okay, Cisco, you did good. You can drop it now." "Just drop it?" "Yeah, and go back to this." I slid the file across the table to him. He nodded and smiled slyly as he took it. "So what did you tell the judge up there at the sidebar?" I had forgotten he had been in the courtroom, waiting to start his tale of Juror 7. I told him I realized that you had done the original background search on the English language default, so I redid it to include French and German. I even printed the story out again Sunday so I would have a fresh date on it. "Nice, but I look like a fuck-up." I had to come up with something. If I told him you came across it a week ago and I'd been sitting on it since, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I'd probably be in lockup for contempt. Besides, the judge thinks Golance is the fuck-up for not finding it before the defense. That seemed to placate Cisco. He held up the file. "So then, what do you want me to do with it?" he asked. "Where's the translator you used on the printout?" "Probably in her dorm over in Westwood. She's an exchange student I came up with on the net." "Well, call her up and pick her up because you're going to need her tonight." "I have a feeling Lorna isn't going to like this. Me and a 20-year-old French girl." "Lorna doesn't speak French, so she will understand. They're what, 9 hours ahead over there in Paris?" "Yeah, 9 or 10, I forget." "Okay, then I want you to get with the translator and at midnight start working the phones. Call all the gendarmes, or whatever they call themselves, who worked that drug case and get one of them on a plane over here. At least 3 of them are named in that article. You can start there." "Just like that? You think one of those guys is going to just jump on a plane for us?" "They'll probably be stabbing one another in the back trying to get the ticket. Tell them we'll fly first class and put whoever comes out in the hotel where Mickey Rourke stays." "Yeah, what hotel's that?" "I don't know, but I hear he's big over there. They think he's like a genius or something. Anyway, look, what I'm saying is, just tell them whatever they want to hear. Spend whatever needs to be spent. If 2 want to come, then bring over 2 and we vet them and put the best one on the stand. Just get somebody over here. It's Los Angeles, Cisco. Every cop in the world wants to see this place, and then go back home and tell everybody what and who they saw." "Okay, I'll get somebody on a plane, but what if he can't leave right away?" "Then get him going as soon as possible and let me know. I can stretch things in court. The judge wants to hurry everything along, but I can slow it down if I need to. Probably next Tuesday or Wednesday is as far as I can go. Get somebody here by then." You want me to call you tonight when I have it set up? No, I need my beauty rest. I'm not used to being on my toes in court all day and I'm wiped out. I'm going to bed. Just call me in the morning. Okay, Mick. He stood up and so did I. He slapped me on the shoulder with the file and then tucked it into the waistband at the back of his jeans. He descended the steps, and I walked to the edge of the deck to look down on him as he mounted his horse by the curb, dropped it into neutral, and silently started to glide down Fairholme toward Laurel Canyon Boulevard. I then looked up and out at the city and thought about the moves I was making, my personal situation, and my professional deceit in front of the judge in court. I didn't ponder it all too long, and I didn't feel guilty about any of it. I was defending a man I believed was innocent of the murders he was charged with, but complicit in the reason they had occurred. I had a sleeper on the jury whose placement was directly related to the murder of my predecessor. And I had a detective watching over me whom I was holding back on and couldn't be sure was considering my safety ahead of his own desire to break open the case. I had all of that, and I didn't feel guilty or fearful about anything. I felt like a guy flipping a 300-pound sled in midair. It might not be a sport, but it was dangerous as hell, and it did what I hadn't been able to do in more than a year's time. It shook off the rust and put the charge back in my blood. It gave it a fierce momentum. I heard the sound of the pipes on Cisco's panhead finally fire up. He had made it all the way down to Laurel Canyon before kicking over the engine. The throttle roared deeply as he headed into the night. Part 5. Take the nickel. On Monday morning, I had my Corneliani suit on. I was sitting next to my client in the courtroom and was ready to begin to present his defense. Jeffrey Golantz, the prosecutor, sat at his table, ready to thwart my efforts. And the gallery behind us was maxed out once again. But the bench in front of us was empty. The judge was sequestered in his chambers and running almost an hour behind his own 9 o'clock start time. Something was wrong, or something had come up, but we had not yet been informed. We had seen sheriff's deputies escort a man I didn't recognize into chambers, and then out again, but there had been no word on what was going on. "Hey, Jeff, what do you think?" I finally asked across the aisle. Golantz looked over at me. He was wearing his nice black suit, but he had been wearing it every other day to court, and it wasn't as impressive anymore. He shrugged. "No idea," he said. "Maybe he's back there reconsidering my request for a directed verdict." I smiled. Golantz didn't. "I'm sure he is," he said with his best prosecutorial sarcasm. The prosecution's case had strung out through the entire previous week. I had helped with a couple of protracted cross-examinations, but for the most part, it had been Golantz engaging in overkill. He kept a medical examiner who had conducted the autopsies on Mitzi Elliott and Johann Riltz on the witness stand for nearly an entire day, describing in excruciating detail how and when the victims died. He kept Walter Elliott's accountant on the stand for half a day, the finances of the Elliott marriage, and how much Walter stood to lose in a divorce. And he kept the sheriff's forensic tech on for nearly as long, explaining his finding of high levels of gunshot residue on the defendant's hands and clothes. In between these anchor witnesses, he conducted shorter examinations of lesser witnesses, and then finally finished his case Friday afternoon with a tearjerker. He put Mitzi Elliott's lifelong best friend on the stand. She testified about Mitzi confiding in her the plans to divorce her husband as soon as the prenuptial agreement vested. She told of the fight between husband and wife when the plan was revealed and of seeing bruises on Mitzi Elliott's arms the next day. She never stopped crying during her hour on the stand and continually veered into hearsay testimony that I objected to. As is routine, I asked the judge as soon as the prosecution rested for a directed verdict of acquittal. I argued that the state had not come close to establishing a prima facie case against Elliott. But as is also routine, the judge flatly denied my motion and said the trial would move to the defense phase promptly at 9 a.m. the following Monday. I spent the weekend strategizing and preparing my 2 anchor witnesses, Dr. Shamiram Arslanian, my GSR expert, and a jet-lagged French police captain named Malcolm Pepin. It was now Monday morning, and I was locked and loaded and ready to go. But there was no judge on the bench to let me. "What's going on?" Elliot whispered to me. I shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine. Most times when the judge doesn't come out, it has nothing to do with the case at hand. Usually it's about the next trial on his calendar." Elliot wasn't appeased. A deep furrow had settled into the center of his brow. He knew something was up. I turned and looked back into the gallery. Julie Favreau was sitting 3 rows back with Lorna. I gave them a wink, and Lorna sent back a thumbs up. I swept the rest of the gallery and noticed that behind the prosecution table, there was a gap in the shoulder-to-shoulder spectators. No Germans. I was about to ask Golance where Riltz's family members were when a uniformed sheriff's deputy walked up to the rail behind the prosecutor. "Excuse me." Golance turned and the deputy beckoned him with the document he was holding. "Are you the prosecutor?" the deputy said. "Who do I talk to about this?" Golance got up and walked over to the rail. He took a quick look at the document and handed it back. "It's a defense subpoena. Are you Deputy Stallworth?" "That's right." "Then you're in the right spot." "No, I'm not. I didn't have anything to do with this case." Golance took the subpoena back and studied it. I could see the wheels begin turning, but it was going to be too late when he figured things out. "You weren't on the scene at the house? What about the perimeter or traffic control?" "I was home asleep, man. I work midnight shift." "Hold it a second." Golance went back to his desk and opened a file. I saw him check the final witness list I had submitted 2 weeks earlier. "What is this, Haller?" "What's what? He's on there." "This is bullshit." "No, it's not. He's been on there for 2 weeks." I got up and went to the rail. I held out my hand. "Deputy Stallworth, I'm Michael Haller." Stallworth refused to shake my hand. Embarrassed in front of the whole gallery, I pressed on. "I'm the one who summoned you. If you wait out in the hall, I'll try to get you in and out as soon as court starts. There's some sort of delay with the judge. But sit tight and I'll get to you." "No, this is wrong. I didn't have anything to do with this case. I just got off duty and I'm going home." "Deputy Stallworth, there is no mistake here, and even if there were, you can't walk out on a subpoena. Only the judge can release you at my request. You go home, and you're going to make him mad. I don't think you want him mad at you." The deputy huffed like he was being put out in a big way. He looked over at Golance for help, but the prosecutor was holding a cell phone to his ear and whispering into it. I had a feeling it was an emergency call. "Look," I said to Stallworth, "just go out into the hall and I'll—" I heard my name, along with the prosecutors, called from the front of the courtroom. I turned and saw the clerk signaling us to the door that led to the judge's chambers. Finally, something was happening. Golance ended his call and got up. I turned from Stallworth and followed Golance toward the judge's chambers. The judge was sitting behind his desk in his black robe. He appeared ready to go as well, but something was holding him back. "Gentlemen, sit down," he said. "Judge, did you want the defendant in here?" I asked. "No, I don't think that's necessary. Just have a seat and I'll tell you what's going on." Golance and I sat side by side in front of the judge. I could tell that Golance was silently steaming over the Stallworth subpoena and what it might mean. Stanton leaned forward and clasped his hands together on top of a folded piece of paper on the desk in front of him. "We have an unusual situation involving juror misconduct," he said. "It is still developing, and I apologize for keeping you out there in the dark." He stopped there, and we both looked at him, wondering if we were supposed to leave now and go back to the courtroom, or if we could ask questions. But Stanton continued after a moment. "My office received a letter Thursday, addressed personally to me. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to open it until after court on Friday, kind of an end-of-the-week catch-up session after everybody was sent home. The letter said, well, here is the letter. I've already handled it, but don't either of you touch it." He unfolded the piece of paper he'd weighted with his hands and allowed us to read it. I stood up so I could lean over the desk. Golance was tall enough, even sitting down, that he didn't have to. "Judge Stanton, you should know that juror number 7 is not who you think he is, and not who he says he is. Check Lockheed and check his prints. He's got an arrest record." The letter looked like it had come out of a laser printer. There were no other markings on the page other than the 2 creases from where it had been folded. I sat back down. "Did you keep the envelope it came in?" I asked. "Yes," Stanton said. "No return address and the postmark is Hollywood. I'm going to have the sheriff's lab take a look at the note and the envelope." "Judge, I hope you haven't spoken to this juror," Golitz said. "We should be present and part of any questioning. This could just be a ploy by someone to get that juror off the panel." I expected Golitz to rush to the juror's defense. As far as he was concerned, number 7 was a blue juror. I rushed to my own defense. "He's talking about this being a ploy by the defense, and I object to the accusation." The judge quickly held his hands up in a calming gesture. "Just hold your horses, both of you. I didn't talk to number 7 yet. I spent the weekend thinking about how to proceed with it when I came to court today. I conferred with a few other judges on the matter, and I was fully prepared to bring it up with counsel present this morning. The only problem is, juror number 7 didn't show up today. He's not here." That brought a pause to both Golitz and me. "He's not here," Golitz said. "Did you send deputies to—" "Yes, I sent court deputies to his home, and his wife told them that he was at work, but she didn't know anything about court or a trial or anything like that. They went over to Lockheed and found the man and brought him here a few minutes ago. It wasn't him. He was not juror number 7. "Judge, you're losing me," I said. "I thought you said they found him at work." The judge nodded. "I know. I did. This is beginning to sound like Laurel and Hardy and that who's on first thing." "Abbott and Costello," I said. "What?" "Abbott and Costello. They did the who's on first thing." "Whichever. The point is, juror number 7 was not juror number 7. "I'm still not following you, Judge," I said. "We had number 7 down in the computer as Rodney L. Bangland, engineer from Lockheed, resident of Palos Verde. But the man who has been sitting for 2 weeks in seat number 7 is not Rodney Bangland. We don't know who he was, and now he's missing." "He took Bangland's place, but Bangland didn't know about it," Golitz said. "Apparently," the judge said, "Bangland, the real one, is being interviewed about it now. But when he was in here, he didn't seem to know anything about this. He said he never got a jury summons in the first place." "So his summons was sort of hijacked and used by this unknown person?" I said. The judge nodded. "So it appears. The question is why, and the sheriff's department will hopefully get that answered." "What does this do to the trial?" I asked. "Do we have a mistrial?" "I don't think so. I think we bring the jury out, we explain that number 7's been excused for reasons they don't need to know about, we drop in the first alternate and go from there. Meantime, the sheriff's department quietly makes damn sure everybody else in that box is exactly who they are supposed to be. Mr. Golitz?" Golitz nodded thoughtfully before speaking. "This is all rather shocking," he said, "but I think the state would be prepared to continue, as long as we find out that this whole thing stops at juror number 7. Mr. Haller?" I nodded my approval. The session had gone as I had hoped. "I've got witnesses from as far as Paris in town and ready to go. I don't want a mistrial. My client doesn't want a mistrial." The judge sealed the deal with a nod. "Okay, go on back out there and we'll get this thing going in 10 minutes." On the way down the hall to the courtroom, Golitz whispered a threat to me. "He's not the only one who's going to investigate this, Haller." "Yeah? What's that supposed to mean?" "It means when we find this bastard, we're also going to find out what he was doing on the jury. And if there is any tie to the defense, then I'm going—" I pushed by him toward the door to the courtroom. I didn't need to listen to the rest. "Good for you, Jeff," I said as I entered the courtroom. I didn't see Stallworth and hoped the deputy had gone out into the hallway as I had instructed and was waiting. Elliot was all over me when I got to the defense table. "What happened? What's going on?" I used my hand to signal him to keep his voice down. I then whispered to him. "Juror number 7 didn't show up today, and the judge looked into it and found out he was a phony." Elliot stiffened and looked like somebody had just pressed a letter opener 2 inches into his back. "My God, what does this mean?" "For us, nothing. The trial continues with an alternate juror in his place." But there will be an investigation of who number 7 was, and hopefully, Walter, it doesn't come to your door. I don't see how it could. But we can't go on now. You have to stop this. Get a mistrial. I looked at the pleading look on my client's face and realized he'd never had any faith in his own defense. He had been counting solely on the sleeping juror. The judge said no on a mistrial. We go with what we've got. Elliot rubbed a shaking hand over his mouth. Don't worry, Walter. You're in good hands. We're going to win this thing fair and square. Just then, the court called the courtroom to order, and the judge bounded up the steps to the bench. Okay, back on the record with California versus Elliot, he said. Let's bring in our jury. The first witness for the defense was Julio Muniz, the freelance videographer from Topanga Canyon, who got the jump on the rest of the local media and arrived ahead of the pack at the Elliott house on the day of the murders. I quickly established through my questions how Muniz made his living. He worked for no network or local news channel. He listened to police scanners in his home and car and picked up addresses for crime scenes and active police situations. He responded to these scenes with his video camera and took film he then sold to the local news broadcasts that had not responded. In regard to the Elliott case, it began for him when he heard a call out for a homicide team on his scanner and went to the address with his camera. Mr. Muniz, what did you do when you arrived there? I asked. Well, I got my camera out and started shooting. I noticed that they had somebody in the back of the patrol car, and I thought that was probably a suspect. So I shot him, and then I shot the deputies stringing crime scene tape across the front of the property, things like that. I then introduced the digital video cassette Muniz used that day as the first defense exhibit and rolled the video screen and player in front of the jury. I put in the cassette and hit play. It had been previously spooled to begin at the point that Muniz began shooting outside the Elliott house. As the video played, I watched the jurors paying close attention to it. I was already familiar with the video, having watched it several times. It showed Walter Elliott sitting in the back passenger seat of the patrol car. Because the video had been shot at an angle above the car, the 4A designation painted on its roof was clearly visible. The video jumped from the car to scenes of the deputies cordoning off the house and then jumped back again to the patrol car. This time, it showed Elliott being removed from the car by detectives Kinder and Erickson. They uncuffed him and led him into the house. Using a remote, I stopped the video and rewound it back to a point where Muniz had come in close on Elliott in the back seat of the patrol car. I started the video forward again and then froze the image so the jury could see Elliott leaning forward because his hands were cuffed behind his back. Okay, Mr. Muniz, let me draw your attention to the roof of the patrol car. What do you see painted there? I see the car's designation painted there. It is 4A, or 4 Alpha, as they say on the sheriff's radio. Okay, and did you recognize that designation? Had you seen it before? Well, I listen to the scanner a lot, and so I'm familiar with the 4 Alpha designation. And I'd actually seen the 4 Alpha car earlier that day. And what were the circumstances of that? I had been listening to the scanner, and I heard about a hostage situation in Malibu Creek State Park. I went out to shoot that, too. What time was this? About 2 a.m.? So, about 10 hours before you were videoing the activities at the Elliott house, you went out to shoot video at this hostage situation, correct? That's correct. And the 4 Alpha car was involved also in this earlier incident. Yes. When the suspect was finally captured, he was transported in 4 Alpha, the same car. About what time did that occur? That wasn't until almost 5 in the morning. It was a long night. Did you shoot video of this? Yes, I did. That footage comes earlier on the same tape. He pointed to the frozen image on the screen. Then, let's see, I said. I hit the rewind button on the remote. Golintz immediately stood, objected, and asked for a sidebar. The judge waved us up, and I brought along the witness list I had submitted to the court 2 weeks earlier. Your Honor, Golintz said angrily. The defense is once again sandbagging. There has been no indication in discovery or otherwise of Mr. Haller's intent to explore some other crime with this witness. I object to this being introduced. I calmly slid the witness list in front of the judge. Under the rules of discovery, I had to list each witness I intended to call and give a brief summary of what their testimony was expected to include. Julio Muniz was on my list. The summary was brief, but all-inclusive. It clearly says he would testify about video he shot on May 2nd, the day of the murders, I said. The video he shot at the park was shot on the day of the murders, May 2. It's been on there for 2 weeks, Judge. If anybody is sandbagging, then it's Mr. Golantz sandbagging himself. He could have talked to this witness and checked out his videos. He apparently didn't. The judge studied the witness list for a moment and nodded. "Objection overruled," he said. "You may proceed, Mr. Haller." I went back and rewound the video and started to play it. The jury continued to pay maximum interest. It was a night shoot, and the images were more grainy, and the scenes seemed to jump around more than in the first sequence. Finally, it came to footage showing a man with his hands cuffed behind his back being placed in a patrol car. A deputy closed the door and slapped the roof twice. The car drove off and came directly by the camera. As it was going by, I froze the image. The screen showed a grainy shot of the patrol car. The light of the camera illuminated the man sitting in the back seat as well as the roof of the car. "Mr. Muniz, what's the designation on the roof of that car?" "Again, it's 4A or 4 Alpha. "And the man being transported, where is he sitting?" "In the rear right passenger seat." "Is he handcuffed?" "Well, he was when they put him in the car. I shot it." "His hands were cuffed behind his back, correct?" "Correct." "Now, is he in the same position and seat in the patrol car that Mr. Elliott was in when you videotaped him about 8 hours later?" "Yes, he is. Exact same position." "Thank you, Mr. Muniz. No further questions." Golantz passed on cross-examination. There was nothing about the direct that could be attacked, and the video didn't lie. Muniz stepped down. I told the judge I wanted to leave the video screen in place for my next witness, and I called Deputy Todd Stallworth to the stand. Stallworth looked angrier as he came into the courtroom. This was good. He also looked beat, and his uniform looked like it had wilted on his body. One of the sleeves of his shirt had a black scuff mark on it, presumably from some struggle during the night. I quickly established Stallworth's identity, and that he was driving the Alpha car in the Malibu district during the first shift on the day of the murders in the Elliott house. Before I could ask another question, Golantz once more objected and asked for another sidebar. When we got there, he raised his hands palms up in a "what's this" gesture. His style was getting old with me. "Judge, I object to this witness. The defense hid him on the witness list, among the many deputies who were on the scene and have no bearing on the case." Once again, I had the witness list ready. This time, I slapped it down in front of the judge with frustration, then ran my finger down the column of names until I reached Todd Stallworth. It was there, in the middle of a list of 5 other deputies, all of whom had been on the scene at the Elliott house. Judge, if I was hiding Stallworth, I was hiding him in plain sight. He's clearly listed there under law enforcement personnel. The explanation is the same as before. It says he'll testify about his activities on May 2. That's all I put down, because I never talked to him. I'm hearing what he has to say for the first time right now. Golantz shook his head and tried to maintain his composure. Judge, from the start of this trial, the defense has relied on trickery and deception to— Mr. Golantz, the judge interrupted. Don't say something you can't back up and that will get you in trouble. This witness, just like the first one Mr. Haller called, has been on this list for 2 weeks. Right there, in black and white. You had every opportunity to find out what these people were going to say. If you didn't take that opportunity, then that was your decision. But this is not trickery or deception. You better watch yourself. Golantz stood with his head bowed for a moment before speaking. Your Honor, the state requests a brief recess, he finally said in a quiet voice. How brief? Until 1 o'clock. I wouldn't call 2 hours brief, Mr. Golantz. Your Honor, I cut in. I object to any recess. He just wants to grab my witness and turn his testimony. Now that I object to, Golantz said. Look, no recess, no delay, and no more bickering, the judge said. We've already lost most of the morning. Objection overruled. Step back. We returned to our places, and I played a 30-second cut of the video showing the handcuffed man being placed in the back of the 4 Alpha car at Malibu Creek State Park. I froze the image in the same spot as before, just as the car was speeding by the camera. I left it on the screen as I continued my direct examination. Deputy Stallworth, is that you driving that car? Yes, it is. Who is the man in the back seat? His name is Eli Wims. I noticed that he was handcuffed before being placed in the car. Is that because he was under arrest? Yes, he was. What was he arrested for? For trying to kill me, for one. He was also charged with unlawful discharge of a weapon. How many counts of unlawful discharge of a weapon? I can't recall the exact number. How about 94? That sounds about right. It was a lot. He shot the place up out there. Stallworth was tired and subdued, but unhesitant in his answers. He had no idea how they fit into the Elliott case and didn't seem to care about trying to protect the prosecution with short, non-responsive answers. He was probably mad at Golans for not getting him out of testifying. So you arrested him and took him to the nearby Malibu station? No, I transported him all the way to the county jail in downtown, where he could be placed on the psych level. How long did that take? The drive, I mean. About an hour. And then you drove back to Malibu? No. First I had 4 Alpha repaired. Wims had fired a shot that took out the side lamp. While I was downtown, I went to the motor pool and had it replaced. That took up the rest of my shift. So when did the car return to Malibu? At shift change. I turned it over to the day watch guys. I looked down at my notes. That would have been Deputies Murray and Harbor. That's right. Stallworth yawned, and there was murmured laughter in the courtroom. I know we have you past your bedtime, Deputy. I won't take too much longer. When you turn the car over from shift to shift, do you clean it out or disinfect the car in any way? You're supposed to. Realistically, unless you've got puke in the back seat, nobody does that. The cars get taken out of rotation once or twice a week, and the motor guys clean them up. Did Eli Wims puke in your car? No, I would have known. More murmured laughter. I looked down from the lectern at Golans, and he wasn't smiling at all. Okay, Deputy Stallworth, let me see if I got this right. Eli Wims was arrested for shooting at you and firing at least 93 other shots that morning. He was arrested, his hands were cuffed behind his back, and he was transported by you downtown. Do I have all of that right? Sounds right to me. In the video, Mr. Wims can be seen in the rear passenger side seat. Did he stay there for the whole hour-long ride downtown? Yes, he did. I had him belted in. Is it standard procedure to place someone who is in custody on the passenger side? Yes, it is. You don't want him behind you when you're driving. Deputy, I also noticed on the tape that you did not place Mr. Wims' hands in plastic bags or anything of that nature before placing him in your patrol car. Why is that? Didn't think it was necessary. Why? Because it was not going to be an issue. The evidence was overwhelming that he had fired the weapons in his possession. We weren't worried about gunshot residue. Thank you, Deputy Stallworth. I hope you can go get some sleep now. I sat down and left the witness for Golans. He slowly got up and took the lectern. He knew exactly where I was going now, but there was little he was going to be able to do to stop me. But I had to give him credit. He found a small crack in my direct and tried his best to exploit it. Deputy Stallworth, approximately how long did you wait for your car to be repaired at the downtown motor hub? About 2 hours. They only have a couple guys work midnight watch, and they were juggling jobs down there. Did you stay with the car for those 2 hours? No, I grabbed a desk in the office and wrote up the arrest report on Wims. And you testified earlier that no matter what the procedure is supposed to be, you generally rely on the motor pool to keep the fleet cars clean. Is that correct? Yes, correct. Do you make a formal request, or do people working in the motor hub just take it upon themselves to clean and maintain the car? I've never made a formal request. It just gets done, I guess. Now, during those 2 hours that you were away from the car and writing the report, do you know if the employees in the motor hub cleaned or disinfected the car? No, I do not. They could have, and you wouldn't necessarily know about it, right? Right. Thank you, Deputy. I hesitated, but got up for redirect. Deputy Stallworth, you said it took them 2 hours to repair the car because they were short-handed and busy, correct? Correct. He said it in a boy am I getting tired of this tone. So it is unlikely that these guys would have taken the time to clean your car if you didn't ask, right? I don't know. You'd have to ask them. Did you specifically ask them to clean the car? Nope. Thank you, Deputy. I sat down, and Golans passed on another round. It was now almost noon. The judge adjourned for lunch, but gave the jury and lawyers only a 45-minute break, as he sought to make up for lost time during the morning. That was fine with me. My star witness was next, and the sooner I got her on the stand, the closer my client was going to be to a verdict of acquittal. Dr. Shamaram Arslanian was a surprise witness. Not in terms of her presence at the trial, she had been on the witness list longer than I had been on the case, but in terms of her physical appearance and personality. Her name and pedigree in forensics conjured an image of a woman deep, dark, and scientific. A white lab coat and hair ironed back in a knot, but she was none of that. She was a vivacious, blue-eyed blonde with a cheerful disposition and easy smile. She wasn't just photogenic, she was telegenic. She was articulate and confident, but never came close to being arrogant. The one-word description for her was the one-word description every lawyer wants for every one of his witnesses: likable. And it was rare to get that in a witness delivering your forensic case. I had spent most of the weekend with Shammy, as she preferred to be called. We had gone over the gunshot residue evidence in the Elliott case and the testimony she would give for the defense, as well as the cross-examination she could expect to receive from Golans. This had been delayed until so late in the game to avoid discovery issues. What my expert didn't know, she couldn't reveal to the prosecutor. So she was kept in the dark about the magic bullet until the last possible moment. There was no doubt that she was a celebrity gun for hire. She had once hosted a show about her own exploits on Court TV. She was asked twice for her autograph when I took her to dinner at the Palm, and was on a first-name basis with a couple of TV execs who visited the table. She charged a celebrity-level fee as well. For 4 days in Los Angeles, to study, prepare, and testify, she would receive a flat rate of $10,000 plus expenses. Nice work if you could get it, and she could. She was known to study the many requests for her time and to choose only those in which she steadfastly believed there had been a grievous error committed or a miscarriage of justice. It also didn't hurt if you had a case that was getting the attention of the national media. I knew after spending the first 10 minutes with her that she was going to be worth every penny Elliott would pay her. She would be double trouble for the prosecution. Her personality was going to win over the jury, and her facts were going to seal the deal. So much of trial work comes down to who is testifying, not what the testimony actually reveals. It's about selling your case to the jury, and Shammy could have sold ice to an Eskimo. The state's forensic witness was a lab geek with a personality of a test tube. My witness had hosted a television show called Chemically Dependent. I heard the low hum of recognition in the courtroom as my big-haired witness made her entrance from the back, holding all eyes as she walked up the center aisle, through the gate and across the proving grounds to the witness stand. She wore a navy blue suit that fit her curves snugly and accentuated the cascade of blonde curls over her shoulders. Even Judge Stanton seemed infatuated. He asked the courtroom deputy to get her a glass of water before she had even taken the oath. He hadn't asked the state's forensic geek if he wanted jack shit. After she gave her name and spelled it and took the oath to tell nothing but the truth, I got up with my legal pad and went to the lectern. Good afternoon, Dr. Arslanian. How are you? I'm doing just fine. Thanks for asking. There was a slight trace of a southern accent in her voice. Before we go over your curriculum vitae, I want to get something out of the way up front. You are a paid consultant to the defense, is that correct? Yes, that is correct. I'm paid to be here, not paid to testify to anything other than my own opinion. whether it's in line with the defense or not. That's my deal, and I never change it. Okay, tell us where you were from, Doctor. I live in Ossining, New York right now. I was born and raised in Florida and spent a lot of years in the Boston area, going to different schools here and there. Shamiram Arslanian. That doesn't sound like a Florida name. She smiled brilliantly. My father is 100% Armenian, so I guess that makes me half Armenian and half Floridian. My father said I was Armageddon when I was a girl. Many in the courtroom chuckled politely. What is your background in forensic sciences? I asked. Well, I got 2 related degrees. I got my master's at MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and that is in chemical engineering. I then got a PhD in criminology, and that was awarded to me from John Jay College in New York. When you say awarded, does that mean it's an honorary degree? Hell no, she said forcefully. I worked my butt off 2 years to get that sucker. This time, laughter broke out across the courtroom, and I noticed that even the judge smiled before politely tapping his gavel 1 time for order. I saw in your resume that you have 2 undergraduate degrees as well. Is that true? I've got 2 of everything, it seems. 2 kids, 2 cars. I've even got 2 cats at home, named Wilbur and Orville. I glanced over at the prosecution table and saw that Golance and his second were staring straight forward and had not so much as cracked a smile. I then checked the jury and saw all 24 eyes holding on my witness with rapt attention. She had them eating out of her hand, and she hadn't even started yet. What are your undergraduate degrees? I got 1 from Harvard in engineering and 1 from the Berklee College of Music. I went to both schools at the same time. You have a music degree, I said with feigned surprise. I like to sing. More laughter. The hits kept coming, one surprise after another. Shami Arslanian was the perfect witness. Golance finally stood and addressed the judge. Your Honor, the state would ask that the witness provide testimony regarding forensics and not music or pet names or things not germane to the serious nature of this trial. The judge grudgingly asked me to keep my examination on point. Golance sat down. He had won the point, but lost the position. Everybody in the room now viewed him as a spoilsport, stealing what little levity there was in such a serious matter. I asked a few more questions, which revealed that Dr. Arslanian currently worked as a teacher and researcher at John Jay. I covered her history and limited availability as an expert witness, and finally brought her testimony to her study of the gunshot residue found on Walter Elliott's body and clothing on the day of the murders in Malibu. She testified that she reviewed the procedures and results of the sheriff's lab and conducted her own evaluations and modeling. She said she also reviewed all videotapes submitted to her by the defense in conjunction with her studies. Now, Dr. Arslanian, the state's forensic witness testified earlier in this trial that the tabs wiped on Mr. Elliott's hands and sleeves and jacket tested positive for elevated levels of certain elements associated with gunshot residue. Do you agree with that conclusion? Yes, I do, my witness said. A low vibration of surprise rolled through the room. You are saying that your studies concluded that the defendant had gunshot residue on his hands and clothes. That is correct. Elevated levels of barium, antimony, and lead. In combination, these are indications of gunshot residue. What does elevated levels mean? It just means that some of these materials you would find on a person's body, whether they had fired or handled a weapon or not, just from everyday life. So it is elevated levels of all 3 materials that are required for a positive result in gunshot residue testing, correct? Yes, that and concentration patterns. Can you explain what you mean by concentration patterns? Sure. When a gun discharges, in this case we think we're talking about a handgun, there is an explosion in the chamber that gives the bullet its energy and velocity. That explosion sends gases out the barrel with the bullet as well as any little crack and opening in the gun. The breech, that is the part at the rear of the gun's barrel, comes open after a shot has been fired. The escaping gases propel these microscopic elements we're talking about backward onto the shooter. And that's what happened in this case, correct? No, not correct. Based on the totality of my investigation, I cannot say that. I raised my eyebrows in feigned surprise. But doctor, you just said you agreed with the state's conclusion that there was gunshot residue on the defendant's hands and sleeves. I do agree with the state's conclusion that there was GSR on the defendant, but that wasn't the question you asked. I took a moment as if to retrace my question. Dr. Arslanian, are you saying that there could be an alternate explanation for the gunshot residue on Mr. Elliot? Yes, I am. We were there. We had finally arrived at the crux of the defense's case. It was time to shoot the magic bullet. Did your study of the materials provided to you over the weekend by the defense lead you to an alternate explanation for the gunshot residue on Walter Elliott's hands and clothing? Yes, they did. And what is that explanation? It is very highly likely, in my opinion, that the residue on Mr. Elliott's hands and clothes was transferred there. Transferred? Are you suggesting someone intentionally planted GSR on him? No, I am not. I am suggesting that it occurred inadvertently, by happenstance or mistake. Gunshot residue is basically microscopic dust. It moves. It can be transferred by contact. What does transferred by contact mean? It means the material we are talking about lights on a surface after it is discharged from the firearm. If that surface comes into contact with another, some of the material will transfer. It will rub off, is what I'm saying. This is why there are law enforcement protocols for safeguarding against this. The victims and suspects in gun crimes often have their clothes removed for preservation and study. Some agencies put evidence bags over people's hands to preserve and guard against transference. Can this material be transferred more than once? Yes, it can, with depreciating levels. This is a solid material. It's not a gas. It doesn't dissipate like a gas. It is microscopic, but solid, and it has to be someplace at the end of the day. I've conducted numerous studies of this and found that transference can repeat and repeat. But in the case of repeated transference, wouldn't the amount of material depreciate with each transfer until negligible? That's right. Each new surface will hold less than the prior surface. So it's all a matter of how much you start with. The more you start with, the greater the amount that can be transferred. I nodded and took a small break by flipping up pages on my pad, as if I were looking for something. I wanted there to be a clear line between the discussion of theory and the specific case at hand. Okay, doctor, I finally said. With these theories in mind, can you tell us what happened in the Elliott case? I can tell you and show you, Dr. Arslanian said. When Mr. Elliott was handcuffed and placed in the back of the 4 Alpha patrol car, he was literally placed in a hotbed of gunshot residue. That is where and when the transference took place. How so? His hands, arms, and clothing were placed in direct contact with gunshot residue from another case. Transfer to him would have been inevitable. Golins quickly objected, saying I had not laid the groundwork for such an answer. I told the judge I intended to do that right now and asked permission to set the video equipment up in front of the jury again. Dr. Arslanian had taken the video shot by my first witness, Julio Muniz, and edited it into one demonstration video. I introduced it as a defense exhibit over Golins' failed objection. Using it as a visual aid, I carefully walked my witness through the defense's theory of transference. It was a demonstration that took nearly an hour and was one of the most thorough presentations of alternate theory I had ever been involved in. We started with Eli Wims's arrest and his placement in the back seat of the Alpha car. We then cut to Elliott being placed in the same patrol car less than 10 hours later. The same car and the same seat. Both men's hands cuffed behind their backs. She was stunningly authoritative in her conclusion. A man who had fired weapons at least 94 times was placed in that seat, she said. 94 times. He would have literally been reeking of gunshot residue. And is it your expert opinion that gunshot residue would have transferred from Eli Wims to that car seat? I asked. Most definitely. And is it your expert opinion that the gunshot residue on that seat could then have been transferred to the next person who sat there? Yes, it is. And is it your expert opinion that this was the origin of the gunshot residue on Walter Elliott's hands and clothes? Again, with his hands behind his back like that, he came in direct contact with a transfer surface. Yes, in my expert opinion, I do believe that this is how he got the gunshot residue on his hands and clothes. I paused again to drive home the expert's conclusions. If I knew anything about reasonable doubt, I knew I had just embedded it in every juror's consciousness. Whether they would later vote their conscience was another matter. It was now time to bring in the big prop to drive Dr. Arslanian's testimony home. Doctor, did you draw any other conclusions from your analysis of the GSR evidence that supported the theory of transference you have outlined here? Yes, I did. And what was that? Can I use my mannequin to demonstrate? I asked the judge for permission to allow the witness to use a mannequin for demonstration purposes, and he granted it without objection from Golans. I then stepped through the clerk's corral to the hallway leading to the judge's chambers. I had left Dr. Arslanian's mannequin here until it had been ruled admissible. I wheeled it out to the center of the proving grounds in front of the jury and the court TV camera. I signaled to Dr. Arslanian to come down from the witness stand to make her demonstration. The mannequin was a full-body model with fully manipulating limbs, hands, and even fingers. It was made of white plastic and had several smudges of gray on its face and hands from experiments and demonstrations conducted over the years. It was dressed in blue jeans and a dark blue collared shirt beneath a windbreaker with a design on the back commemorating a University of Florida National Football Championship earlier in the year. The mannequin was suspended 2 inches off the ground on a metal brace and wheeled platform. I realized I'd forgotten something and went over to my rolling bag. I quickly pulled out the wooden dummy gun and collapsing pointer. I handed them both to Dr. Arslanian and then went back to the lectern. Okay, what do we have here, Doctor? This is Manny, my demonstration mannequin. Manny, this is the jury. There was a bit of laughter, and one juror, the lawyer, even nodded his hello to the dummy. Manny's a Florida Gator fan? He is today. Sometimes the messenger can obscure the message. With some witnesses, you want that, because their testimony isn't all that helpful. But that was not the case with Dr. Arslanian. I knew I had been walking a tightrope with her. Too cute and entertaining on one side, solid scientific evidence on the other. The proper balance would make her and her information leave the strongest impression on the jury. I knew it was now time to get back to serious testimony. Why do we need Manny here, Doctor? Because an analysis of the SEMS tabs collected by the sheriff's forensic expert can show us why the gunshot residue on Mr. Elliott did not come from his firing of a weapon. I know the state's expert explained these procedures to us last week, but I would like you to refresh us. What is a SEMS tab? The GSR test is conducted with round tabs or discs that have a peel-off sticky side. The tabs are patted on the area to be tested, and they collect all the microscopic material on the surface. The tab then goes into a scanning electron microscope, or SEMS, as we call it. Through the microscope, we see or don't see the three elements we have been talking about here: barium, antimony, and lead. Okay then, do you have a demonstration for us? Yes, I do. Please explain it to the jury. Dr. Arslanian extended her pointer and faced the jury. Her demonstration had been carefully planned and rehearsed, right down to my always referring to her as doctor and her always referring to the state's forensic man as Mr. Mr. Guilfoyle, the Sheriff's Department forensic expert, took 8 different samples from Mr. Elliott's body and clothes. Each tab was coded so that the location it sampled would be known and charted. She used the pointer on the mannequin as she discussed the locations of the samples. The mannequin stood with its arms down at its sides. Tab A was the top of the right hand. Tab B was the top of the left hand. Tab C was the right sleeve of Mr. Elliott's windbreaker, and D was the left sleeve. Then we have tabs E and F being the right and left front panels of the jacket, and G and H being the chest and torso portions of the shirt Mr. Elliott wore beneath the open jacket. Are these the clothes he was wearing that day? No, they are not, These are exact duplicates of what he was wearing, right down to the size and manufacturer. Okay, what did you learn from your analysis of the 8 tabs? I've prepared a chart for the jurors so they can follow along. I presented the chart as a defense exhibit. Golens had been given a copy of it that morning. He now stood and objected, saying his late receipt of the chart violated the rules of discovery. I told the judge the chart had only been composed the night before, after my meetings with Dr. Arslanian on Saturday and Sunday. The judge agreed with the prosecutor, saying that the direction of my examination of the witness was obvious and well prepared, and that I therefore should have drawn the chart sooner. The objection was sustained, and Dr. Arslanian now had to wing it on her own. It had been a gamble, but I didn't regret the move. I would rather have my witness talking to the jurors without a net than have had Golens in possession of my strategy in advance of its implementation. Okay, Doctor, you can still refer to your notes in the chart. The jurors just need to follow along. What did you learn from your analysis of the 8 SEMS tabs? I learned that the levels of gunshot residue on the different tabs greatly differed. How so? Well, tabs A and B, which came from Mr. Elliott's hands, were where the highest levels of GSR were found. From there, we get a steep drop-off in the GSR levels. Tabs C, D, E, and F with much lower levels, and no GSR reading at all on tabs G and H. Again, she used the pointer to illustrate. What did that tell you, Doctor? That the GSR on Mr. Elliott's hands and clothes did not come from firing a weapon. Can you illustrate why? First, comparable readings coming from both hands indicate that the weapon was fired in a two-handed grip. She went to the mannequin and raised its arms, forming a V by pulling the hands together out front. She bent the hands and fingers around the wooden gun. But a two-handed grip would also have to result in higher levels of GSR on the sleeves of the jacket in particular, and the rest of the clothes as well. But the tabs processed by the Sheriff's Department don't show that, am I right? You're right. They show the opposite. While a drop-off from the readings on the hands is expected, it is not expected to be of this rate. So, in your expert opinion, what does it mean? A compound, transfer, exposure. The first exposure occurred when he was placed with his hands and arms behind his back in the 4 Alpha car. After that, the material was on his hands and arms, and some of it was then transferred for a second time onto the front panels of his jacket during normal hand and arm movement. This would have occurred continuously until the clothing was collected from him. What about the 0 reading on the tabs from the shirt beneath the jacket? We discount that because the jacket could have been zipped closed during the commission of the shooting. In your expert opinion, Doctor, is there any way that Mr. Elliott could have gotten this pattern of GSR on his hands and clothing by discharging a firearm? No, there is not. Thank you, Dr. Arslanian. No further questions. I returned to my seat and leaned over to whisper into Walter Elliott's ear. If we didn't just give them reasonable doubt, then I don't know what it is. Elliott nodded and whispered back to me. The best $10,000 I've ever spent. I didn't think I'd done so badly myself, but I let it go. Golens asked the judge for the mid-afternoon break before cross-examination of the witness began, and the judge agreed. I noticed what I believed to be a higher energy in the verbal buzz of the courtroom after the adjournment. Shami Arslanian had definitely given the defense momentum. In 15 minutes, I would see what Golens had in his arsenal for impeaching my witness's credibility and testimony, but I couldn't imagine he had much. If he had something, he wouldn't have asked for the break. He would have gotten up and charged right after her. After the jury and the judge had vacated the courtroom and the observers were pushing out into the hallway, I sauntered over to the prosecutor's table. Golens was writing out questions on a legal pad. He didn't look up at me. "What?" he said. The answer's no. "To what question?" "The one you were going to ask about my client taking a plea agreement. We're not interested." Golens smirked. "You're funny, Holler. So what? You've got an impressive witness. The trial's a long way from over. And I've got a French police captain who's going to testify tomorrow that Riltz ratted out 7 of the most dangerous, vindictive men he's ever investigated. 2 of them happened to get out of prison last year, and they disappeared. Nobody knows where they are. Maybe they were in Malibu last spring. Golans put his pen down and finally looked up at me. Yeah, I talked to your Inspector Clouseau yesterday. It's pretty clear he's saying whatever you want him to say, as long as you fly him first class. At the end of the depot, he pulled out one of those star maps and asked me if I could show him where Angelina Jolie lives. He's one serious witness you came up with. I had told Captain Pepin to cool it with the star map stuff. He apparently hadn't listened. I needed to change the subject. So, where are the Germans? I asked. Golans checked behind him, as if to make sure Johann Riltz's family members weren't there. I told them that they had to be prepared for your strategy of building a defense by shitting all over the memory of their son and brother, he said. I told them you were going to take Johann's problems in France 5 years ago and use them to try to get his killer off. I told them that you were going to depict him as a German gigolo who seduced rich clients, men and women, all over Malibu and the West Side. You know what the father said to me? No, but you'll tell me. He said that they'd had enough of American justice and were going back home. I tried to retort with a clever and cynical comeback line, but I came up empty. Don't worry, Golans said. Up or down, I'll call them and tell them the verdict. Good. I left him there and went out into the hallway to look for my client. I saw him in the center of a ring of reporters. Feeling cocky after the success of Dr. Aslanian's testimony, he was now working the big jury, public opinion. All this time they've concentrated on coming after me. The real killer's been out there running around free. A nice, concise soundbite. He was good. I was about to push through the crowd to grab him when Dennis Wojciechowski intercepted me first. Come with me, he said. We walked down the hallway away from the crowd. What's up, Cisco? I was wondering where you've been. I've been busy. I got the report from Florida. Do you want to hear it? I had told him what Elliot had told me about fronting for the so-called organization. Elliot's story had seemed sincere enough, but in the light of day, I reminded myself of a simple truism. Everybody lies. And told Cisco to see what he could do about confirming it. Give it to me, I said. I used a PI in Fort Lauderdale, who I've worked with before. Tampa's on the other side of the state, but I wanted to go with a guy I knew and trusted. I understand. What did he come up with? Elliot's grandfather founded a phosphate shipping operation 78 years ago. He worked it, then Elliot's father worked it, and then Elliot himself worked it. Only he didn't like getting his hands dirty in the phosphate business, and he sold it a year after his father died of a heart attack. It was a privately owned company, so the record of the sale is not public. Newspaper articles at the time put the sale at about $32 million. What about organized crime? My guy couldn't find a whiff of it. Looked to him like it was a good, clean operation. Legally, that is. Elliot told you he was a front and he was sent out here to invest their money. He didn't say anything about him selling his own company and bringing the money out here. The man's lying to you. I nodded. Okay, Cisco, thanks. You need me in court? I got a few things I'm still working on. I heard juror number 7 went missing this morning. Yeah, he's in the wind, and I don't need you in court. Okay, man, I'll talk to you. He headed off toward the elevators, and I was left to stare at my client holding forth with the reporters. A slow burn started in me, and it gained heat as I waded into the crowd to get to him. Okay, that's all, people, I said. No further comment, no further comment. I grabbed Elliot by the arm, pulled him out of the crowd, and walked him down the hall. I shooed a couple trailing reporters away until we were finally far enough from all other ears and could speak privately. Walter, what were you doing? He was smiling gleefully. He made a fist and pumped it into the air. Sticking it up their asses. The prosecutor and the sheriffs, all of them. Yeah, well, you better wait on that. We've still got a ways to go. We may have won the day, but we haven't won the war yet. Oh, come on. It's in the bag, Mick. She was fucking outstanding in there. I mean, I want to marry her. Yeah, that's nice, but let's see how she does on cross before you buy the ring, okay? Another reporter came up, and I told her to take a hike, then turned back to my client. Listen, Walter, we need to talk. Okay, talk. I had a private investigator check your story out in Florida, and I just found out it was bullshit. You lied to me, Walter, and I told you never to lie to me." Elliot shook his head and looked annoyed with me for taking the wind out of his sails. To him, being caught in the lie was a minor inconvenience, an annoyance that I would even bring it up. "Why did you lie to me, Walter? Why'd you spin that story?" He shrugged and looked away from me when he spoke. "The story? I read it in a script once. I turned the project down, actually, but I remembered the story." "But why? I'm your lawyer. You can tell me anything. I asked you to tell me the truth, and you lied to me. Why?" He finally looked me in the eyes. "I knew I had to light a fire under you." "What fire? What are you talking about?" "Come on, Mickey. Let's not get—" He was turning to go back to the courtroom, but I grabbed him roughly by the arm. "No, I want to hear. What fire did you light?" "Everybody's going back in. The break is over and we should be in there." I gripped him even harder. "What fire, Walter?" "You're hurting my arm." I relaxed my grip, but didn't let go, and I didn't take my eyes off his. "What fire?" He looked away from me and put an aw shucks grin on his face. I finally let go of his arm. "Look," he said. "From the start, I needed you to believe I didn't do it. It was the only way for me to know you would bring your best game, that you would be goddamn relentless." I stared at him and saw the smile become a look of pride. "I told you I could read people, Mick. I knew you needed something to believe in. I knew if I was a little bit guilty, but not guilty of the big crime, then it would give you what you needed. It would give you your fire back." They say the best actors in Hollywood are on the wrong side of the camera. At that moment, I knew that was true. I knew that Elliot had killed his wife and her lover, and was even proud of it. I found my voice and spoke. "Where'd you get the gun?" "Oh, I'd had it. Bought it under the table at some flea market back in the 70s. I was a big Dirty Harry fan, and I wanted a .44 mag. I kept it out of the beach house for protection. You know, a lot of drifters down on the beach." "What really happened in that house, Walter?" He nodded like it was his plan all along to take this moment to tell me. "What happened was I went out there to confront her and whoever she was fucking every Monday like clockwork. But when I got there, I realized it was Riltz. She'd passed him off in front of me as a faggot, had him to dinners and parties and premieres with us, and they probably laughed all about it later. Laughed about me, Mick. It got me mad. Enraged, actually. I got the gun out of the cabinet, put on rubber gloves from under the sink, and I went upstairs. You should have seen the look on their faces when they saw that big gun." I stared at him for a long moment. I'd had clients confess to me before, but usually they were crying, wringing their hands, battling the demons their crimes had created inside. But not Walter Elliot. He was cold to the bone. "How'd you get rid of the gun?" "I hadn't gone out there alone. I had somebody with me, and they took the gun, the gloves, and my first set of clothes, then walked down the beach, got back up to the PCH and caught a cab. Meantime, I washed up and changed. Then I dialed 911. "Who was it that helped you?" "You don't need to know that." I nodded. Not because I agreed with him. I nodded because I already knew. I had a flash vision of Nina Albrecht easily unlocking the door to the deck when I couldn't figure it out. It showed a familiarity with her boss's bedroom that had struck me the moment I saw it. I looked away from my client and down at the floor. It had been scuffed by 1,000,000 people who had trod 1,000,000 miles for justice. I never counted on the transference, Mick. When they said they wanted to do the test, I was all for it. I thought I was clean, and they would see that and it would be the end of it. No gun, no residue, no case. He shook his head at such a close call. "Thank God for lawyers like you." I jerked my eyes up to his. "Did you kill Jerry Vincent?" Elliot looked me in the eye and shook his head. "No, I didn't. But it was a lucky break, because I ended up with a better lawyer." I didn't know how to respond. I looked down the hall to the courtroom door. The deputy was there. He waved to me, and signaled me into the courtroom. The break was over and the judge was ready to start. I nodded and held up one finger. Wait. I knew the judge wouldn't take the bench until he was told the lawyers were in place. Go back in, I said to Elliot. I have to use the restroom. Elliot calmly walked toward the waiting deputy. I quickly stepped into the nearby restroom and went to one of the sinks. I splashed cold water on my face, spotting my best suit and shirt, but not caring at all. That night, I sent Patrick to the movies because I wanted the house to myself. I wanted no television or conversation. I wanted no interruption and no one watching me. I called Bosch and told him I was in for the night. It was not so that I could prepare for what likely would be the last day of the trial. I was more than ready for that. I had the French police captain primed and ready to deliver another dose of reasonable doubt to the jury. And it was not because I now knew that my client was guilty. I could count the truly innocent clients I'd had over the years on one hand. Guilty people were my specialty. But I was feeling bruised because I'd been used so well, and because I had forgotten the basic rule: everybody lies. And I was feeling bruised because I knew that I, too, was guilty. I could not stop thinking about Riltz's father and brothers, about what they had told Golantz about their decision to go home. They were not waiting to see the verdict, if it first meant seeing their dead loved one dragged through the sewers of the American justice system. I had spent the good part of 20 years defending guilty and sometimes evil men. I had always been able to accept that and deal with it, but I didn't feel very good about myself or the work that I would perform the next day. It was in these moments that I felt the strongest desire to return to old ways, to find that distance again, to take the pill for the physical pain that I knew would numb me to the internal pain. It was in these moments that I realized that I had my own jury to face, and that the coming verdict was guilty, that there would be no more cases after this one. I went outside to the deck, hoping the city could pull me out of the abyss into which I had fallen. The night was cool and crisp and clear. Los Angeles spread out in front of me in a carpet of lights, each one a verdict on a dream somewhere. Some people lived the dream, and some didn't. Some people cashed in their dreams a dime on the dollar, and some kept them close and as sacred as the night. I wasn't sure if I even had a dream left. I felt like I only had sins to confess. After a while, a memory washed over me, and somehow I smiled. It was one of my last clear memories of my father, the greatest lawyer of his time. An antique glass ball, an heirloom from Mexico passed down through my mother's family, had been found broken beneath the Christmas tree. My mother brought me to the living room to view the damage and to give me the chance to confess my guilt. By then, my father was sick and wasn't going to get better. He had moved his work, what was left of it, home to the study next to the living room. I didn't see him through the open door, but from that room I heard his voice in a sing-song nursery rhyme. In a pickle, take the nickel. I knew what it meant. Even at 5 years old, I was my father's son in blood and the law. I refused to answer my mother's questions. I refused to incriminate myself. Now I laughed out loud as I looked at the city of dreams. I leaned down, elbows on the railing, and bowed my head. I can't do this anymore, I whispered to myself. The song of the Lone Ranger suddenly burst from the open door behind me. I stepped back inside and looked at the cell phone left on the table with my keys. The screen said private number. I hesitated, knowing exactly how long the song would play before the call went to message. At the last moment, I took the call. Is this Michael Haller, the lawyer? Yes, who is this? This is Los Angeles Police Officer Randall Morris. Do you know an individual named Elaine Ross, sir? I felt a fist grip my guts. Laney? Yes. What happened? What's wrong? Sir, I have Miss Ross up here on Mulholland Drive, and she shouldn't be driving. In fact, she sort of passed out after she handed me your card. I closed my eyes for a moment. The call seemed to confirm my fears about Laney Ross. She had fallen back. An arrest would put her back into the system and probably cost her another stay in jail and rehab. Which jail are you taking her to? I asked. I gotta be honest, Mr. Haller. I'm code 7 in 20 minutes. If I take her down to Booker, I'm looking at 2 more hours and I'm tapped to my overtime allowance this month. I was going to say, if you can come get her or send somebody for her, I'm willing to give her the break. You know what I mean? Yes, I do. Thank you, Officer Morris. I'll come get her if you give me the address. You know where the overlook is above Fryman Canyon? Yes, I do. We're right here. Make it quick. I'll be there in less than 15 minutes. Fryman Canyon was only a few blocks from the converted garage guest house where a friend allowed Lainey to live rent-free. I could get her home, walk back to the park, and retrieve her car afterward. It would take me less than an hour, and it would keep Lainey out of jail and her car out of the tow lot. I left the house and drove Laurel Canyon up the hill to Mulholland. When I reached the top, I took a left and headed west. I lowered the windows and let the cool air in as I felt the first pulls of fatigue from the day grab me. I followed the serpentine road for half a mile, slowing once when my headlights washed across a scruffy coyote standing vigil on the side of the road. My cell phone buzzed as I had been expecting it to. "What took you so long to call, Bosch?" I said by way of a greeting. "I've been calling, but there's no cell coverage in the canyon," Bosch said. "Is this some kind of test? Where the hell are you going? You called and said you were done for the night." "I got a call. A client of mine got busted on a deuce up here. The cop's giving her a break if I drive her home." "From where?" "The Fryman Canyon overlook. I'm almost there." "Who was the cop?" "Randall Morris. He didn't say whether he was Hollywood or North Hollywood. Mulholland was a boundary between the 2 police divisions. Morris could work out of either one." "Okay, pull over until I could check it out." "Pull over? Where?" Mulholland was a winding 2-lane road with no pullover spots except for the overlooks. If you pulled over anywhere else, you would get plowed into by the next car to come around the bend. "Then slow down." "I'm already here." The Fryman Canyon overlook was on the valley side. I took a right to turn in and drove right by the sign that said that the parking area was closed after sunset. I didn't see Lainey's car or a police cruiser. The parking area was empty. I checked my watch. It had only been 12 minutes since I had told Officer Morris that I would be there in less than 15. "Damn!" "What?" Bosch asked. I hit the heel of my palm on the steering wheel. Morris hadn't waited. He'd gone ahead and taken Lainey to jail. "What?" Bosch repeated. "She's not here," I said, "and neither is the cop. He took her to jail." I would now have to figure out which station Lainey had been transported to and probably spend the rest of the night arranging bail and getting her home. I'd be wrecked in court the next day. I put the car in park and got out and looked around. The lights of the valley spread out below the precipice for miles and miles. "Bosch, I gotta go. I have to try to find—" I saw movement in my peripheral vision to the left. I turned and saw a crouching figure come out of the tall brush next to the parking clearing. At first I thought coyote, but then I saw that it was a man. He was dressed in black, and a ski mask was pulled down over his face. As he straightened from the crouch, I saw that he was raising a gun at me. "Wait a minute," I said. "What is—" "Drop the fucking phone!" I dropped the phone and raised my hands. Okay, what is this? Are you with Bosch?" The man moved quickly toward me and shoved me backwards. I stumbled to the ground and then felt him grab the back of my jacket's collar. "Get up!" "What is—" "Get up, now!" He started pulling me up. Okay, I'm getting up." The moment I was on my feet, I was shoved forward and crossed through the lights at the front of my car. "Where are we going? What is—" I was shoved again. "Who are you? Why are you—" "You ask too many questions, lawyer." He grabbed the back of my collar and shoved me toward the precipice. I knew it was almost a sheer drop-off at the edge. I was going to end up in somebody's backyard hot tub after a 300-foot high dive. I tried to dig my heels in and slow my forward momentum, but that resulted in an even harder shove. I had velocity now, and the man in the mask was going to run me off the edge into the blackness of the abyss. "You can't—" Suddenly there was a shot. Not from behind me, but from the right and from a distance. Almost simultaneously, there was a metal snapping sound from behind me, and the man in the mask yelped and fell into the brush to the left. Then came voices and shouting. "Drop your weapon! Drop your weapon! Get on the ground! Get down on the ground!" I dove face down to the dirt at the edge of the precipice and put my hands over my head for protection. I heard more yelling and the sound of running. I heard engines roaring and vehicles crunching across the gravel. When I opened my eyes, I saw blue lights flashing in repeated patterns off the dirt and brush. Blue lights meant cops. It meant I was safe. "Counselor," a voice said from above me, "you can get up now." I craned my neck to look up. It was Bosch, his shadowed face silhouetted by the stars above him. "You cut that one pretty close," he said. The man in the black mask groaned in pain as they cuffed his hands behind his back. "My hand! Jesus, you assholes, my hand is broken!" I climbed to my feet and saw several men in black windbreakers moving about like ants on a hill. Some of the plastic raid jackets said LAPD on them, but most had FBI printed across the back. Soon a helicopter came overhead and lit the entire parking clearing with a spotlight. Bosch stepped over to the FBI agents huddling over the man in the mask. "Was he hit?" he asked. "There is no wound," an agent said. "The round must have hit the gun, but that still hurts like a son of a bitch." "Where is the gun?" "We're still looking," the agent said. "It may have gone over the side," another agent said. "If we don't find it tonight, we find it in daylight," said a third. They pulled the man up into a standing position. Two of the FBI agents stood on either side of him, holding him at the elbows. "Let's see who we've got," Bosch said. The ski mask was unceremoniously yanked off, and a flashlight was aimed point blank at the man's face. Bosch turned and looked back at me. "Juror number 7, I said. "What are you talking about?" "Juror number 7 from the trial. He didn't show up today, and the sheriff's department was looking for him." Bosch turned back to the man I knew was named David McSweeney. "Hold him right there." He then turned and signaled to me to follow him. He walked out of the circle of activity and into the parking clearing near my car. He stopped and turned back to me, but I got my question in first. "What just happened?" "What just happened was we just saved your life. He was going to push you over the side." "I know that, but what happened? Where did you and everybody else come from? You said you would let people go at night after I was tucked in. Where did all of these cops come from? And what's the FBI doing here?" "Things were different tonight. Things happened." "What things happened? What changed?" "We can go over that later. Let's talk about what we've got here first." "I don't know what we've got here." "Tell me about juror number 7. Why didn't he show up today?" "Well, you should probably ask him that. All I can tell you is that this morning the judge called us into chambers and said he got an anonymous letter saying number 7 was a phony, and he lied about having a record. The judge planned to question him, but he didn't show up. The sheriffs were sent to his house and his job, and they brought back a guy who wasn't juror number 7. Bosch raised his hands like a traffic cop. Hold on, you're not making sense. I know you just had a scare, but..." He stopped when one of the men in an LAPD jacket came over to address him. "You want us to call paramedics? He says he thinks his hand is broken." "No, just hold him there. We'll have him checked after we book him." "You sure?" "Fuck him." The man nodded and went back to the spot where they were holding McSweeney. "Yeah, fuck him," I said. "Why did he want to kill you?" Bosch asked. I raised my empty hands. "I don't know. Maybe because of the story we planted. Wasn't that the plan, to draw him out?" "I think you're holding out on me, Haller." "Look, I've told you what I could tell you all along. You're the one holding out and playing games. What's the FBI doing here?" "They've been in it from the start." "Right, and you just forgot to tell me." "I told you what you needed to know." "Well, I need to know it all now, or my cooperation with you ends now. That includes being any sort of witness against that man over there." I waited a moment, and he said nothing. I turned to walk toward my car, and Bosch put his hand on my arm. He smiled in frustration and shook his head. "Come on, man, cool your jets. Don't be throwing empty threats around." "You think it's an empty threat? Why don't we see how empty it is when I start stringing out the federal grand jury subpoena I know is going to come out of this?" I can argue client confidentiality all the way to the Supreme Court. I bet that will only take about 2 years. And your newfound pals over in the Bureau are going to wish you had just come clean with me when you had the chance." Bosch thought a moment and pulled me by the arm. "All right, tough guy, come over here." We walked to a spot in the parking area, even further from the law enforcement anthill. Bosch started to talk. "The Bureau contacted me a few days after the Vincent murder and said that he had been a person of interest to them. That's all, a person of interest. He was one of the lawyers whose names came up in their look at the state courts. Nothing specific, just based on rumors. Things he had supposedly told clients he could get done, connections he claimed to have, that sort of thing. They'd drawn up a list of lawyers they heard might be bent, and Vincent was on it. They invited him in as a cooperating witness, and he declined. They were increasing the pressure on him when he got hit. So they tell you all of this, and you join forces. Isn't that wonderful? Thanks for telling me." "Like I said, you didn't need to know." A man in an FBI jacket crossed the parking area behind Bosch, and his face was momentarily lit from above. He looked familiar to me, but I couldn't place him. But then I imagined a mustache on him. "Hey, there's the asshole you sent after me the other night," I said loud enough for the passing agent to hear. "He's lucky I didn't put a bullet in his face at the door." Bosch put his hands on my chest and pushed me back a few steps. "Calm down, counselor. If it weren't for the Bureau, I wouldn't have had the manpower to keep the watch on you. And right now, you could be lying down there at the bottom of the mountain." I pushed his hands off me but settled down. My anger dissipated as I accepted the reality of what Bosch had just said, and the reality that I had been used as a pawn from the beginning, by my client and now by Bosch and the FBI. Bosch took the moment to signal over another agent who was standing nearby watching. "This is Agent Armstead. He's been running the Bureau's side of things and he's got some questions for you." "Why not?" I said. "Nobody answers mine. I might as well answer yours." Armstead was a young, clean-cut agent with a precision military haircut. "Mr. Haller, we'll get to your questions as soon as we can," he said. "Right now, we have a fluid situation here, and your cooperation will be greatly appreciated. Is juror number 7 the man Vincent paid the bribe to?" I looked at Bosch with a "who is this guy" expression. "Man, how would I know that? I wasn't part of this thing. You want an answer to that? Go ask him." "Don't worry, we'll be asking him a lot of questions. What were you doing up here, Mr. Haller?" "I told you people. I told Bosch. I got a call from somebody who said he was a cop. He said he had a woman I know personally up here, and she was under the influence and that I could come up and drive her home and save her the trouble of getting booked on a deuce." "We checked that name you gave me on the phone," Bosch said. "There is one Randall Morris in the department. He's on gang detail in South Bureau." I nodded. "Yeah, well, I think it's pretty clear now that it was a fake call. But he knew my friend's name and he had my cell. It seemed convincing at the time, all right?" "How did he get the woman's name?" Armstead asked. "Good question. I had a relationship with her, a platonic relationship, but I haven't talked to her in almost a month." "Then how would he know about her?" "Man, you're asking me shit I don't know. Go ask McSweeney." I immediately realized I had slipped up. I wouldn't know that name unless I had been investigating juror number 7. Bosch looked at me curiously. I didn't know if he realized the jury was supposed to be anonymous, even to the lawyers on the case. Before he could come up with a question, I was saved by someone yelling from the brush where I had almost been pushed over the side. "I've got the gun!" Bosch pointed a finger at my chest. "Stay right here." I watched Bosch and Armstead trot over and join a few of the others as they studied the found weapon under a flashlight beam. Bosch didn't touch the weapon, but bent down into the light to examine it closely. The William Tell overture started to play behind me. I turned around and saw my phone lying on the gravel, its tiny square screen glowing like a beacon. I went over and picked it up. It was Cisco, and I took the call. "Cisco, I gotta call you back." "Make it quick. I've got some good shit for you. You're gonna want to know this. I closed the phone and watched as Bosch finished his study of the weapon and then stepped over to McSweeney. He leaned close to him and whispered something into his ear. He didn't wait for a response. He just turned and walked back toward me. I could tell, even in the dim moonlight, that he was excited. Armstead was following behind him. "The gun's a Beretta Bobcat, like we were looking for on Vincent," he said. "If the ballistics match, then we've got that guy locked in a box. I'll make sure you get accommodation from City Hall." "Good, I'll frame it. Put this together for me, Haller, and you can start with him being the one who killed Vincent. Why did he want to kill you too?" "I don't know." "The bribe," Armstead asked. "Is he the one who got the money?" "Same answer I gave you 5 minutes ago. I don't know. But it makes sense, doesn't it?" "How did he know your friend's name on the phone?" "I don't know that either." "Then what good are you?" Bosch asked. It was a good question, and the immediate answer didn't sit well with me. "Look, detective, Don't bother, man. Why don't you just get in your car and get the fuck out of here? We'll take it from here." He turned and started walking away, and Armstead followed. I hesitated, and then I called out to Bosch. I waved him back. He said something to the FBI agent and came back to me alone. "No bullshit," he said impatiently. "I don't have the time." "Okay, this is the thing," I said. "I think he was going to make it look like I jumped." Bosch considered this and then shook his head. "Suicide? Who would believe that? You've got the case of the decade, man. You're hot, you're on TV, and you've got a kid to worry about. Suicide wouldn't sell." I nodded. Yes, it would. He looked at me and said nothing, waiting for me to explain. "I'm a recovering addict, Bosch. You know anything about that?" "Why don't you tell me?" The story would go that I couldn't take the pressure of the big case and all the attention, and I either had or was about to relapse. So I jumped instead of going back to that. It's not an uncommon thing, Bosch. They call it the fast out. And it makes me think that... What? I pointed across the clearing toward juror number 7. That he, and whoever he was doing this for, knew a lot about me. They did a deep background. They came up with my addiction and rehab and Laney's name. Then they came up with a solid plan for getting rid of me because they couldn't just shoot down another lawyer without bringing down massive scrutiny on what it is they've got going. If I went down as a suicide, there'd be a lot less pressure. Yeah, but why do they need to get rid of you? I guess they think I know too much. Do you? Before I could answer, McSweeney started yelling from the other side of the clearing. "Hey! Over there with the lawyer! I want to make a deal! I can give you some big people, man! I want to make a deal!" Bosch waited to see if there was more, but that was it. "My tip?" I said. "Go over there and strike while the iron's hot, before he remembers he's entitled to a lawyer." Bosch nodded. "Thanks, Coach," he said, "but I think I know what I'm doing." He started to head across the clearing. "Hey, Bosch, wait," I called. "You owe me something before you go over there." Bosch stopped and signaled to Armstead to go to McSweeney. He then came back to me. "What do I owe you?" "One answer. Tonight I called you and told you I was in for the night. You were supposed to cut the surveillance down to 1 car, but this is the whole enchilada up here. What changed your mind?" "You haven't heard, have you?" "Heard what?" "You get to sleep late tomorrow, counselor. There's no trial anymore." "Why not?" "Because your client's dead. Somebody, probably our friend over there who wants to make a deal, took Elliot and his girlfriend out tonight when they came home from dinner. His electric gate wouldn't open, and when he got out to push it open, somebody came up and put a bullet in the back of his head. Then he hit the woman in the car." I took a half step back in shock. I knew the gate Bosch was talking about. I had been to Elliot's mansion in Beverly Hills just the other night, and as far as the girlfriend went, I also thought I knew who that would be. I'd had Nina Albrecht figured for that position ever since Elliot told me he'd had help on the day of the murders in Malibu. Bosch didn't let the stunned look on my face keep him from continuing. I got tipped from a friend in the medical examiner's office and figured that somebody might be out there cleaning the slate tonight. I figured I ought to call the team back and see what happens at your place. Lucky for you, I did. I stared right through Bosch when I answered. Yeah, I said. Lucky for me. There was no longer a trial, but I went to court on Tuesday morning to see the case through to its official end. I took my place next to the empty seat Walter Elliott had occupied for the past 2 weeks. The news photographers who had been allowed access to the courtroom seemed to like that empty chair. They took a lot of photos of it. Jeffrey Golance sat across the aisle. He was the luckiest prosecutor on earth. He had left court one day thinking he was facing a career-hobbling loss and came back the next day with his perfect record intact. His upward trajectory in the DA's office and city politics was safe for now. He had nothing to say to me as we sat and waited for the judge. But there was a lot of talk in the gallery. People were buzzing with news of the murders of Walter Elliott and Nina Albrecht. No one made mention of the attempt on my life and the events at the Fryman Canyon Overlook. For the moment, that was all secret. Once McSweeney told Bosch and Armstead that he wanted to deal, the investigators had asked me to keep quiet so they could move slowly and carefully with their cooperating suspect. I was happy to cooperate with that myself, to a point. Judge Stanton took the bench promptly at 9. His eyes were puffy, and he looked like he'd had very little sleep. I wondered if he knew as many details of what had transpired the night before as I did. The jury was brought in, and I studied their faces. If any of them knew what had happened, they weren't showing it. I noticed several of them check out the empty seat beside me as they took their own. "Ladies and gentlemen, good morning," the judge said. "At this time, I am going to discharge you from service in this trial. As I'm sure you can see, Mr. Elliott is not in his seat at the defense table. This is because the defendant in this trial was the victim of a homicide last night." Half of the jurors' mouths dropped open in unison. The others expressed their surprise with their eyes. A low murmur of excited voices went through the courtroom, and then a slow and deliberate clapping began from behind the prosecution table. I turned to see Mitzi Elliott's mother applauding the news of Elliott's demise. The judge brought his gavel down harshly, just as Golance jumped from his seat and rushed to her, grabbing her hands gently and stopping her from continuing. I saw tears rolling down her cheeks. "There will be no demonstrations from the gallery," the judge said harshly. "I don't care who you are or what connection you might have to the case. Everyone in here will show respect to the court, or I will have you removed." Golance returned to his seat, but the tears continued to flow from the mother of one of the victims. "I know that to all of you this is rather shocking news," Stanton told the jurors. "Be assured that the authorities are investigating the matter thoroughly, and hopefully will soon bring the individual or individuals responsible to justice. I am sure you will learn all about it when you read the paper or watch the news, as you are now free to do. As far as today goes, I want to thank you for your service. I know you all were very attentive to the presentation of the prosecution and defense cases, and I hope your time here was a positive experience. You are free now to go back to the deliberation room to gather your things and go home. You are excused." We stood one last time for the jury, and I watched them file through the doorway to the deliberation room. After they were gone, the judge thanked Golance and me for our professional demeanor during trial, thanked his staff, and quickly adjourned court. I hadn't bothered to unpack any files from my bag, so I stood motionless for the longest time after the judge left the courtroom. My reverie wasn't broken until Golance approached me with his hand out. Without thinking, I reached out and shook it. "No hard feelings on anything, Mickey. You're a damn good lawyer." Was, I thought. "Yeah," I said. "No hard feelings." "You going to hang around and talk to jurors, see which way they were leaning?" he asked. I shook my head. "No, I'm not interested." "Me neither. Take care of yourself." He clapped me on the shoulder and pushed out through the gate. I was sure there would be a throng of media out in the hall waiting, and he'd tell them that in some strange way he felt that justice had been served. Live by the gun, die by the gun. or words to that effect. I'd leave the media for him. Instead, I gave him a good lead and then followed him out. The reporters were already surrounding him, and I was able to hug the wall and escape notice. All except for Jack McAvoy from the Times. He spotted me and started trailing. He caught me as I got to the stairwell entrance. "Hey, Mick!" I glanced at him, but didn't stop walking. I knew from experience not to. If one member of the media downed you, the rest of the pride would catch up and pile on. I didn't want to be devoured. I hit the stairwell door and started down. No comment. He stayed with me stride for stride. "I'm not writing about the trial. I'm covering the new murders. I thought maybe you and I could have the same deal again. You know, trade information." "No deal, Jack, and no comment. Catch you later." I put my hand out and stopped him on the first landing. I left him there, went down 2 more landings, and then out into the hallway on 11. I walked down to Judge Holder's courtroom and entered. Michaela Gill was in the clerk's pod, and I asked if I could see the judge for a few minutes. "But I don't have you down for an appointment," she said. "I know that, Michaela, but I think the judge will want to see me. Is she back there? Can you tell her I only want 10 minutes? Tell her it's about the Vincent files." The clerk picked up the phone, punched a button, and gave the judge my request. Then she hung up and told me I could go right back to her chambers. "Thank you." The judge was behind her desk with her half-glasses on, a pen poised in her hand, as if I had interrupted her in the middle of signing an order. "Well, Mr. Haller," she said, "it's certainly been an eventful day. Have a seat." I sat in the familiar chair in front of her. "Thank you for seeing me, Judge. What can I do for you?" She asked the question without looking at me. She started scribbling signatures on a series of documents. "I just wanted you to know I will be resigning as counsel on the rest of the Vincent cases." She put the pen down and looked over her glasses at me. "What?" "I'm resigning. I came back too soon, or probably should never have come back at all. But I'm finished." "That's absurd. Your defense of Mr. Elliot has been the talk of this courthouse. I watched parts of it on television. You clearly were schooling Mr. Golantz, and I don't think there were many observers who would have bet against an acquittal." I waved the compliments away. "Anyway, Judge, it doesn't matter. It's not really why I'm here." She took her glasses off and put them down on the desk. She looked hesitant, but then asked the next question. "Then why are you here?" "Because, Judge, I wanted you to know that I know. And soon enough, everybody else will as well." "I'm sure I don't know what you are talking about. What do you know, Mr. Haller?" "I know that you are for sale, and that you tried to have me killed." She barked out a laugh, but there was no mirth in her eyes, only daggers. "Is this some kind of joke?" "No, it's no joke." "Then, Mr. Haller, I suggest you calm down and compose yourself. If you go around this courthouse making these kinds of outlandish accusations, then there will be consequences for you. Severe consequences. Maybe you are right. You are feeling the stress of coming back too soon from rehab." I smiled, and I could tell by her face that she immediately realized her mistake. "Slipped up there, didn't you, Judge? How'd you know I was in rehab? Better yet, how did juror number 7 know how to lure me away from home last night? The answer is, you had me backgrounded. You set me up and sent McSweeney out to kill me. I don't know what you were talking about, and I don't know this man you say tried to kill you. Well, I think he knows you, and the last time I saw him he was about to start playing Let's Make a Deal with the federal government." It hit her like a punch in the gut. I knew revealing it to her wasn't going to endear me to Bosch or Armstead, but I didn't care. Neither of them was the guy who had been used like a pawn and had nearly taken the high dive off of Mulholland. I was that guy, and that entitled me to confront the person I knew was behind it. "I put it together without having to make a deal with anybody," I said. "My investigator traced McSweeney. 9 years ago he was arrested for an ADW, and who is his attorney? Mitch Lester, your husband. The next year he was popped again for fraud, and once again it was Mitch Lester on the case. There's the connection. It makes a nice little triangle, doesn't it?" You have access to and control of the jury pool and the selection process. You can get into the computers, and it was you who planted the sleeper on my jury. Jerry Vincent paid you, but then he changed his mind after the FBI came sniffing around. You couldn't run the risk that Jerry might get jammed up with the FBI and try to deal a judge to them, so you sent McSweeney. Then, when it all turned to shit yesterday, you decided to clean house. You sent McSweeney, juror number 7, after Elliot and Albrecht, and then me. How am I doing, Judge? I miss anything so far? I said the word judge, like it had the same meaning as garbage. She stood up. This is insane. You have no evidence connecting me to anyone but my husband, and making the leap from one of his clients to me is completely absurd. You're right, Judge. I don't have evidence, but we're not in court here. This is just you and me. I just have my gut instincts, and they tell me that this all comes back to you. I want you to leave now. But the feds, on the other hand, they have McSweeney. I could see it strike fear in her eyes. Guess you haven't heard from him, have you? Yeah, I don't think they're letting him make any calls while they debrief him. You better hope he doesn't have any of that evidence, because if he puts you in that triangle, then you'll be trading your black robe for an orange jumpsuit. Get out, or I will call courthouse security and have you arrested. She pointed toward the door. I calmly and slowly stood up. Sure, I'll go. And you know something? I may never practice law again in this courthouse, but I promise you that I'll come back to watch you prosecuted. You and your husband. Count on it. The judge stared at me, her arm still extended toward the door, and I saw the anger in her eyes slowly change to fear. Her arm drooped a little, and then she let it drop all the way. I left her standing there. I took the stairs all the way down because I didn't want to get on a crowded elevator. 11 flights down. At the bottom, I pushed through the glass doors and left the courthouse. I pulled my phone and called Patrick and told him to pull the car around. Then I called Bosch. I decided to light a fire under you and the bureau, I told him. What do you mean? What did you do? I didn't want to wait around while the bureau took its usual 1.5 years to make a case. Sometimes justice can't wait, Detective. What did you do, Haller? I just had a conversation with Judge Holder. Yes, I figured it out without McSweeney's help. I told her the feds had McSweeney and he was cooperating. If I were you and the bureau, I'd hurry the fuck up with your case, and in the meantime keep tabs on her. She doesn't seem like a runner to me, but you never know. Have a good day. I closed the phone before he could protest my actions. I didn't care. He had used me the whole time. It felt good to turn the tables on him, make him and the FBI do the dancing at the end of the string. Part 6. The Last Verdict. Bosch knocked on my door early Thursday morning. I hadn't combed my hair yet, but I was dressed. He, on the other hand, looked like he had pulled an all-nighter. "I wake you?" he asked. I shook my head. "I have to get my kid ready for school." "That's right, Wednesday nights and every other weekend." "What's up, Detective?" "I've got a couple of questions, and I thought you might be interested in knowing where things stand on everything." "Sure, let's sit out here. I don't want her hearing this." I patted down my hair as I walked toward the table. "I don't want to sit," Bosch said. "I don't have a lot of time." He turned to the railing and leaned his elbows down on it. I changed directions and did the same thing right next to him. "I don't like to sit when I'm out here either." "I have the same sort of view at my place," he said. "Only it's on the other side. I guess that makes us flip sides of the same mountain." He turned his eyes from the view to me for a moment. "Something like that," he said. "So what's happening? I thought you'd be too angry with me to ever tell me what was going on." "Truth is, I think the Bureau moves too slowly myself. They didn't like what you did very much, but I didn't mind. It got things rolling." Bosch straightened up and leaned back on the railing, the view of the city behind him. "So then, what's happening?" I asked. "The grand jury came back with indictments last night. Holder, Lester, Carlin, McSweeney, and a woman who's a supervisor in the jury office and was the one who gave them access to the computers. We're taking them all down simultaneously this morning, so keep it under your hat until we have everybody hooked up." It was nice that he trusted me enough to tell me before the arrests. I thought it might be even nicer to go down to the CCB and watch them take Holder out of there in handcuffs. "Is it solid?" I asked. "Holder is a judge, you know. You better have it nailed down." "It's solid. McSweeney gave it all up. We've got phone records, money transfers. He even taped her husband during some of the conversations." I nodded. It sounded like the typical federal package. One reason I never took on federal cases when I was practicing was that when the Big G made a case, it usually stayed made. Victories for the defense were rare. Most times you just got flattened like roadkill. "I didn't know Carlin was hooked up in this," I said. "He's right at the center. He goes way back with the judge, and she used him to approach Vincent in the first place. Vincent used him to deliver the money. Then when Vincent started getting cold feet because the FBI was sniffing around, Carlin got wind of it and told the judge. She thought the best thing to do was get rid of the weak link. She and her husband sent McSweeney to take care of Vincent." "Got wind of it how? Ren Williams?" "Yeah, we think. He got close to her to keep tabs on Vincent. We don't think she knew what was going on. She's not smart enough." I nodded and thought about how all the pieces fit together. "What about McSweeney? He just did what he was told? The judge tells him to hit a guy and he just does it?" "First of all, McSweeney was a con man before he was a killer, so I don't for a minute think we're getting the whole truth out of him. But he says the judge can be very persuasive. The way she explained it to him, either Vincent went down or they all went down. There was no choice. Besides, she also promised to increase his cut after he went through with the trial and tip the case." I nodded. "So what are the indictments?" "Conspiracy to commit murder, corruption. This is only the first wave. There will be more down the road. This wasn't the first time. McSweeney told us he'd been on 4 juries in the last 7 years. 2 acquittals and 2 hangers. 3 different courthouses." I whistled as I thought of some of the big cases that had ended in shocking acquittals or hung juries in recent years. "Robert Blake?" Bosch smiled and shook his head. "I wish," he said. "OJ too, but they weren't in business back then for that one. We just lost those cases on our own. Doesn't matter. This is going to be huge. Biggest one I've ever had." He folded his arms and glanced over his shoulder at the view. "You've got the Sunset Strip, and I've got Universal," he said. I heard the door open and looked back to see Haley peeking out. "Dad? What's up, hey? Is everything all right?" "Everything's fine. Haley, this is Detective Bosch. He's a policeman." "Hello, Haley," Bosch said. I think it was the only time I had ever seen him put a real smile on his face. "Hi," my daughter said. "Haley, did you eat your cereal?" I asked. "Yes." "Okay, then you can watch TV until it's time to go." She disappeared inside and closed the door. I checked my watch. She still had 10 minutes before we had to leave. "She's a cute kid," Bosch said. I nodded. "I gotta ask you a question," he said. "You started this whole thing tumbling, didn't you? You sent that anonymous letter to the judge." I thought for a moment before answering. If I say yes, am I going to become a witness? I had not been called to the federal grand jury after all. With McSweeney giving everything up, they apparently didn't need me, and I didn't want to change that now. "No, it's just for me," Bosch said. "I just want to know if you did the right thing." I considered not telling him, but ultimately, I wanted him to know. Yeah, that was me. I wanted to get McSweeney off the jury and then win the case fair and square. Judge Stanton to take the letter and consult other judges about it. He called up the chief judge and asked her advice. I nodded. "It's got to be what happened," I said. He calls her, not knowing she was behind the whole thing. She then tipped McSweeney and told him not to show up for court, then used him to try to clean up the mess. Bosch nodded as though I was confirming things he already knew. "And you were part of the mess. She must have figured you sent the letter to Judge Stanton. You knew too much, and had... It wasn't about the story we planted. It was about you tipping Judge Stanton." I shook my head. My own actions had almost brought about my own demise in the form of a high dive off Mulholland. I guess I was pretty know about that. You're still standing. After today, none of them will be. There's that. What kind of deal did McSweeney cut? No death penalty in consideration. If everybody goes down, then he'll probably get 15. In the federal system, that means he'll still do 13. Who's his lawyer? He's got 2, Dan Daly and Roger Mills. I nodded. He was in good hands. I thought about what Walter Elliott had told me, that the guiltier you were, the more lawyers you needed. Pretty good deal for 3 murders, I said. 1 murder, Bosch corrected. What do you mean? Vincent, Elliott, and Albrecht? He didn't kill Elliott and Albrecht. Those 2 didn't match up. What are you talking about? He killed them and then he tried to kill me. Bosch shook his head. He did try to kill you, but he didn't kill Elliott and Albrecht. It was a different weapon. On top of that, it didn't make sense. Why would he ambush them and then try to make you look like a suicide? It doesn't connect. McSweeney is clean on Elliott and Albrecht. I was stunned silent for a long moment. For the last 3 days, I had believed that the man who killed Elliott and Albrecht was the same man who had tried to kill me, and that he was safely locked in the hands of the authorities. Now, Bosch was telling me there was a second killer somewhere out there. Does Beverly Hills have any ideas? I finally asked. Oh yeah, they're pretty sure they know who did it, but they'll never make a case. The hits kept coming, one surprise after another. Who? The family. You mean like the family, with a capital F, organized crime? Bosch smiled and shook his head. The family of Johann Riltz. They took care of it. How do they know that? Lands and grooves. The bullets they dug out of the 2 victims were 9mm parabellums, brass jacket and casing, and manufactured in Germany. BHPD took the bullet profile and matched them to a C-96 Mauser, also manufactured in Germany. He paused to see if I had any questions. When I didn't, he continued. Over at BHPD, they're thinking it's almost like somebody was sending a message. A message from Germany. You got it. I thought of Golantz telling the Riltz family how I was going to drag Johann through the mud for a week. They had left rather than witness that, and Elliott was killed before it could happen. Parabellum, I said. You know your Latin, detective? Didn't go to law school. What's it mean? Prepare for war. It's part of a saying. If you want peace, prepare for war. What will happen with the investigation now? Bosch shrugged. I know a couple of Beverly Hills detectives who will get a nice trip to Germany out of it. They fly their people business class, with the seats that fold down into beds. They'll go through the motions and the due diligence, but if the hit was done right, nothing will ever happen. How'd they get the gun over here? It could be done. Through Canada or Dare FedEx, if it absolutely, positively has to be there on time. I didn't smile. I was thinking about Elliott and the equilibrium of justice. Somehow, Bosch seemed to know what I was thinking. Remember what you said to me? When you told me you had told Judge Holder you knew she was behind all of this? I shrugged. What did I say? You said, sometimes justice can't wait. And you were right. Sometimes it doesn't wait. In that trial, you had the momentum, and Elliott looked like he was going to walk. So somebody decided not to wait for justice, and he delivered his own verdict. Back when I was riding patrol, you know what we called a killing that came down to simple street justice? What? The brass verdict. I nodded. I understood. We were both silent for a long moment. Anyway, that's all I know, Bosch finally said. I gotta go and get ready to put people in jail. It's going to be a good day. Bosch pushed his weight off the railing, ready to go. It's funny you coming here today, I said. Last night I decided I was going to ask you something the next time I saw you. Yeah, what's that? I thought about it for a moment and then nodded. It was the right thing to do. Flip sides of the same mountain. Do you know, you look a lot like your father. He said nothing. He just stared at me for a moment, then nodded once and turned to the railing. He cast his gaze out at the city. When did you put that together? He asked. Technically last night, when I was looking at old photos and scrapbooks with my daughter. But I think on some level, I've known it for a long time. We were looking at photos of my father. They kept reminding me of somebody, and then I realized it was you. Once I saw it, it seemed obvious. I just didn't see it at first. I walked to the railing and looked out at the city with him. Most of what I know about him came from books, I said. A lot of different cases, a lot of different women. But there are a few memories that aren't in books and are just mine. I remember coming into the office he had set up at home when he started to get sick. There was a painting framed on the wall, a print actually, but back then I thought it was a real painting. The Garden of Earthly Delights. Weird, scary stuff for a little kid. The memory I have is of him holding me on his lap and making me look at the painting and telling me that it wasn't scary, that it was beautiful. He tried to teach me to say the painter's name. Hieronymus Bosch. Rhymes with anonymous, he told me. Only back then, I don't think I could say anonymous either. I wasn't seeing the city out there. I was seeing the memory. I was quiet for a while after that. It was my half-brother's turn. Eventually, he leaned his elbows down on the railing and spoke. I remember that house, he said. I visited him once. Introduced myself. He was on the bed. He was dying. What did you say to him? I just told him I'd made it through. That's all. There wasn't really anything else to say. Like right now, I thought. What was there to say? Somehow, my thoughts jumped to my own shattered family. I had little contact with the siblings I knew I had, let alone Bosch. And then there was my daughter, whom I saw only 8 days a month. It seemed like the most important things in life were the easiest to break apart. You've known all these years, I finally said. Why didn't you ever make contact? I have another half-brother and 3 half-sisters. They're yours too, you know. Bosch didn't say anything at first. Then he gave an answer I guessed he had been telling himself for a few decades. I don't know. I guess I didn't want to rock anybody's boat. Most of the time, people don't like surprises. Not like this. For a moment, I wondered what my life would have been like if I had known about Bosch. Maybe I would have been a cop instead of a lawyer. Who knows? I'm quitting, you know. I wasn't sure why I had said it. Quitting what? My job, the law. You could say the brass verdict was my last verdict. I quit once. It didn't take. I came back. We'll see. Bosch glanced at me and then put his eyes back out on the city. It was a beautiful day, with low-flying clouds and a cold air front that had compressed the smog layer to a thin, amber band on the horizon. The sun had just crested the mountains to the east and was throwing light out on the Pacific. We could see all the way out to Catalina. Anyway, there were all these reporters and cameras. I ended up leaving. I smiled, and then I started to laugh. I couldn't help it. What's so funny? You, a cop, volunteering to give blood to a defense attorney. I don't think they would have let you back into the clubhouse if they knew about that. Now Bosch smiled and nodded. I guess I didn't think about that. And just like that, both our smiles disappeared, and the awkwardness of being strangers returned. Eventually, Bosch checked his watch. The warrant teams are meeting in 20 minutes. I gotta roll. Okay. I'll see you around, counselor. I'll see you around, detective. He went down the steps, and I stayed where I was. I heard his car start up, then pull away, and go down the hill. Stayed up the deck after that, and looked out at the city as the light moved across it. Many different thoughts filtered through my head and flew off into the sky like the clouds up there, remotely beautiful and untouchable, distant. I was left feeling that I would never see Bosch again, that he would have his side of the mountain and I would have mine, and that's all there would be. After a while, I heard the door open and stepped on the deck. I felt my daughter's presence by my side, and I put my hand on her shoulder. "What are you doing, Dad?" "Just looking." "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "What did that policeman want?" "Just to talk. He's a friend of mine." We were both silent for a moment before she moved on. "I wish Mom had stayed with us last night," she said. I looked down at her and squeezed the back of her neck. "One thing at a time, hey?" I said. "We got her to have pancakes with us last night, didn't we?" She thought about it and gave me the nod. She agreed. Pancakes were a start. "I'm going to be late if we don't go," she said. "One more time and I'll get a conduct slip." I nodded. "Too bad. The sun's just about to hit the ocean." "Come on, Dad. That happens every day." I nodded. Somewhere, at least. I went in for the keys, then locked up and we went down the steps to the garage. By the time I backed the Lincoln out and had it pointed down the hill, I could see the sun spinning gold on the Pacific.
This has been a Hachette audio production of The Brass Verdict, written by Michael Connelly and read by Peter Giles. The Brass Verdict was directed and produced by Linda Korn. It was recorded at the media staff. Digital editing and mastering by Dion Audio. Production supervised by Michelle McGonigal. The Brass Verdict is also available in print from Little Brown & Company, a division of Hachette Book Group USA. In no particular order, the author wishes to thank the following individuals for contributions to the research and writing of this story that range from small to incredibly selfless and gigantic. Daniel Daly, Roger Mills, Dennis Wojciechowski, Asia Muchnick, Bill Massey, S. John Drexel, Dennis McMillan, Pamela Marshall, Linda Connelly, Jane Davis, Shannon Byrne, Michael Peach, John Wilkinson, David Ogden, John Houghton, Michael Krikorian, Michael Roach, Greg Stout, Judith Champagne, Rick Jackson, David Lampkin, Tim Marcia, and Philip Spitzer. This is a work of fiction. Any errors in the law, evidence, and courtroom tactics are wholly those of the author. Text copyright 2008 by Horizon.